tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please remain standing. Please remain standing. We'll just do a short prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the amazing day that is before us. We pray that you may be with us as we learn, as we educate, as we connect, as we network. We pray that you may guide our minds, our hearts, and our pockets. We bless you and we thank you. Amen.
Amen.
Right.
Amen.
Okay, as you have your seats, ladies and gentlemen, we want to officially begin our program, and allow me to do a little bit of housekeeping if you're new to this space. Kindly note that number one, this is a non-smoking venue, including the use of electronic cigarettes. The emergency exits are clearly marked. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with them in case of any emergency so that you can locate them in case of that. And also, should you require the restrooms, please exit to, for those who will be exiting down here, I'm not sure if they will have many, but for those who will be exiting up there, as you're heading towards the lifts, to the left, you shall see the washrooms there. And also one last thing. Please, we kindly ask you to keep your phones on silent. You can have them on, but keep your phones on silent. And also please, feel free to take photos, take videos, share them on your social media, and use the handle #CreatorDay 2026. Creator Day 2026.
You can find us on all our socials, and also be sure to tag Techie, University of Nairobi, amongst other partners that we have today. So we would like to...
Right, let's kick off this day by allowing, of course, our host to welcome us to this space. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome John Orindi, Corporate Affairs Director, University of Nairobi. Makofi tafadhali.
Algorithm bless the consistency, turning influence into curves.
Thank you very much, MC. Big good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Very glad to see many young people here again this year, and of course also a number of partners. As the University of Nairobi, we are happy once again to partner with Techie to celebrate this Creators Day. We have done this for the last consecutive 3 years, and I hope that with this partnership going strong, we'll still continue to work together to promote the goals as partners of promoting digital talents in Kenya. This week, we were fortunate to host Africa Forward Summit Youth Forum, where His Excellency President Ruto and President Macron had a very exciting dialogue with young people on a number of issues. And one of the key learnings that I got from that engagement was that digital space is becoming very, very, very important. And us in Kenya, the youth in Kenya, you are very fortunate that we already have some very good infrastructure and skills, to take advantage, to leverage on the digital opportunities that technology, is providing us. There's a lot of discussions about the evolution of AI. Is it a threat? Is it, are we going to benefit from it? And there was a lot of talk on digital inclusion. And I want you, as you sit here today, to reflect on the issues of, digital revolution, and especially the issue of AI coming. As a young person who is looking at the future, how are you going to, leverage on the technology, to create more jobs, to find a space to be more skilled, and of course, to enhance the democratic space for expression. So the technology now give us opportunities to do a number of things. Expressing ourselves in a more democratic culture, opportunities to create jobs is in your hands. With a simple target like a telephone, you are able now to be your own boss, create opportunities for yourself and also create opportunities for others. We have the ability to enhance and to market this country, market our products. If you are an influencer, market our products, market this country to the global community. So really, we are sitting on opportunities. And that's why we are proud with Techie, to use this day as a platform for promoting awareness of the opportunities that exist in the digital space, and also, to get learnings, because we learn also through engagements. How do we learn the opportunities? Where are they, and how do we take advantage of them? Yeah, so learning is not only about being in class. It's also learning from the experience of others. What have they done? Where have they failed? And what can you do to do it right or to get it right? So I'm very happy to welcome you here today, believing that you'll have a wonderful conversation, engagements with your peers. You'll be able to, ask very, pertinent questions to our partners who are here. Some of them are the ones who own big tech companies, the ones that provide infrastructure for digital space. So be present, be active, and take advantage of the opportunities that is presented here today. And I look forward to meeting you again later when there'll be very good celebration. The MC has summarized that today we are networking, we are making money, and we are learning. I think generally that is the the general theme. He has really summarized the purpose of everything. So as you sit here, think money, think network, business, and also think about learning. 3 things. Don't go away without anything. Thank you very much and welcome.
Click, click, bang, smiling all the way to bang, cashing in the bag, that click is the real click, bang, everybody know the rank, working hard.
Thank you very much, Bono Ridi. And of course, one of the things that I acknowledge about this world is that anything and everything can be dangerous if used by the wrong person. We say AI right now. Is it a tool or is it a threat? Mandazi is a threat, but if used by the wrong people. A gun is a threat if used by the wrong people, but it is a tool for somebody else if it is used in the right way. So thank you very much for those welcoming remarks. And of course, as he's also highlighted, we are going to have a celebration in the evening today. We have the first annual Click Awards tonight, which is supposed to be, or rather, which is an award ceremony to award excellence in content creation. And of course, what better day to have that than on International Creator Day. Of course, this is the very first edition. It's going to get bigger and better as it grows. But since we are here tonight, or rather since we shall be here tonight, we shall celebrate the content creators that have done well over the last couple of years. All right. Now, if we shift from, let's shift from basic introduction straight into foundational growth. Let us have our very first panel today, which is From Influence to Enterprise, the right tools for every stage of enterprise growth. And please help me welcome on stage Andrew Ranja and Company Advocates. Makofi tafadhali kwake as he makes his way. We have Cedric Nzomo, CEO and co-founder of Zaumu Limited. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And also Maurice Otieno, Executive Director, Baraza Media Lab. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to introduce, she has not been introduced yet. Let me introduce my co-host and also moderator of this panel, Miss Charlene Murira. Makofi kwake pia tafadhali. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and karibuni to the stage. Thank you, Mato. A round of applause for my panel as they sit. Well, ladies in the middle. All right, amazing, amazing. So we would like to kick off this conversation and just set pace for the many conversations that we'll have today. So if I can just paint a picture, of the growth or the history of content creation and where it started. Before it was just the social platforms came into market, we were using them just to engage with each other, interact with each other. The cool thing at the time, I think, was how many followers do you have on Facebook? How are your pictures looking on Instagram? And basically that was it, right? Then comes the era of Snapchat, TikTok, storytelling. So, life in the day, and you're like, oh, that's cool. Somebody else also picks it up, it becomes viral, it becomes a trend. We have a culture and tradition as we know it today as content creation, right? But maybe where the gap is, and maybe what this panel will help us understand, is how do we switch our mindset from just looking at maybe influencing or just being a content creator, but looking at it from a business perspective as a brand, right? So we are moving from influence to enterprise. Enterprise being the structures, the tools that you need, the legalities that come in calling yourself a content creator, but a content creator doing business, right? So you look at your brand, what does your brand need, the setup, the tools, and things like that, right? And maybe just to kick off the conversation, I'd like to allow this gentleman to just introduce themselves. Sometimes you get a bio, like the way you look at somebody's photo on LinkedIn, then you see them in person, there's like a difference, right? So I would like them to each just 1 minute and tell us what they do on a day-to-day, and then we can go into a conversation. Shall I start to my right? All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maurice Otieno. The picture you see is, that was after Aromat was applied. But this is the real me. I'm Maurice Otieno, the Executive Director of Baraza Media Lab. Baraza Media Lab is a community, a platform for creators, journalists, to be able to come and experiment on the ideas that they have. And what that looks like on a day-to-day is that you have different people within the creative and journal and media space coming in and working on projects that are interesting. We've worked to launch, podcast studios like Semabox. Some ideas have been tested at Baraza and successfully grown. Some of them that you guys might know is TTNT by Njugush, as well as storytelling models. As you're talking about storytelling, I think the 12 episodes were tested and tried by Mkurugenzi at Baraza. And we've supported all creators and creative genres across. We have 5 offices across the country. That's Kisumu, Mombasa, Nairobi, Industrial Area, and Riverside, where we engage with over 7,000 media and creatives a month. So thank you so much. Looking forward to learn from all of you, to listen and to interact.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Andrew Ranja. I wear many hats. Let's start with I am a politician. Is that a cool thing to say here, or is that dangerous? All right. And apart from that, I am an integrity campaigner, working to spread the word about integrity and why we need to work with integrity, live with integrity, act with integrity in our nation, if that's the kind of nation we want to build. And then apart from that, I lead an organization called Taifa Teule Network, where we train young people on leadership and governance. And my phone is ringing right now. I thought I switched it off, sorry. And finally, the reason why I'm here is because I am a lawyer. I run a law firm called Ranja and Company Advocates. And among the many things that we do is we advise clients in the creative space who on intellectual property and how to arrange it, how to protect it, how to grow it, how to derive value from it in that whole space. So that's me.
Thank you, Andrew. Said.
Hi, Charlene.
Hi.
Morning, everyone. My name is Cedric Nzomo, if you want to be formal. I have been in the content and digital space for about 20 years. I'll just let that sink in slowly. I started out with blogs way back in the day. I've been in marketing. I have been a business owner in this space. I've done quite a lot of different things. Very, very proud of what content can do for a life. I strongly believe that it can transform and it can generate sustainable wealth, sustainable revenue for people. And as a result, what I've tried to focus on with this second chapter of my life is helping people derive as much value as possible from the content that they create and from the work that they do. The reason I got invited is because we founded a company called Zaumu. Zaumu is a content creator marketplace where we help brands connect with creators and get paid and do good work. We are, as a company, not that new. Zaumu is quite young, but the company that has existed for a long time is Verge. Verge has been in the market for, I'm losing track of time here, a bit more than 15 years. And it's a full marketing agency. We've worked with pretty much every brand in Kenya. And we've been very focused on the digital space and on creating opportunities for creators in many ways. That's how I know we behind in trying to make sure that whatever we do is beneficial to the industry at large. Hoping to have a fruitful conversation, and yeah, hopefully we can, like Mato said, grow our minds, our pockets, and our hearts while we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will start with you, Maurice. And the question, and I like that you're all talking about the mindset and shifting how we think about content creation. So paint for us a picture in your own experiences. What does thinking like a founder look like? And especially in the way we do our day-to-day, or what type of mentality should we be in to think like a CEO and not just a storyteller?
Yeah, I think if you look at content creation, it's no longer a side thing, right? Some people quit their main work to become full-time content creators. So I think at some point that conversation will even stop to be like, oh, I've quit this to become this. It will be like changing careers. It's like I've moved to be a lawyer to be a doctor, right? Because content creation is equally becoming self-sustaining. It's becoming a significant revenue generator. And most CEOs, most founders think about, will this company survive longer, right? So I'm seeing content creation or content creators moving to a point where you're not only thinking of like, oh, let me do this skit, go viral. You're thinking of like, after I do this, what am I trying to communicate? Who are the potential clients for future? So it's not just bits, it will be long-term. You're seeing people starting to create content that is either speaking about a particular issue because they care about it and they see that there's sustainability in that. Now, sustainability is not just currency. Sustainability also is about the creativity part of it. Can I sustain the creativity part of this topic? So for example, if you start conversations about, I don't know, oil in Turukana, for example, and you're creating content around it, will you sustain to get those stories and to communicate what you're saying? So I think on a day-to-day, as we create content, we'll be thinking about the going concern of our craft and also the going concern financially of the industry we are in every single day.
Amazing, I like that sustainability. And when you think of sustainability, it means the resources that you need as well, right? So just piggybacking on that, because we're talking about sustainability, there are also other habits and tools and systems that would need to be in place. So over to you, Cedric. What would you feel are the most relevant, tools or tactics that a content creator would need to build that sustainability? And maybe what tools do you think they need to set up a proper system?
So I think it's a bit of a broad question, but I'll try to narrow it down a little bit. I think you have to start with what you have, right? In terms of tools and systems, always start with what you have. You can do your content planning, your finance planning, your scheduling on sheets. You don't need to go and get some sort of crazy accounting software. You don't need to get some crazy CRM. A lot of these things you can manage with the tools that you have. The thing that is most important is actually a second thing you mentioned, which is systems. And systems, I think, to the point of what Maurice was saying about sustainability, if you're thinking like a business, if you're actually trying to survive as a content creator, you're not just trying to do it as like a side hustle or like to just get some coins on the side. You actually want to grow it and build money from it. The thing that makes the difference is the systems that you have in place. So do you have a strategy? Do you have a very clear plan of this is what I'm trying to do, this is how I want to get to where I want to get to, here's the things that I need to have in place. And they don't need to be difficult. Again, start with what you have. You can look at just the basic systems and the basic structures of saying, this is how frequently I'm posting, this is what I'm going to do, to the point of what he was saying about sustainability, this is how I'm going to make sure I'm accountable to that. Use your calendar. Like the number one, I say this to my team all the time, but the number one thing that manages my business is my calendar. Just putting in work blocks, putting in time and sticking to that. That discipline will do a lot more for you than pretty much anything else. Those simple systems of understanding that this specific repeated action is going to lead to the outcome I want is going to do a lot more for you than pretty much anything else you can pay for out there. That said, if you are looking for basic systems, always look for the free ones. So start with the free things. If you're trying to build a database, which is extremely important, please own your audiences. Everything that you see as your number of followers and whatnot, it is rented. The day that TikTok kicks you off the page, you've lost all your followers. Build a database somewhere where people you can still connect with your audience, right? Those things are important, and you don't need to pay to do them. You can get free CRMs from HubSpot. You can get free emailers from, I think MailerLite still has a free option. There's a lot of these tools that exist out there. So when you're thinking of what you're trying to manage, go to Google, say email management, and then free. And then look for the free one, start with that one, the one that has good reviews. Don't just go for the ones that are trying to steal your money. But like I said, before you get there, before you start downloading software, start with, do I have a strategy? And then do I have systems that will keep that strategy alive? And then what do I already have that I can use? If you have a pen and a pad, that's what you're using. If you have a diary, that's what you're using. If you have a laptop and you can set up your calendar, that's what you're using. And if you can go further and get things like tools, then use those as well. But do not limit yourself to the tools. I think building a business, people build businesses with less. And if you're trying to build content as your business, you also have the opportunity to do that with the tools that you have already.
Thank you, Sid. And you've mentioned something very important, which I would like to ask a further question on. We are on borrowed tools, right? So all our social media, the data that we have on there, and you've mentioned, your audience, right? So how can a creator look at their audience as a sales pipeline without losing the authenticity or making it look like I'm actually pushing sales of numbers, right? And making that work for you?
Okay, so I have like a whole course that I do on this. I was about to stand up and look for a whiteboard. But let me start by saying, first, please do not look at your audience as a pipeline. Look at your content as the pipeline, right? Your audience is going to come in and out, and you need to be aware of that. The reason I'm saying this is because, yes, you want to be able to try and shift as many people as possible from your social media, a place where you really genuinely have no control over them, to places where you can tangibly connect with them. Yeah, you want to be able to have a database of phone numbers and emails and places where you can actually connect with people. I'll give you an example. There was an event that I went to where we had TikTokers with million-plus followers, and then we had some YouTubers who had a few thousand subscribers. And each of them was sitting down and waiting to meet their audiences, right? So we thought, okay, cool, we've got these big names on TikTok. Let's see who shows up to like get autographs and take pictures and do whatever it is people want to do with their fans. The TikToker had maybe 2 people show up. The YouTuber had a line so long that it delayed the event. And this is the thing I want you to think about. If you look around this room right now, this is, you know, not 100,000 people. You can fill this room with less followers than most of you have. Let's think about that for a second. If you have 200 followers and they all descended on this space right now, you could fill this room. If each of them paid 100 shillings to be here, you'd be 20K up. You have to start thinking about your numbers like that. You have to be able to look at your audiences like that. And you have to consider that the reason they would be here is not because of who you are, it's because of what you published, right? So ask yourself, what is the piece of content that I'll publish that will make someone follow me? Then ask yourself, what's the piece of content that I'll publish that will make someone subscribe to my email? And then what's the piece of content I'll publish that will make someone show up when I say I have a talk that's happening? Those are the things that matter. You have to be able to have that pipeline very clear so that by the time you're trying to monetize your audience, by the time you're trying to make money from your content, you have a very clear way of saying, I know that I have a WhatsApp group that has 300 people and I can get those 300 people to show up if I tell them I'm somewhere. That audience is way more monetizable than telling me that you have 50,000 followers. I'm saying this as the person who occasionally pays you as a brand. So think about it like that when you're trying to like structure that audience. And then there's a webinar on the creative cash stack on Zaumu. If you want us to do it again, please see Irene. She's somewhere here. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you, Sed. So, Sed has mentioned, you know, if you're intending to monetize and make money out of your craft as a content creator, it also means the way you show up matters, right? So, and as you know, and I'm getting to the legal aspect of it, right, and the governance of it. So you're a content creator. Do you have a business running? And if you do, you know there are some legalities that you need to do, or there are certain obligations as a person who's earning money. Ranja, we are often, or rather, working as a business, it means I need to set up either my business, my company, my sole proprietorship, my liability, whatever type of company or organization it is, right? So which would you say or recommend as the best one for a content creator or for a creator? Or are there certain things that they need to consider when starting out a business and some legalities that come with that?
Okay, so I will approach this from sort of a hierarchy. You're a content creator and you decide that you will trade in your own name. You're just, I am Andrew Ranja, I am the content creator. If you want a deal, you talk to me, we sign. I'm a simple person, sipendi mambo mengi, okay? I like to simplify things and those kind of things. So I sign a contract in the name of Andrew Ranja. What happens then is that when I finally get paid, yeah, say I get a check of 100,000, as Andrew Ranja, KRA will come for my 100,000 and tell me we want X%. Let's assume they want 20%. Okay, maybe like 40% in this country, but yeah, 20%, right? So that's what happens when you trade in your own name as a private individual. Now, if you move from private individual to a registered business, whatever kind of registered business, there are 2 types we'll talk about today. One is a business name / partnership, and the other one is a limited company. So if you move from person individual to business, when you get paid 100,000, you can deduct expenses. Say I spent X amount of money to buy bundles, I hired a cameraman for this amount, I hired Charlene to hold the phone for me, I bought a ring light and those kind of things, and you can reduce some, or hired a ring light, you can reduce those expenses. I spent, say, 60,000 on those expenses. Then I'm able to reduce my tax by saying 100,000 is how much I got paid, and I deduct 60,000. So my profit was 40,000, and therefore I get taxed on 40,000. So I'm really simplifying it, but that's why registration becomes important, at least at the basic level from a tax perspective. Then you have to look at some of the things that you're doing as you're creating, you're not just creating content, you're creating value. Value is property. And this property needs to be owned by someone, by something. So if it is owned by an individual, suppose someone, Charlene here, decides that, no, not Charlene, maybe Nzomo, decides that he wants to fight with me over that property. So we disagree. He says, you copied my content, you did all that kind of thing, and then he decides to sue me. If he sues me as a private individual, then I am the one who is liable, and I am the one who, if the judge says I'm supposed to pay him, it hits me. When KRA is taxing, they are taxing me as a private individual. But if I register a business or a company, those kind of things, then when he sues me, he'll be suing the company, not me. So it protects me. So if we're supposed to pay 1 million shillings and I don't have it, personally, he can come for my sofa set and my TV and my shoes. But if it is a company, then he has to go for the company. Maybe he'll go for the company's computer. So at a personal level, I am protected. That is if you are registered as a limited company. And so there are levels. So there's a private person, then there is a business name you can register. It's simple, it's cheap to register. At least it allows you to deduct expenses. But above the business name is a limited company, which creates a whole new entity separate from me. So there is Ranja, and then there is a Ranja Limited. Ranja Limited is the one that is doing business with Safaricom. So if there's an issue with Safaricom, or if there's a person to be hired, if I'm hiring a camera man or woman, then the contract is with the company, not with me. So in a way, you separate yourself from the business, and you create a vehicle that allows you to now get value from the work that you're doing. And the thing about it is that some of the people who are going to be your big clients, big corporates, the moment you show up with just your name and your business card, Andrew Ranja, they'll be like, hey, kumbe, you're not organized. But if you show up with, have a limited company, when they ask you for an invoice, you even have an eTeams invoice, those kind of things, then they create at least an impression and an understanding that this is a person who is organized and serious. So, like Nzomo said, this topic can go on for a long time. I could stand with a whiteboard and explain, but I hope that little snippet just gives you some structure.
Absolutely, I think it does, and especially in this time and age where KRA is even sending us love letters on WhatsApp to remind you of your obligations, right? So your eTeams and the setup and things like that. So I think there are different things, as Andrew was trying to explain, that you consider. If somebody, not saying that everyone goes through that path, but should it be, what is the best possible way even to protect yourself and your brand, right? But on that note, Maurice, is it possible to separate your craft from the operations? So I am Charlene, and my brand is also Charlene, but I am also running Charlene and Co. Is there a way to separate them? Is there an advantage to doing that? And if so, what is that?
I think for all the reasons that Andrew has raised, it's important to separate it. And sometimes it's difficult because when you talk about creators, not only content creation, it's a wide range. Sometimes the name is what becomes the brand. But what I'm hearing Andrew say is also from a legal point, separating them legally. You can have Andrew Ltd and you can have Andrew, the creator. So when they come in, they'll not be coming in for, Andrew, the person. I also do think to some extent, we are all human beings, right? And imagine if a lawyer was not to stop being a lawyer when they get into their house. Imagine the arguments they'll be having with their family, with jurisprudence in the house. You can imagine. If you're, I don't know, a maratu, you're a tout, in the house, pia when it out, it becomes difficult, right? So same thing for creators. It's almost like it's difficult, but when do I stop being this person who's creating for people? And either as a content creator, as a musician, as a whatever craft you're picking, and you separate that from the personal. And that also sometimes safeguards even the mental health and well-being of creators, because not separating it becomes very difficult, and you expose yourself to the world. Creation is almost like something that even started, initially even as the first things in the Bible, they created, right? So creators are giving themselves, and sometimes giving themselves also means they give their personal, and it hurts sometimes financially, legally, emotionally, mentally. So I think there's need for that clear separation of personal from daily operations of your craft.
Absolutely. I like that you mentioned mental health, which is quite key. So I think that's an added advantage in separating. So I'll just go back to Andrew and then we'll go to Sed. So Andrew, when it comes to licensing, propriety, yes, but I'm a brand. How do I safeguard myself when it comes to my IPs, the name that I use, trademarking and all those things, right? What is the approach to take here? So, and is there a difference in terms of, or am I protected under registering, say, my business or my company, or do I need to take a step further in also trademarking and protecting my intellectual property as well?
Okay. Maybe the place to start is to explain what this property is, because we are calling it intellectual property. When you're a creator, being a creator, there are generally two lanes. Either you're providing entertainment or you're providing information, whether it is training, academic, directions, whatever it is that you're offering, it's information or entertainment. The value in your creation is getting people's attention, getting eyeballs. And getting people's attention is a very difficult thing. Just look at this room. I mean, this room could be full. We're about half full. People are busy, they have things to do. They went for sherehe last night and now they are trying to wake up and they are not sure what time it is, or they have a cat to study for, or their boyfriend is calling them, or I don't know, they were scrolling somewhere and they lost. Whatever it is, there are different things that keep us occupied. So getting people's attention is like magic, eyeballs. And that's what then turns out to be followers or likes or views and those kind of things. And so what people are actually paying for is your ability to get people's attention. If you think about something like a sport like Formula One or soccer, when an amazing team like Arsenal is playing, right? Sorry, I think you missed that. When I'm an amazing team, like the value is in the number of people who are watching around the world. And because then those eyeballs allow for someone to advertise. Sometimes those eyeballs have paid to have access to be able to view, if it is subscriber TV or something like that. And so that is the property. That thing that you're selling is actually property that needs to be protected and needs to be packaged in the right way. So depending on what kind of value you're providing, there are different ways of protecting it. Number one is this copyright. So when you have an idea, so let me first clarify, you cannot protect an idea. You can't protect an idea. And the concept is that you can't stop people from thinking. So everyone is free to have ideas. But when now you take that idea and fix it somehow, either you fix it in the form of a script, okay? Now the script is something that is fixed and that can be registered as a copyright. When you have an idea and you paint it, the painting is what is copyrighted, not the idea that I'm thinking I'm going to paint. No, you paint, because you're putting in your effort and some work to create that painting. When you have a performance, say a dance, when you dance and you record that dance, that is what we are protecting. So that's copyright protection. Now, sometimes we've talked about brand. We've talked about what our brand is. For some of us, the thing that is, yes, we are creating this content, but what we are also growing is our name so that we are recognizable. So when you create a brand and Andrew Ranja becomes a brand, then I need to protect that brand so that someone else doesn't use that brand. Remember, it's property. So when you have a strong brand, you have an ability to pull people into a space. You have an ability to get people to spend money, like Nzomo was saying, to buy your product. So that value needs to be protected. How that is protected is you register it as a trademark. So now a trademark could be the name, Ranja, or a design that signifies Ranja. So when you hear a name, Njugush, Sauti Soul, I don't know whether Mkurugenzi is, but Mkurugenzi is, if I say Mkurugenzi, so we know what that is. We know who I'm talking about. So I would like to imagine that he has gone and registered that brand as a trademark so that I can't just start another business and call it Mkurugenzi. So there's all these kinds of things. The primary ones are trademarks and copyrights. Now, if Safaricom comes and says, I want to use your intellectual property, there are two ways they can do it. They can buy, they can say, we like this brand that you've created, sell it to us, ikuwe yetu, we continue using it. Or they can license it, or licensing is like renting it. So they can say, allow us to co-brand so that when we create a product, we use your name on it as a musician. So they approach BN and say, allow us to use your image to sell this product. And that's a license, and they will be paying money every month or every year on it. So that's a bit about how packaging your content into a legally protected intellectual property can be used to then allow you to trade with it.
Amazing, thank you, Ranja. So an idea, anyone can have it, but the minute I start making money and put it online somewhere, ni yangu, cash cow, right? All right, Cedric, and then we'll have one question to the audience as we wrap up. Cedric, and in your field, I think your business is to work with the creators on a day-to-day, right? And maybe one of the questions that you probably get a lot of, we are saying, is how do I scale this business that I have, right? I'm creating content, but I want more. Where do I start, or what tips would you give?
Okay, so I think this answer, first, you're right, this is a question I get every day. And then second, this is a question that you get from creators of all sizes, because whether you have 10,000 followers and you're trying to get your first deal, or you have 400,000 and you're trying to figure out how to get more money, it is literally every day there's one person I have this conversation with. So there's a few things that you need to do. Obviously, we've talked about treat yourself like a business. So please prepare, because some of these things are really boring, but they make you a lot of money. And it's always going to be the case, right? Just so we're clear, when you become a professional content creator, half your title is professional, the other half is content creator. So just prepare for 50% of what you're doing to be eating vegetables, and then the other 50% is the nyama that you are looking for. So that said, there's a few things that will earn you a lot more money. The first thing is being able to have a very clear pipeline of revenue. Please do not rely on one source of revenue if you are a content creator, because that source of revenue can be taken away from you by the weather. Just try to start building multiple streams of revenue. And keep in mind, even as a content creator, we've talked a lot about influencing here, but influencing is not the only way content creators make money. In fact, if we're being completely honest, the content creators who make the most money don't make it from being influencers, right? There was a report that came out last year that showed, I think, content creators in Kenya made 1 billion shillings, 1 point something, in total. And the top 10 creators made about 300 million of that, right? Which means the other 70,000 people were splitting 700 million. If you do the math, you'll get to a number that's not sustainable, right? However, if you look at other sectors, so if you look at beauty, for example, beauty is not a 1 billion shilling industry, it's a $1 billion industry. And then you have people like Joanna who are doing amazing things in beauty, selling out products left, right, and center. That's where the money is. Now, what you would need to figure out as a person who's telling a story is, what do I have of value that I can use my content to actually drive towards? Something I own. Just talked about trademarks. We've talked about entities. Even when you're looking at someone like Abel, it's one thing to notice the content he does for brands. It's another thing to notice that he owns studios, distribution networks, production companies. Those are things that can generate money. It doesn't always have to be products, doesn't always have to be services. But the main thing you need to do is to be able to start thinking like a business, and then to do the boring work of saying, what does my stack look like? Yeah, what am I giving the world for free? What's the cheap thing that people can buy from me? What am I selling to my audience? What are my other commercial audiences, and how do I sell them something? And then what do I sell at a premium, right? The people who get paid to do speaking engagements like this, there are people who get paid for hosting. There are people who get paid to do so many different things. The important thing is to find what can you do excellently that people would pay a premium for. And then to build a pipeline so that it's very clear you're not depending on one thing. You're not depending on emceeing because the day you have a flu, you're going to miss money. You have a pipeline of things where 10% of the revenue comes from here, 10 comes from there, 10 comes from there. The way to get started, honestly, is, get the information. Do the research on how do I diversify my revenue streams. Talk to someone at Zaumu about how, creators are making money. We'll be happy to give you that advice for free. The advice is free. The work is where you invest. You have to put sweat equity into it. Nobody can work for you. That part is yours. Building from zero, no one is taking you from 0 to 1. That first step, which is the hardest step, is yours. The second step is also yours. Until you get to a point where you take a step that can afford a person, those steps are yours to take. But I say all that to say that everybody has the ability to make that money. Not everybody is going to try to. Not everybody is going to do it. So be the person that actually tries to, and you'll find yourself as the person who actually does it.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. I think I'm also learning. I'm not a content creator, but I'm starting to consider my career choices. All right, we'd like to open it up to the audience for questions. Please take advantage now. Any question? We can have about 1 or 2. And if you don't have any questions, then I can ask. Is there a question? Mato, if you can. Can we get, yeah. Please stand up as you ask your question. Tell us your name, tell us if you're a student, content creator, or a professional.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Immaculate Akinyi. I'm a student, and I was considering starting a blog, but I am currently confused. I don't know where to start, what to start with. And Mr. Ranja said that there are levels. You can register your, can I say, a brand in your name, or as a business, or as a limited company. Are there like levels where you start as a name, as your own name, and then you progress to go to label it as a business, and then you go to a limited company? Or you can just go ahead and name it as a limited company?
I think let's take another and then we'll.
Thank you so much. My name is Philip Ndinda. I'm an insurance professional. So my question is also to Mr. Ranja, similar to what my colleague has asked. So you mentioned about some benefits you get under a sole proprietorship company, basically talking about the legal exposure. So I wanted more understanding on the difference between these levels of ownership, from having a sole proprietorship to a business to an LLC, in terms of the tax advantages, and also in terms of the legal liability that you get as an individual. Thank you so much.
The last one, and then we can answer.
My name is Gideon Sabatia. I have 3 questions. Number 1.
3 short questions.
Yes,
okay.
3 short questions. Number 1, how do you deal with negative comments with your content? Number 2, how do you stay consistent even when the motivation is low? Number 3, what is the hardest part of being a content creator?
Right, thank you. Let's first answer that. And I think I'll start with Sid, and to just address that last question, as well as advise her in terms of where to start as a blog. So where to start, and then consistency, hardest part of being a creator, and how do we maintain the growth.
Okay, first of all, is there anyone from KRA in the building? Because I'm about to say some things. Oh, okay.
We are open and honest around here.
Okay, so in terms of registering, I think first, you want to be mindful not to register anything that cannot afford to pay for itself. That's my diplomatic way of avoiding saying, don't get on their radar before you need to get on their radar. Yeah. they are not kind people once I'll see you afterwards. But genuinely, you want to try, especially with the online space. There's a point at which, and I'm not saying this doesn't demean the value of the idea, but there's a point at which your value is not commercial. You don't have any commercial value. You have an idea for a blog and go and you write it. Have no, like, when you don't have an audience, don't have anything happening, don't put yourself in a position to have liabilities, obligations, even if it's work related. Don't turn it into a company and it is a company, right? That's still legal, yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, so that would be my advice, because I've done this before, where you go and you register a company and then like a year later you didn't make any money, and then 3 years later you're still trying to explain KRA why I don't owe you. You don't want to find yourself in that. So that would be my first bit of advice. In terms of like now the levels of registration, once you get to a point of, okay, I need to transact. If you're coming to do work on a platform like Zaumu, we don't do anything without an receipt. At the beginning, you start as yourself. At some point, it makes sense, especially when you have expenses, have it as That would be my second part. In the beginning, do as much as you can as a taxes, say 5%. Go into the space and you get us taken as those ones are higher. In the beginning, start by do what you can until commercial. Starting commercial, start as your. The minute you get to a point where you have expense, call a lawyer or a tax consultant, or call me, because this guy. So that's on that one. Then on, I think that also kind of covers here on benefits. The benefits make sense when you have expense, yeah, and when you have potential companies opportunity. The biggest benefit I've found with having a company rather than individual is protection. Really, enforcing contracts, things like that. Very different when SED comes to you and says, "Where's my money?" Whole different story when companies say where to pay. Very different. Get a faster response on that. So that protection is the biggest one. Everything after. I will address the 3 questions really quickly. Negative comments, motivation, and the hardest part of being a content creator. I think I want to kind of highlight something. I think it's Maurice who mentioned when he was talking about how do you separate the two things. There's a part of content creator. I said this earlier. Half of the work, you're a professional creator. Being a professional, the other half is being a creator. And being a creator for most of the people out there, especially this generation, it's an emotional process. You're putting yourself out there. You're putting your story out there. You're a lifestyle creator. It's your life that you're putting out there. But it's also your effort. There's an emotional investment. So when you go and you spend an hour and, or hours shooting and recording and dancing and sweating, and then you go online and someone says, "Oh gosh, dancing like a cripple," then you feel really bad, right? That's where the professional needs to kick in. Remember what you're doing and why you're doing it, right? Negative comments are still comments. At the end of the day, you've gone from 0 to 1 comment. As far as your business is going, you're growing. Keep going. If you know what you're doing is the best version of what you can do, just make sure the next time you do it better. Second thing is start building that tough skin early by getting very used to getting very honest feedback. If you have people around you who are only telling you good things, either you're a genius, yes, fantastic, keep going, or you might not have honest people around you. Just try to have a balance of people who can tell you when you can improve, right? Those guys who care for you enough to give you tough love are usually the people you need around you as you succeed. And they're usually the people that will help you through whatever the hardest thing is, which to the hardest thing, usually the one I hear the most is motivation. What you said, how do you keep posting? How do you keep going? I create content. I've been creating content for a long time. I also struggle with calendar. I struggle with all those things. But I hear it from pretty much everybody across the board that motivation becomes the hardest thing. If you can build a support system that keeps you going, regardless of what your hardship is, because for some people it's the mental health, some people it's like public criticism. There are lots of different things that can hit you and make your life extremely difficult, extremely quickly. The thing you need more than anything is people who can help you keep standing when right? That's not a 1 month. So as much as possible, try to start building early. Because if you try to build it when you find that it's not easy.
I think if I was just to summarize, there's a quote by, I think it's Henry Ford, who says, "If I listen to everything that everybody said, human beings will still be riding on horse chariots," right? He will not have invented the cars. So yes, it hurts inauma, like when you hear somebody, kwambia umbwa, inauma, right? But if you listen to everybody, then you kind of find yourself in this circle where you're not moving forward.
Andrea, in 1 minute as we
Without repeating, I think Sed has answered quite a bit of the legal stuff. The most important thing here said is Don't worry about the legal registration stuff when you're still ideating, when you're still trying to think about what am I going to do, how am I going to do it. I find that when you're at a startup level, if you overthink the legal stuff, then it will start just sounding overwhelming. It will create costs before you have even defined what your value is. So it's good to have the conversation with the lawyer so that you understand what the steps are and where you're at, but don't worry about it. Start the blog and see how that goes. Yeah, and to, I think it was Gideon, for motivation, I think it falls back to what's my ability, what's my talent. I describe ability or talent as something that you do effortlessly. Like I wash dishes effortlessly, I make a bed effortlessly, I do hair effortlessly, I clean whatever it is that you do effortlessly. So if you're able to do it without too much strain, then it works. Then the second level is passion. What am I passionate about? When you're passionate about something, that won't matter so much. It'll itauma kidogo, but generally you'll be able to brush it off when there's negative comments. For example, hugging trees. Who knew that hugging a tree can make you, like a wild, I don't know what, and take you to Brazil and take you to State House and do all these things. So someone just decided hugging trees. Now, if I had seen her hugging trees like a few years ago, I would have said, Oyune, you know. Higher. Then finally, the why, the purpose. Why am I doing it? What am I looking for? If there is a clear why in terms of your goal, then the negative comments, you'll be able to brush them off. You'll take them as criticism and see how you to navigate, but generally you'll brush it off.
Thank you. A round of applause for my panelists, please. Asanteni sana. As you've heard, the conversation will continue going, and you've seen there are a lot of stakeholders in the room, right? So they'll have a chance to speak. But as we are networking, please also reach out to them. So I'll welcome Vicky. Vicky is giving me a side look. So for our panelists, kindly, if we can remain on stage, let's move at the center here. There's a small goodie bag for you just to say thank you. And we can do a photo op presentation. Mato, you want to do the honors of giving them their nice treats and telling them thank you for being with us today. Asanteni sana, we appreciate your insights and your time. We are yet to learn much, much more from you. And the next time we invite you, please say yes as you did today, right? Asante sana. We'll just move closer and let's just take a photo.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. That was an incredible breakdown of tools for scalability. You know, tools are nothing without the correct leadership frame, of course. All right. At this point, allow me, just before I introduce our next speaker, to take a moment to thank our wonderful partners for this event. Just to mention some of them, and then I'll mention the rest, of course, as we proceed. Assurance partners, we have Real Informatics, we have NCBA Kenya, University of Nairobi, our hosts, African Tech Forum, Alchemy Brands, and ASEC, just to mention a few. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to welcome our first keynote speaker. Here is Lucia Musau, CEO of African Elite Group, discussing the CEO's mindset, transitioning from influence to leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Lucia Musau.
Everybody know the rank, working hard, no cap. That click is the milk, click bang. Views going up, no bang. Money moving fast, that click is the milk. Click all the wires, click, click bang.
All right, karibu sana.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm just wondering, I'm cooking your breakfast? What's happening? Ama hii maneno nimesikia kiare. Imetufikia mpaka kwa chai. Mato, please come back. I would like to dance. Yoko. Hata pia mimi nafikiri. Wewe ndio unatufundisha hizi vitu. Unajua naona a lot of Gen Zs, So I don't want to start doing cuckoo dance. I think that won't sit well with me and with them as well. Guys, please stand up. Wacha tukatike kidogo. You see, your mindset is overrated. Eh?
Unaweza anguka nayo?
Naweza anguka nayo.
Unaweza anguka
Baya
nayo.
sana.
You know, I'm surprised.
Guys.
You know, normally I don't meet you in person like this. We always meet in airports when we are catching flights. So now I'm meeting with you here personally on a stage. Bad do you say? Bad do I say? Aya, DJ. Mesikia CEO amesema watu wasiketi tu. Aya, sawa. Twende. Aya, sawa. Very, very simple. Nyinyi mnafaa kuwa mnamuonyesha in case achome. Aya, twende.
Tushasikia kikiingia ni kublast. Huko ngabado unachukua madam so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao.
DJ Jenzi wanatuangusha. Ama hiyo song ni mzee sasa. Ni gani nafaa kuwekwa?
Finally ama?
Finale. Gani? Siaka.
Ama
Siaka.
which one is that one?
Ama burukanga. Mumwamue haraka. Hakuna kuchoma. For sure hakuna kuchoma. Leo si siku ya kuchoma.
So, which one are we doing, guys? This one. I think this is that, right?
Burukanga?
Yeah.
Haya, sawa. DJ, weka piga up burukanga. Haya.
Remember, it's not a viewing show. Everyone is doing this, eh? Sawa.
Waka. Ndokire kana irongero ndenda hiki no nginya nderute guomboko ngirigwo njeke atia na maguru makwa mothe na mane makucoto
Chorus itafika. Hapa jibambe tuonyeshe zako. Tuonyeshe zako wa kwito. Tuonyeshe hizo za huko nyumbani. Za hivi. Haya ndio.
Piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga. Piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga. Buruka piga up burukanga.
Hiyo tosha. Thank you very much. Have your seats.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Also, imagine getting to learn these new styles in front of everybody. That's courage. My name is Lucia Msa. I'm the CEO of African Elite Group. So, first, today I'm not coming to tell you here what I learned and what I spend a lot of time teaching. Today's forum, I want to talk personal because I want to take you back starting. But before then, I first want to understand, where were you in 2010? Where were you in 2010? At the back, where were you in 2010? Someone at the back, where were you in 2010? In primary school? Who was in kindergarten? You were in kindergarten, my goodness. Anyone else who was in kindergarten? Guys, this is absolutely wonderful. So, in 2010, I started African Elite Group. 2010. Today, we work with some of the world's largest and most beautiful brands. When you think of soda, what brand do you think of? Please shout it loud. If you think of soda, what brand do you think of? Thank you. Coca-Cola is my client. When you think of champagne, what brand do you think of? Thank you. That's my client. No, I'm not bragging. I earned it. You must understand, when I started doing it, some of you forgotten. That is growth. Takes time. Takes consistency. Now, the year is 2010. A lot of things were happening in 2010. Believe it or not, iPhone had just launched iPhone 4. How many of you have iPhones here? What iPhone do you have now? 16. 17. What I'm saying is, in 2010, we were in iPhone 4. Would you believe it? Back then, mohawks were hot, guys. They were hot. Maxis were in. Skater dresses were on. My goodness, life was different. And you know what else was different? Myself. Me, moi. As a little girl, I still am. I was a little ambitious girl. And I could move around. I love to move around. If you see me teaching a lot, it's probably because I am a teacher. When I'm not studying in places like this, and I'm not at African Elite Group, I lecture in this university in CIPR, where I talk about PR. That's my bread and butter. So back in 2010, when all these things were hot, I was also hot. And I wanted to make something for myself. I wanted to start an agency. It looked amazing. I wanted to be Gina Dean. I wanted to be like Gina Dean. And it was amazing. It was a big, old, bold, audacious dream. So I went and registered my agency in 2010. But then I realized it wasn't as easy. You go knocking for these clients. These clients now I'm talking about so fondly. Back then I would walk in with a business card and a registered business. Like what you asked. I was one of those ones. I went and registered a big business and I called it African Elite. Can you imagine? I'm just this little girl, but I'm called African Elite. African what? But I registered it anyway. Then I started knocking doors. I went to so many businesses. And I was telling them how we can transform their businesses with our marketing expertise. But then, it wasn't that easy. Now, I was seated back home, a struggling agency founder, with my bio on Facebook. Back then, Facebook was an in thing. And I wrote under my bio, CEO and founder. Guys, please clock it for me. At least I had that much. Thank you. Back then we weren't clocking. We were clapping 1, 2, 1, 2. We'll show you at the end. So what did I do? I realized a lot of things were happening. Some of them, all those things I talked about, maxis were hot, skater dresses were hot, and there's something I was good at, fashion. So what did I do? I started taking photos every day before I went to the office of my outfit, and I would post on Facebook. Every single day before work, I took cute outfits, I posted on Facebook. I also went on WordPress and started a blog. And I called it luciamusau.com. And every day, I shared my outfit photos on Facebook, and I would also write where I got it. Back then, we weren't meeting with Mato in airports. Mostly, we were meeting thrifting. Times were different. Tour market. It's French. Back then it was just toy. Like I said, I picked my outfits, I wore them, I posted on Facebook, and I registered a blog on WordPress. Even before I registered luciamusau.com, it was wordpress.com/luciamusau. Actually, either that or the other one. It was the very beginning. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how I found myself as a blogger. There was a word then. We were bloggers. I think I was blogger 0010. Somewhere around, we were very few. All these people today who have grown to be these massive individuals, that's where we started. I remember Alai talking about politics. The Cyprian Nyakundis of this world, Kenyan Stylista, this is S, all these people. We started with them back then, and we were talking about fashion every day, about what we wore, where we got our outfits, and how to style those pieces. Hope that answers your question. You have to start from where you are. Years went on. Then we started getting recognized. Audience grew. Back then, I was posting on my Facebook profile. But suddenly, I had so many people following me, I converted my Facebook profile to a page. It became a page. Suddenly, I had, at first it was 5,000 followers, 10,000, 50,000, 60,000, 100,000. Sooner or later, I had shops. It started with shops. Shops were sending us goodies. Today we call them PR packages. That name didn't exist then. But it's like, oh my God, I'd like to send you shoes. Suddenly I was expanding my closet. I cleared 2 rooms, I made them closets because I had so much shoes and clothes and brands were sending. And finally, I was like, oh my gosh, this can't go on. I can't keep accepting. And if I don't accept, also people, I feel bad about it. So I started charging people to wear their outfits. Suddenly, I had a rate card. It started, I remember the first person who paid me 7,500 to wear a dress. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is awesome. I am charging to wear an outfit. But on the other side, my agency was still struggling. I was getting projects here and there, but they were still very small. So I got the first few small shops in town, and we were wearing this outfit. I would get an outfit, charge, I started with 7,500, then I went to 10K, 20K. Suddenly I was in business. Then brands came. When brands came, that's when the idea started. I realized, looks like I'm onto something here. Back then, the market was not as fragmented as it is today. All these names I mentioned, we all used to talk. We weren't as many. Today, there are so many influencers. If we filled here, they would be still more outside. Back then, we were so few. So we were all catching up. Every event we went, if there was any big fashion event, all the fashion bloggers, we were all there and we sat at the front. We had the best seats, good times. When we started making money, that's when the opportunity really started. And I'm not talking about the 20,000 of when we started getting paid, and I remember some of the earliest brands that started paying us were the likes of Techno, the phone brands. What happened then? I realized I had an opportunity. What was the opportunity? I said, to book me, you are going to book me through my agency. Please not moi, the founder. But you still needed to book the agency to book me. So I rooted the business from me to suddenly a multiplier effect. I had a business. So what happened? Every brand that I worked with suddenly was giving business to the agency. But at the very first time, they were just booking me as Lucia. Then I went to my friends. I said to them, how much are these people paying you? You know what? I'm going to negotiate you a better price. However, I will handle the negotiation. So what happened? I became a creator agency before even I knew there was a name for it. I was booking my friends through my PR and marketing agency then. So I was just me, brands, and my friends, except we are all using my agency as the platform to book. That's when we came up with rate cards. Now we had rate cards, we are getting booked, and we are getting paid. So, now I am so busy at that point. I am booked and busy, literally. You're moving from one brand to the other. I remember I travel a lot. That's when I started catching these flights with Mato. I remember I worked with brands like Bata. Bata is from Czech Republic. How many of you knew that? How many of you know that Bata is from Czech Republic? So, we travel with places. I remember Bata took us to Milan and took us for fashion shows in Czech Republic, and it was an amazing time. And all this time, every time a brand booked me, they booked the agency. I used the agency to book for my friends. So suddenly, I was scaling. And as I got busy, I realized, oh my goodness, how do I transform from being completely stretched that I no longer have time? That I no longer have time for anything else. And this is when scaling started. So, instead of sitting down and saying, and I think it's safe to say this was the moment that defined where I'm at today. So at one point, I was fully, and I mean entirely, booked and busy. I was moving around. I was traveling a lot. Brands were booking us, and it was insane. We were still posting on blogs and everything. But then came new players. Instagram also launched in 2010, but it didn't take footing till a few years later. Now we had all these platforms. These platforms were reducing the amount of, let me put it this way. Back then, people would spend so much time reading an article, but here comes a new platform, which only takes 9 seconds to get your attention. So times were changing. Times were changing so fast that we needed to change with time. And I made a defining moment. For me, I started skewing my brand towards the new architecture, the agency. So I sat at the back and started orchestrating some of those campaigns. I'll give you an example of Bata, for example. I went to the brand and told them, I have seen where you are struggling. You have taken me to Milan, you have taken me to Czech Republic many times, but I can do more for you. What you are lacking, I happen to understand it. I have been a content creator, I understand PR, I understand marketing, and this is what I can do. You no longer need to pay me as an individual. You are going to pay me an agency. And I'm going to give you a whole new course of action. And that's when things change fully. So first, I'm going to tell you what it really took. 4 things. Number 1, and please take notes, platform. Platform. You define the platform. You understand what you share on that platform. And you remain consistent on that platform. Back in my years, it was Facebook. Today, times have changed. That's why when you go on TikTok, find me. Because I'm also moving with time. Number 2, proof. What are your results? Today, in the brands that we work with, I see a lot of creators coming in. I have this number of followers. Honey, followers do not, and I say this fully with a lot of respect, followers are not impacting my bottom line. I want to know what you can do for my business. I want to know what you can drive towards my campaign. So followers is not the mechanism that we are using today. How many things have I told you so far? How many? Number 1, number 2, number 3, positioning. What exactly do you represent? How exactly do you want to be perceived? What do you represent? How are you positioned? I like to tell my clients and I like to tell my students, money follows perception. You can be very, very good at your job. You can be great at everything that you do. But if there's not something that you stand for, you are going to remain underpaid, many a times overlooked. How many statements have I told you so far? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I talk about number 4. I want to take you back with 2, 3 other things that truly define you as a creator, and which, when you compound with my 4 P's, is what truly builds brands. Authenticity. Today we see in platforms, same platforms that I've talked about, we see a lot of people trying to be something that you cannot sustain. And I think it's said here, who said, what are the things that you can do consecutively with less effort? Authenticity. Number 2, connection. Are you connected to your audience? Because without connection, you are always going to be preaching. And people are wondering, what value do you bring to them? And then, number 3, which ties to my 4th P, is community. You build a community over and above. Do you know the people that are engaged with your content? If Instagram today closed down and TikTok closed down, would you be able to move your following elsewhere? Or would you be out of business? And this brings me to the 4th P, proximity. Proximity. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, proximity. How well can you today assume that Instagram closed, TikTok closed down, and to some of us, LinkedIn closed? Would you still be in business? Or would your livelihood be done? So, how exactly do you remain close to your audience? How do you have a newsletter that you reach out to them? Do you have a WhatsApp group? Are there ways, if you invited your team, your followers, to meet you at a place like this, is there any way you would reach them? Is there something that you are selling to them beyond the content? Those 4 things: proof, platform, proximity, positioning. Very important to you, the content. And now, it's something that I've developed, and I'm going to leave this as a present. Martin, you can share And he can share with all of you later. I've created a framework to help you define, to build, to demonstrate, and multiply. All right? So it starts with visibility. From visibility, this I equated to my WordPress era. But visibility is not vanity, it's the foundation. You get seen as yourself consistently before you ask for anything. Number 2 is the architecture. The moment for me I started being booked through my agency, that was my architecture. So I want to help you define what is your architecture. And number 3 is scale. This is the bigger network move. So, my test for scale is very simple. Can you take 2 weeks off as a content creator? Or even 3 weeks off? Can you take 3 weeks off and still make money as a content creator? If your answer is no, then you haven't scaled yet. So, I want to leave you with my VAS framework. Visibility, architecture, scale. I'm going to give it to Martin, and before the evening, at the end, I want the people to stay till the very end. Martin is going to share with you a QR code. Or Charlene here is going to share with you a QR code. That QR code is going to have 20 questions. 20 questions that you are going to answer truly, honestly. And it's going to tell you where you are as a creator, whether you are ready to scale or you are way smaller than you actually think. And that's going to tell you whether in 10 years to come, you can stand at a stage like this and talk about your case study. Thank you very much for listening. And before I go, I'd like to bring my dear friend. With the permission of Mato, of course.
You can bring your dear friend, but because you've said you want to go, Pastor, of course, because you are a keynote speaker, we have to present this gift to you. A round of applause, please, for Lucia Musao Tafadhali. And also remember, we had not agreed on whether she's going to gift. We had not said whether she's going to gift us or not, but she has offered a tool that every content creator actually needs. When you ask yourself these questions on whether it is possible for me to scale or not, thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I leave you with a gift, and I leave you with my friend, Dominic. They say if you want to go far, you must go with people. And I believe in going with people. So Dominic is the director of partnerships and growth across Africa. Some of the big kahunas that we have in this world and in InsurTech. And earlier on, I heard someone talk about insurance, and I was like, Dominic is the right person. He brings together the architecture, the scaling from content, big business. Karibu sana, Dominic. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, it's normally very hectic to speak after Lucia, yeah? You all know, right? That all vibes, yeah? And then a man just comes and stands here. So I don't know if guys are looking at me or other ladies that are looking at me. But thanks, Lucia. I think I won't spend so much time. It was more of just to talk about my contribution into this topic about the creator. And there are key things that I do, right? So I work in the InsurTech space. I think I was part of the pioneers of the InsurTechs. I think those that basically study insurance in the University of Nairobi. so combining insurance and technology. I am also a creative. I have also founded fashion businesses around, and I work in that intersection. But one of the key things I normally speak about is building an ecosystem. And when you build an ecosystem, then you don't do what? You don't work alone. When I work with the African startups, one of the things I discover, even the creator, one thing I discover is that Africa does not lack talent. Talent is everywhere, right? What we basically lack is a scalable enterprises, or the creators that can create enterprises that can be scaled. And as I speak about that, I just look at the people in the room. There is a lot of talent here. You might find that you're studying a photography, right? Or a videography, but you think you can always do it alone. The biggest challenge is if you do it alone, you'll spend a lot of time to basically even achieve whatever you want to achieve, right? But if you combine with one other person who does something that complements you, then it's easier for you to do what? To scale, right? And by there, do know, if you don't appreciate right now the person that has nothing but has talent, you will pay for it heavily. Are you aware about that? So if you have a friend that is good with photography and you don't talk to him now and start doing something like a collaboration, if you find that person like 5 or 10 years from now, what will happen? What will happen? You'll basically pay, right? So the key thing when we talk about scaling and making sure that whatever talent you have needs to be scaled, it does not just start with what you have. It starts with the people around you. The biggest thing I struggle with is in Kenya, every day you will see innovators, right? And the creators. They will move from gig to gig. They will move from project to project. But the biggest challenge I find out is most of them, they don't scale their businesses. And one person that really motivates me, and I look at them, I say, hey, I think they are doing the right thing. I think all of you have seen the story of Obina Live, right? Right? It's because now he has changed from being a talent to a what? To an enterprise. There's an employment, right? There's a company. So what we need to change as creators is, let's not just focus on whatever you have and building it for gig to gig, project to project. Let's go forward to make sure that we build enterprises. And my last point will be on the talent alone does not scale. Talent alone does not what? Does not scale. If you think talent scales, then I think you will discover there's a lot of people that we were watching some time back. But because of technology, they are not there, right? So what you need to basically focus on is how do you structure your talent to be more of partnerships? How do you structure your talent to basically attract more people around you for you basically to scale that? Because that is what will really make sense. The last thing as I sit down will be, I think the students in the room and all the collaborators that are here, you will discover that everybody is uniquely made, right? Or they have a unique talent, right? But what happens when you live here and you go? The biggest challenge will be if you didn't understand even the name of your friend and what they do, when you live here, you'll be like, I saw Lucia speaking about Africa Elite. What does that mean? But there's something you might basically have understood and you want Lucia to help you on, right? But if you didn't basically involve yourself by understanding what the other person does, then you'll have a big problem. So in summary, what I'm saying is let's focus much into collaborating with each other, right? Let's learn more about what the other person is doing. It's not always about you. It's about also people around you, right? So I will really think of, after this type of discussion, we should not just get out and tick the box that we have attended an event, right? We need to understand each person that is here, what is that one talent that I don't have? And what is that thing that you do that I don't do that we can collaborate? That's the only thing that we can form an ecosystem. And with that much, thank you.
A better round of applause for Dominic. And for Lucia herself for those wonderful insights. Hey guys, the energy she had on here, and thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you very much if you're joining us. Karibu tena sana to this year's International Content Creator Day. Today we are having many conversations. We are learning, we are relearning, we are reminding ourselves of things that are important in our ecosystem and in this space. So please bear with us. If you have any questions, we will have sections of question and answer. And don't forget to interact with us online. The hashtag should be on the screen, hashtag Creator Day 2026. All right, so I'd like us to move into our next panel discussion. We are going to look more into diversifying monetization, basically the multiple creator revenue, right? For this, I would like to invite on stage our panelists who are going to speak to us, beginning with, and not in any order, we'll see. They are quite great people to run this conversation. So Splendor Mugo, who is the influencer manager at DigiTribe. A round of applause as she comes on stage, tafadhali. Our very own Martin Gedenji, aka Daddy Mato, karibu to the stage. And to moderate this session and interact with this panelist is Grace Ndiege, who is the Influence and Advocacy Manager, DigiTribe EABL. A round of applause as she comes on stage, tafadhali. Thank you very much, and over to you, Grace.
Good morning. I see a room full of young, so much potential. I think anytime I look on social media, I'm always looking to discover new creators. How many of us are creating content? How many? Up there? Who's looking, who's still thinking about it? Thinking about it or creating? Thinking about it. No, you need to move. I think the first panel did a very good job of telling us how we can kind of figure out the places where the money can go, the tools that you can put in place. But one thing we haven't talked about is how do we get the money? What are the sources? I know Carrie's in the room. Don't worry about them for now. We need to know how to place ourselves the right way. And so in case you're still thinking about being a creator, I'll tell you for free, there's so much money that is being made. And without ambushing them, how much money are you making off of creators? I think off of every contract creators make as independent consultants, usually it's about, 5% that we are paying as withholding. But there's a little bit more that you're asking for. So you can tell us that there's a lot of money you're making from the digital space, right? No? Okay, we'll talk about it later. But for any of us who is wondering, so where are these sources for us creating this income? I'm gonna go into the panel and ask first Daddy Mato to introduce himself, and then Splenda. Let's find out a bit about who we have on the table with us today before I go into ask them questions and see how or what value they can actually give to you guys.
All right. Good morning once again. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Thank you. My name is Martin Gedenji, aka Daddy Mato. I am a multi-hyphenate creative. I have been in almost everything in the media industry as it demands sometimes. I am an actor, scriptwriter, director, content creator, news anchor, events MC, radio presenter. Basically, I am a media, arts, and entertainment practitioner.
So multi-hyphenate is the right word for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lenda Muga, as you can see. I'm very passionate about content creation, but my background started with social media management. That's where I started, very young, at the age of, before the scene was huge. When we were in campus, we did this nano campaigns for campuses and also for brands. That's where I started managing nanos. And I grew into a social media manager and a digital marketer in my early 20s. And I've grown to become an influencer manager. So this is the creative space, something that wows me, how individuals can become so much just from a phone or a room in their house or just a dance. So we're going to see how that grows and how that scales as we go through the panel, but otherwise I'm very passionate about this and can't wait to have discussions.
Welcome. So I think just going into it, Mato, and I'll start with you. You've spoken about all these different creative forms that you do. And I want us to just touch on to, let's look at someone that's an everyday content creator that's looking at different social platforms. I want you just walk us through what sources you make money from. You don't have to go into the numbers. You know, the eyes are in the room. You don't have to go into the numbers. And if you look at this, and what percentage are you getting from social media platforms versus brand deals versus any other form? I think the last, it was said you can, as a creator, you can also extend your equity into product. So what are the sources and what percentages are you making off of these different sources of?
All right. So if I had an accountant, they'd be laughing at me right now, trying to talk about numbers because they are quite erratic. So one of the things that is very evident in our space is the erratic nature of income based on seasons. So there are times when the content creation space will be up because there are many brands that are running campaigns. And then there are times, especially now that we know every June, July, brands are like, wacha tunyamaze kidogo, and we know why. And we know why, you know. That was something that was not there 3 years ago, but starting 2 years ago and last year, and probably this year, unatulia kidogo. We have seasons where they intensify, especially when we go towards the festive season and, you know, the turn of the year. But then, because of that, and because your expenses do not wait for you to make money, you have to diversify and do other things, which also have their own seasons. For example, as a scriptwriter and as a director and as an actor, there are seasons when broadcasters will commission for shows, so you'll be able to get that when you're acting. But then now there are some jobs that they will give you pesa kidogo, but they are consistent. Say, for example, things like when you leverage on the skills and assets that you have, well, that I have, say probably as a script advisor or script writer for other content creators who are in season when you're out of season, as a production company for those creators, as a director, a script writer, even as a social media manager for brands that small brands that probably need to capture a specific campaign period or a specific season, say it's just pre-Valentine's or post-Valentine, or they have a 50% sale off because they want to finish the stock that they have, such things. So unless you look at it at probably within a whole year and say, okay, between January and December, which one is the one that gives you the most? I'd say even in the content creation itself, of course, as you can see, they are varied. There are some that I will make money because I am partnering with a brand because they have a campaign. Another moment, it's because I put out a video that did well on social media and it went a bit viral. And then, because I have some monetization tools on, I make some money from it in itself, which is not very common, but it's very rare. But, it could happen. It can happen. It has happened. And then, I think probably I'd put it that way. I can't exactly say, up on your mboka iko. Things vary.
Okay. We've seen Meta introduce the monetization on their platform. I think YouTube has had it for years. Many creators, especially abroad, often live off of money that they make off of YouTube. Have you received a check from Meta ever?
Not yet. Not yet.
And
Emphasis on yet. It is probably coming, but not yet.
And I'm asking this because I've seen videos of people revealing the ad streams that they made off of Meta, and it's often a ridiculous amount. It's even under $1, whereas people that make money off of YouTube will probably have $400, $500, $700, up to $3,000 USD. I think before COVID, when vlogging was at its peak, people bought big houses off of the money that they made on YouTube. For the longest time, it's been one of those platforms that has consistently paid people. But I'm not sure if there's anyone in the room that's a YouTuber if they still make as much money. And I'm curious to learn from anyone. So interesting that you tapped into the brands and as your source, probably your main source of income. And as we look at this, you've talked about season. So you go into maybe a Valentine season or a tax season. I mean, KRA is now paying influencers to teach people how to file their taxes or to remind people to file their taxes. Even those of you that are filing nil returns, you're seeing the content, which means the education is happening. And I guess I want to speak to Splendor on this. So how can a content creator now move from those, your one-off campaigns that you do, say you have a January post or a December post when brands are spending the most, or Black November, Black Friday. That's when I've also seen within the Kenyan space a lot of creators making money, to long-term deals. So what's the one thing that creators are doing so they can pitch themselves in a way that brands will listen and think about them as ambassadors, think about them as an affiliate partner.
Yourself and pitching yourself to your client. Show how yourself and pitching yourself to your client. Show how you understand your audience and how your audience is going to, and your audience and your creation is going to come and solve different problems that they have. If it's reach, if it's awareness. Another thing is that pitch your storytelling through the line. Be of more value than just a video. So once you start seeing from that aspect and not getting gigs, you work towards something more long term. Another thing is that, as Martin has said, you're not supposed to have, I just create videos, that's all. Then for me, it's not a value. And it's not also return on investment for me, because I'll get eyeballs on your content, I'll get people to attend my event, but from there on, what other value do you bring? So things like image rights, things like also, as Martin has said, social media management, scale yourself to be more than just a creator, and also to offer more than just videos and the normal deliverable. Yeah.
Just to add on to that, there's something that I always say, that sometimes we can diminish the importance of one thing because of where we are at. So say, for example, everybody here either is in university or has been to university or has been to college. It was so important for your KCSE results to be relevant for you to get to university. But your KCPE results do not matter at this point, wherever you are. KCPE right now does not matter. It doesn't matter what you got, whether you failed or you passed. If you passed in your KCSE, it matters for university. Same way, KCPE was so important for when you are going to high school. So depending at what level you are, so there's somebody probably who's thinking, okay, I don't need to build followers, and you have none. No, that's not your level right now. You need to build that and then get to a place where it is no longer relevant because you're focusing on something else. Second thing that I wanted to say, it is early on in my journey, I genuinely thought that the platforms were the business. That if the views were good, then life was good. You know, if engagement drops, you panic. You see, now I know better. You know, platforms are actually where people discover you. You know, they are not where you build your security as a creator. So today, the bigger chunk, of course, comes from, like I said, partnership. But then there is storytelling work. There is, like I said, hosting, production strategy, basically creating an entire ecosystem around what you do. Ted mentioned the products, and IP. Well, it's still a muscle I'm personally, intentionally trying to build because, of course, that's where true independence starts. But there needs to be a shift from creator earning from content to business using content as fuel. You get that? Yes. Creator earning from content and business using content as fuel, because platforms will bring attention, but business brings sustainability.
I hope you're all getting all the gems that are being. And as we look at that, I think, and Splenda, you had already gone into it when you're looking at influencers and how they position themselves. What's our mindset that an influencer needs to have now for them to be able to shift and, move from just being perceived as an influencer and into more of a collaborator, especially for brands and for their audiences as well?
So the first thing I've realized is that influence will get you hired, get people calling you and wanting to collaborate with you. But professionalism, we forget that a lot. So because content creation is fun, can be a bit draining. I would say a bit, I wouldn't downgrade it. It can be draining, it can be mentally draining, but there's the professional bit. At the end of the day, you're a business. So first, be professional. Brands look for so much more than just your numbers and just you as a personality. Something that I have seen fail so many creators. And it does not mean that you be rigid and hard. It's more of how you network with people. Like in this forum, for example, I'm here. Surely, if we met in the corridors, would you say that I would be the one who determines whether ABL works with you or not? Probably not. So it is something that I have seen work for creators. Network, know each other, collaborate, speak about what you do. And above it all, apart from professionalism, also communicate. So there's one young man who has just said right now, burnout gets to you. How do you deal with it? A brand is working with you, you're burnt out in the middle. Why? You need to communicate that. However hard it might feel, however cliche or cringe or whatever it may look, you need to communicate. Another thing is that I have seen is how reliable are you? Yeah, because if there's something that I have learned working with influencers, I'll always pick the reliable. What are you doing in terms of following up with what you're doing in terms of your content? You're supposed to do 2 reels in a month. You're being called to minded. You're not supposed to be minded. You're a business, and business does not run like that. So first of all, handle yourself with a bit of professionalism. Work, collaborate, ask questions, ask your fellow creators. Mato is here today. I think I'd say, but yeah, just inquire, understand. The industry is huge, it's large. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay, we get to see creators. Some of you are reloading. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say the same.
People also talk. That's the one thing creators overlook. That profession, and how you treat other people that you interact with matters. Rooms. Glenda works at Tribe today, but she's worked across more brands. She's worked at Patel, Cola. Someone at a different agency will ask, can you share with me investors who absolutely deliver based off of data, off of your experience? And in some instances, we'll be asked and we'll say, this person has really good numbers, but you will struggle with them on this other side. So it's very, very important for you to also just always maintain and make sure that you're on top of it. You cannot be rude. You cannot delay yourself. And then always look at that. I feel like for me, it's always look at that one job as almost your audition, only as good as you. So no matter how many posts, you might have been viral 5, 10, 3 years ago. If today you are not relevant, you're not able to give your audience that kind of, how would a brand want to your
like to answer relationship? Because a serious matter. Might think that you're talk. So you need professional, and is a creator that has grown. Does the telling. If there's something that most influencers don't realize, that most of your and you learn from one to another. Today you have Coke, tomorrow you have. So you understand that how you treat them, you're going to relationship. That's what most. How you talk, how you present, how you organize yourself, from paying tax.
A bit of a trajectory there, and you've also spoken at what kind of relationships takes to get big brands like ABL, any big brand that you would want. And I want us to just go back to any creator that's starting from zero. And Mato, what's the revenue stream they should build for living?
Okay. Even before I answer that, it's to build on it with something. So I diversified very early on in my, creative journey, so to speak, not just as a content. And I think this came at the height of my career as an actor, where I was in one of the, best shows on TV at the time. And then when they said it's a wrap, I was jobless. And I had a child who was coming.
For context, for the Gen Zs in the room, this was Tahiri Haino.
No, it was Suna Johnny.
Suna Johnny.
Yeah, Suna Johnny.
Clearly.
Yeah, I think that was the highlight. The other ones, I was just a featured, character on an episode or so. But on Suna Johnny, at least I was a title character, and then When it was a wrap, that was it. I'm jobless. And of course, that visibility that you get when the show is ongoing, it can lie to you. And it lied to me. And because in this industry, people can know your name, they can love your content, you know, they can quote your jokes, but your pocket is bad.
They'll see you in the supermarket.
Watakuita monene, watakuita bosi, watasema si unilipie fare leo, alafu watakuuliza kwa nini uko kwa matatu badala ya kudrive, you know? And of course that was a hard lesson. And I realized that applause and income are not twins. Just because you see me at work does not mean I am earning very well. Of course, because in our space, visibility is part of the job. It's by seeing me that, you know, I get to work. And I keep on saying that sometimes we are in a vanity industry because you have to love what I do for me to earn with what I do. So we always wake up every day to stand in front of the camera, you know, or in front of people, you know, to give our best foot forward and be pleasing with what we are doing. And then, because if you're not, again, you're only as good as your last job. If you're not, unaenda nyumbani. So the question that changed my thinking was, you know, if whatever I'm doing right now, like even as it was asked before, if this app disappears tomorrow, you know, are you still employed? And then I was like, if the answer is no, then I don't have a business yet. So what did I start trying to do? Service immediately. Service immediately. Everyone wants passive income too quickly, unfortunately. Mnataka kuingia forex, pesa imeingia tu kingoja. Uongo. Haitaingia hivyo ati crypto. Uongo. You know? So for me it was, can you edit? Can you write scripts? Can you shoot content? Can you manage socials? Can you host events? Can you consult brands? You know, followers are nice, but you know, clients are survival.
Can you manage other influencers?
Oh, yes.
Can you manage other talent?
You know, followers will give you fire emojis, but clients will give you checks. So, you know, so that's where I went to, service immediately. Yeah.
So I guess it's with us to, you know, look within. What can you do? If you cannot be the talent, can you be or can you find other ways to make a revenue? And for all this work, Splenda, how much are we paying content creators right now? Are they making real money? And can they live off of this? And I'm saying this because I pay people and I see people buying new cars, and I've been driving the same car for 6 years now. So are people making money and good money out of content creation?
Being on the paying side is easiest because you're going to be paying someone 5 times your salary to be. I wouldn't downplay it to one video because I know what work it means for that one reel to come out, and for that production, and for that brainstorm, and that videographer you have. Even if you don't have one, especially if it's a one-man show, I understand. But the money is there, and I'm not going to lie, brands will give you money. But your negotiation skills, I'm going to go back to and double down to that, because I have witnessed influencers with great numbers, and for us, numbers does not mean just for. I'm going to build a base on this. So before you're picked to do a certain campaign or to work with a certain brand, there are so many things that we get to look at. And the first thing is, of course, your followers. The second thing is how culturally fit are you or your audience, or the type of content that you do with the brand. So I cannot pick, for example, creator who does their content, that does fashion content to football. Doesn't make sense. You have to align. The second thing is your numbers, of course, and numbers in terms of your following, your engagements. So these are the things that Martin was saying. Your followers are going to give you the stars, the tomato fires, the comments, you know, the reposts, such things. Look at all of them. And I see you have great numbers, you have great content, you invest in your production, you do very good content. But when I ask you, so this is the job, how much do you expect me to pay you for this job? That's where the problems come. So it's either you overquote or you underquote. That's my experience with it. So one thing I'd really want you to have and always have is a rate card. Okay? So, and your rate card is based on numbers. Show us why we should be paying that 100, 200, 300, even 500. There's no, that there are creators that charge even 1 million for one video. Zitaisha with time, yeah, and they'll come with their own. So from there, what do? YouTube, people used to scale on YouTube and have millions of followers, 100 subscribers, 100,000 and earn from it. People moved from YouTube to TikTok. It affected people. So also understand that relevance might change, and also seasons change, as Martin has said, and also numbers do not, and how people celebrate it does not certify that you'll get a job or you're getting an income. So various sources of income and also growing yourself. Also take some few lessons. I know there are free lessons on Google, HubSpot for different things in the same field. So yes, there is money, we are paying them, but don't rely on content creation only. Please scale yourself to do more than just that.
As we wrap up, Matul, kuna malule kelebeti kachomeka. Just tell us, what's a win and a loss that you've had as you've been looking for money?
Hey, you're asking me the wins and losses I've had, eh? Now me. Well, big win, experiences, human interaction, events, hosting, interpersonal relationships, with representatives in brands, because I always say people support you when they feel connected to you. And, comment section, yes, can like you, but a room can trust you, and especially, those comment sections. One of the biggest lessons I got last year is that comment section can turn on you so bad and so fast, because last year, was a tough year for me. It was a tough year for me in terms of my personal life and also my career as well, because they integrated into each other in a way that the social media space, felt ownership of it, which is one of the tools at the time that I was using, which is one of the tools at the time I was using for connection, because that is how people connect with you. That's where my audience is. But then now it gets to a point that the same thing that you connected to your audience with is the same thing that you're being bashed with, whatever the details of it are, so to speak. So it is the relationships that I had built built over time that allowed me, of course, to step back when I needed to, and then start moving back towards where I'm growing to right now. It is the relationship I built with a certain marketing manager or digital manager somewhere who left that company and went to another one and is like, you know what? I know you as a person, I know what you can do, let's do this. And then slowly start coming back. Because it's a way, of course, the authenticity of who you are as a person and the relationships you build. A big loss, assuming audience love equals buying power. No, which I'll again go back to what said about, like asking, yes, they love me, but do they love my match? They love me, but do they love my match? Because likes are emotional and purchases are behavioral. But of course, again, being that this is a vanity industry and work, you need to remember that can change at any time, and the new kid on the block can come any day, and that attention might shift to that other. So what are you doing to stay relevant? And how resilient are you when facing all odds, whether financial or personal, career-wise? How resilient are you facing? So big wins, yes. Big losses, yes. Here we are, waiting to be as relevant as we need the space that we have. And I keep on saying, I am not paid to work, paid to have. Yes, and thank you for being so vulnerable. Young man who had asked, "What do you a day?" That's so I'm going to open it up.
I'll give you guys a chance to have question and answer. I just bit faster in the questions, and I'll give you. Okay. And we have a networking session as well. So when they're up and about as we're networking, feel free to reach out to and thank you so much, Grace, Mato, Splenda. It was a pleasure. Mato, when you're still on stage, please just do the honors of rewarding these beautiful ladies. Thank you so much, Grace and Splenda, for taking the time for your insights. We really appreciate it. We hope that the next time we call you, you shall answer as you did today. And as we take your photo and as we prepare for the next panelist, I'd like to give a shout out to Safaricom, who are one of our partners. They are about building on culture as well as content creation, and they support that in the various ways that they and their services. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause, please?
To the city,
There's some couple of members that I'm looking for as we do that. All right, as we wait for them, I hope you guys have been participating, you've been listening in. Today's conversation is around a lot of things, right? I had a couple of speakers talk to us. It's here, courtesy of Dreamland. I would like to reward the help of Wiki and the rest. Volunteers, please. I would like to have 2 gents, 2 ladies. Just come to them. And here. Gents. Very much. Another lady and gents. Oh, and more.
Do not wait to be chosen.
Confidence.
Do not wait to be chosen.
Positioning. What have we
Kuja.
been learning today? What else? That was okay. Join me on stage. Can be one more person, any other bold person in the room. I promise, I'm not asking hard things. I'm not making you dance. Thank you. That's okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, if I can have another mic, please. Okay, all right. Just move to the center there. Right. Have all of you been here since morning? Just joined? Since 11, thereabouts. So we'll start with you. Okay? My first question would be, what's one thing that you name, what you do, one thing that you
She talked about how you should be. You should, when you want something, you should position yourself. She talked about being authentic. You should be also. She talked about being authentic. Should also have proof of what you are doing and be clear.
Okay, congratulations. So you win yourself a treat from Railyland. That's what we are saying. You need to pay attention. So Lucia did give us pointers, 4 Ps on what it means to be a CEO, correct? All right, let's go this side here. One expectation you have for today.
First of all, my name is Deborah Otieno. My expectation of to come out with a new idea is something that even if it's obviously it's by starting small, but it can grow into something big, because as a matter of fact, this is the age where to start it. I can't wait to get at 30s. So my main expectation is to come out with an idea to start content creation and something online that may make.
Okay, a round of applause for her. Then we move here. 2 partners, sponsors for our event today. Any 2 partners? Mnampea Max.
Safaricom.
Thank you very much. Although hapo umepewa Mwakenya na neighbor. Umekumbuka? All right, one more question. Were you here in our previous session? Right, can you name the panelists left stage? Yes.
Linda.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Who else? Very nice, very nice. All right, a round of applause for them as they sit down. I have more goodies and giveaways from where that came from. So please, when I say pay attention, take notes, listen in, that is what I mean. Thank you so much to Dairyland, our partners and sponsors for today, as well as all others that are in the building.
All right, thank you very much. Right, we are quickly going to go into the next panel. And I'd like to introduce the next panel. The next panel is going to be on co-creating enabling policies. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Sarah Muyonga, Public Policy Manager, East and Horn of Africa, Meta. Makofi tafadhali. Oscar Otieno, Senior Deputy Data Commissioner, Compliance Investigation and Enforcement at the Office of the Director of ODPC, and Kennedy Kachwanya, Chairman, Bloggers Association of Kenya. Makofi tafadhali. Then we also have Nixon Omondi, Chief Manager, Digital Economy and Tax at KRA. Yoyo mumefikiwa. Mumefikiwa. Karibu sana. Makofi KRA bwana. Wasitoke hapa akisema tuna jam. All right, and of course, I'd like to invite the moderator for this panel. You heard him before. Bwana Morris before Aromat. Karibu sana. We need an extra seat. I think in the meantime, Morris, unaweza changamkanga hapa on your feet as I bring you the seat.
I think
sorry. Una bank kidote. No, thank you so much. As we wait for the seat, let's just start by seeding some questions. Just 2 questions. Hata wajiongea kwanza, what question will you have for the panelists as we are waiting for the seat? One question that you think before we start the conversation. Good. Unaweza sema nataka kuwa verified on Meta, something like that. I'm joking.
Okay, so when I'm Immaculate Akinya again. When you are introducing the panelists, I heard there is someone who is in the Bloggers Association of Kenya.
Yes.
So a question to him, like as someone who's planning to start a blog, like what are some of the things that you need to start? Maybe like platforms, like what you need to know, because
okay.
I know nothing about blogging. I was just a lecturer is the one who advised me, because I'm very passionate about economics. So the lecturer advised me to start an economics blog, and I know nothing about blogging. So I have just been doing research.
Good.
Yeah.
So that question will be planted there. Anyone else? Last one? As no one? Or you want us to speak first, then you can have questions? Yeah?
I think let's go.
Sawa. Let's go. Let's start.
Over to you, Maurice. Thank you.
Asante. So I'm surrounded by government on both sides. I want to tell you guys I'm safe. If you see me blinking twice, no, I'm not safe. But I think I'm okay. I'm with the data. I'm with the Kachwanya. I'm with the KRA. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we're going to have a discussion mainly around policies. We'll keep this short because we are the only people standing between you and the lunch or break. So pardon us if we rush it haraka kidogo. Sawa. And I'll start with, actually Kachwanya, why don't you start by answering her question? Where does she start, first of all, as a, imminent or emerging blogger? Where does she start?
Thank you. And this is a good place to start. Oh, I reintroduce myself. So my name is Kennedy Kachwanya. I'm the chairperson of Bloggers Association of Kenya, popularly known as BAKE. And I'm glad that within the university structures, lecturers are advising people to start blogs. Because at the point where we are discussing policies, especially things surrounding how digital economy works in the country, and where we are now, most young people don't have jobs. Even people who are coming from university with degrees and PhDs, there's no available jobs. And digital economy for the young people help a lot now. And people from the government would attest to this. They talk about creating jobs, but the digital space is where the jobs are now coming from. Now, how do you start? If you are a beginner, of course, most of the time you might not have resources because you need, in ideal situation, you need money. Like you need to register a domain. A domain is, now when you see a website, so let's say you see a website called meta.com or kra.or.ke or something, or kachwanya.com. Now, that name itself is the domain. The name, that is the unique identifier of our website. So the name is the domain. Then you need money for hosting. So at a starting stage, that would be probably around 3 to 4K to do that. But if you are starting, maybe you don't even have that because you need to pay that yearly. When you're starting, you may not have that. So you can start from a free version. For example, WordPress. There is a free version of WordPress that you can register on WordPress, and then you start blogging. Or you can start from having an account on, let's say, Facebook or even X or LinkedIn. Then you use that. Facebook. Own digital economy space. So that's the starting point. Once you get the resources, as much as you might work with these social media platforms, I would always advise for you to have your own domain and website.
So that's your digital real estate.
Yes,
yes. Not a plotty. Speaking of, when you start your digital platform, of course, you start collecting data. Explain to us, like we are Senator, oh sorry, I almost said her name. Explain for us, as class 5 students, who is a data controller? And at what point do a creator become a data controller, and what should they look out for?
Hello, thank you. By way of introduction, my name is Oscar Otieno, and I work for Office of the Data Protection Commission. So it's true, the way you said it, the moment you start maybe blogging, creating content and all that, then you start collecting personal data. Because I want to believe it is not all about your data that you'll be doing. You'll not be creating content about yourself. So you'll be going out collecting data on other people. So that therefore now makes you a data controller. So maybe, as you say, not a senator, but as class 5, as class 5, maybe students, just by way of definition, a data controller legally is that person, either legal, a legal person or a natural person that collects, processes personal data of others, and then you determine how you will use that data. For example, KRA will collect your data for purposes of tax assessment, and maybe banks for purposes of credit scoring and all that. So for content creators, we'll be collecting data for purposes of creating those contents, maybe for commercial purposes and all that. So that makes you now a data controller. So once you are a data controller, there are obligations then that will follow. One of the things that I may want to maybe mention right now is, maybe most of you being in the university and you are starting to create content, taking it out there for commercial purposes. If you are making any revenue that is less than 5 million annually, and you know, legally the word and or is really very important, and you have less than 10 employees, then you are exempted, which means that the government is also trying to nurture and provide a conducive environment for you to operate in. So if you are that one solo guy, or you get that gig and now you need to go and get a cameraman, so you are only 2 people, and you are making more than 10 million, still you don't need to register with the Office of the Data Protection Commission, because the exemption is earned. You make more than 5 million and more than 10 employees. So you may operate within that space. But the moment you hit more than 5 million a year annual, and you employ your 11th employee, then now there are obligations under the Data Protection Act. For example, now we want to know who you are, why are you collecting this data, and that is by form of registration. Where are you taking this data? Because we do understand that in this whole realm, you could be processing data, maybe using platforms like Meta, that will subsequently be transferring data outside Kenya. We want to know where are you taking these For example, and the Kenya Data Protection Act is very strict on minors' data. If you are coming up with your content and they're minors, anyone below 18 years, then you have a lot of obligations to protect that minor, because this minor cannot have maybe consent and all that kind of things, which I think we will discuss later here. So thank you.
And thank you for that. And it's good to know you've seen clubs who have paid a lot of money for using people's pictures and data. So it's becoming a very hot topic for us to understand. Now, when you go back to, before we get to the money side, we are going to the people who take the money. So let's just have a conversation. Like, what taxes do you apply on us? Before we tell you the money that you make, what taxes do you apply on us?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Nixon Omondi from KRA, and our rapporteur. I don't know whether it was so coincidental. We were in primary school with Kennedy, we were at the university with Oscar. So it's so beautiful to be deep state, Deep state, and Sarah is my very good friend. We coordinate a lot in terms of meta and the taxation realm. Very quickly, as a content creator, you are accruing income. That is what the law tells us. When you accrue any income, then the law requires you to pay tax. The same way some of us who are employed, we are also accruing income, and that income is also taxed. It is an obligation upon all of us to pay our fair share of taxes. So as a content creator, if you are earning in the digital space, there are a number of taxes that might be applicable. And I hope economic students will understand what I'm talking about based on Adam Smith principles. That one, we have income tax. So income tax is lawyers try to give us a lot of tongue twisters, that income tax is a tax on income. Okay? And that is what it is. So if you are earning any income, then the law requires you to pay a tax on that income. And as a blogger, if you are an individual content creator, then you pay the tax based on certain bands that have been provided. We start from 10%. Unfortunately, it goes all the way up to 35%. Then if you are operating a company, and I liked some of the questions that came in earlier, that should you operate as a sole blogger or sole content creator, or should you operate as a company, or even as a partnership. So if you're operating as a company, the tax rate is 30%. But for sole, we call them sole traders, or we can say sole content creators, if you're earning anything below 24,000 in a month, that will be 288,000 in a year, you will not pay any tax. It is tax-free. So that is income tax. And for income tax, what you need to do, there are two regimes. Let me become a bit complex. There are two regimes. One regime is where you pay what we call turnover tax, where you simply pay a percentage of your income, which is currently at 1.5% on a monthly basis, and that's a final tax. The other regime is where you need to keep track of your expenses. At the end of the year, you compute how much did you earn, how much did you spend, and I'm happy that it was mentioned earlier, for you to get credit for any expenditure you've incurred, those expenditures must have gone through electronic invoice management system, ETIMS. But for this year, there's a window where you can lump them somewhere, even if they are not on ETIMS, and you still get to reduce how much you are going to pay. So you are going to pay tax based on the profit. That is the income minus expenditure that you have incurred. And I think this is also important. As business people, whether you're a blogger, any other content creator, keep track of your expenses. Try to keep proper books of records to account for what you are doing. So that is income tax. The other tax is VAT, but VAT aligns to what the deputy director has mentioned on the 5 million. You only charge VAT if you are registered. And you're only registrable on 2 accounts. You want, we call it voluntary, or you are making at least 5 million shillings in a year. So if you want the benefits that come with VAT, you can voluntarily register for VAT and charge. However, if you meet 5 million, it's now compulsory. So you simply register. And VAT, we say, is not your tax. It is a tax to the final consumer. So if you've been given maybe a brand promotion by EABL, what you'll do is you will invoice EABL, but you load the 16% VAT. Then if you have incurred any other VAT on camera, on transport, on accommodation, and all those other services, you also get to claim it back. So you pay VAT on a net basis. How much you charged EABL, for example, minus how much you also have been charged by your service providers. So I think that should be clear to that extent. And then we have another tax known as withholding tax. Withholding tax applies based on who you are supplying and who supplies you. So there are certain services, when you supply them to certain people, when those people or the customers pay you, they do a withholding. So EABL, for example, is required to withhold when you do a brand promotion to them. So when you pay them 1,000, when you charge them 1,000, they are required to withhold 5%. That 5% is not a final tax. It is an advance tax. So that when you declare your final income tax, you claim back the 5% that EABL, for example, had withheld. So I think that should be clear. On the same note, if you also hire a professional, for example, you want your books to be okayed by Kennedy, who is an expert in accounting. When you are paying him, you also withhold a 5%. To him, the 5% is not final as well. So when Kennedy is declaring his consultancy services income, they also get to claim the 5% back. So I want to keep it that short. But one more, in 2024, there was a law again that was introduced that now mandates Meta to deduct a 5% as they pay you. So Meta will deduct 5% on what we call content monetization. That 5% is not a final tax. It's an advance tax. So as you file your annual return, you claim back whatever Meta had deducted from the amounts that they were supposed to pay you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that's a master class. You know, when you said one more, I was like, another one. The song that came to my mind was that, is it Recross? Another one. Anyway, Sarah, you know we like you. We like you so much, all of us. Let's talk money. At what point what are some of these monetization eligibility criteria that creators sometimes do not understand, especially on Meta products or any of the other Meta products? That's one that you can think of, because I know money, you can save the money question or the answer for the last one, so that we have a good taste after we've finished. But what are the other safe tools that also we can think of as creators? Because there was a question that was raised earlier on today about, you know, the comment section, and sometimes there are so many people who are either aggressive online to creators.
Like you. So it's always a pleasure to sit on a panel. My name is Sarah Muyonga. As earlier introduced, I'm a public policy manager at Meta. I don't want to make the assumption that you all know Meta is, but Meta is a technology company, a company that sort of is dedicated towards advancing technology that creates human connection. We want people to engage from a social perspective. We want people to thrive, build businesses, communicate, express themselves, and build those great connections. So we are the company that brings you what we call our family of apps. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Threads, we have Messenger, we have WhatsApp, and beyond that, we're also investing a lot in technology, AI technology. where for those who are following, we are also investing around building large language models. A lot of this AI technology still drives our platforms. We've been doing this for a while, actually. I know there's the AI craze now, but AI has been part of how we are building the solutions. We are investing in frontier technology around wearables, smart glasses, MetaQuest, the games, and beyond that, just open AI technology, where we are allowing, I mean, I think it's really believing in how, I think every time I find a misconception of creators are comedians or creators are musicians. I think it's really wide. But beyond that, the question was around eligibility. I think 2 years ago now, and also through lots of efforts, because now you see we work a lot with government. There's a really strong belief around the digital economy and what it does. So even advocating for more products, access to products and product features that Meta has in different jurisdictions have almost become a key policy priority for the Kenyan government. So the Kenyan government, through His Excellency the President, had been advocating very hard, and I think also because the government engages with the creators. So we expanded creator monetization in Kenya back in 2024. So creators have been able to now monetize. Before, you were creating your content, but you would not be paid. Sorry. It was not monetized. But now monetization was expanded to Kenya. And shortly following that, I think because there were so many challenges that creators were having based on the different formats of creation. Like, I don't know if any of you here creates content, you might find we have Facebook stars, then we have something different kind of products, and so you have to keep following different strands. So globally, we are trying to unify the approach so that it becomes more simplified for a creator. Once your content is created, either in text, in video, like written, those are some of the other areas that we've tried to streamline. So starting last year, we started the rollout of a unified monetization, basically. So I think the fact that we remain dedicated, and I say this in many forums, we call it almost a flywheel. Creators, we care about creators because they also bring more people to the platforms. When more people come to the platform, more advertisers come to the platform. So it becomes a more symbiotic kind of relationship. So we dedicate time to see how can we improve the experiences of creators in terms of what they can have on the platforms, from whether safety, and then how do they make revenue. In many cases, the revenue is a product of even advertisement at a great extent. So if you want to advertise something. So basically, there's a symbiotic relationship. We care for creators for that. So we've expanded the creator to a unified product that's now is eligible in Kenya. I'm always proud to say Kenya is one of the first markets across sub-Saharan Africa that they began the rollout of monetization. I'm thinking about moderation. So basically, many of the legacy programs we have are now put together. But back to eligibility, I think just very quickly, eligibility is really around the original content. I think at the moment with the unified program, a long time ago used to say you should have at least 5,000 followers, and I think we have, how do I call them, ambassadors who can tell us a lot more. But some of those things are being lowered the entry point is being lowered in that process. So number one is it's going to be an open program for everyone, but in many cases you'll see you can now monetize your content.
Opportunity has gone. It's only one that we'll take for now, so that we go for lunch. Yeah, it's lunchtime.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Wabungo. Sorry about that. My question goes to Nick. It's a two-part question. Number one is, I'm from Kevin Wabungo from Click It Media. We deal with email marketing for organizations. So my question is, you mentioned about tax, and I want to be clear, as creators, are we susceptible to corporate tax? Yes or no? And if it is yes, is there a possibility that the institution that you lead can help creators in such a way that, yes, we declare the corporate tax at the end of the year, but it is rebated so that we can be able to plow back that corporate tax into our trade, our craft, so that we can be able to exercise more or expand more to what Oscar was saying, grow the craft to hire more people or to expense more people for a couple of years through a moratorium, say 3 years, where we still declare and plow back, and then on the 4th year, then now we are able to remit more tax to you. I don't know what you feel about that.
I think that's the only question, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to stand. The nuances about taxes, my friend, is that corporate tax is just a name of tax to be paid by corporate bodies. Otherwise, the bigger name is income tax. So income tax, you can say if you are an individual, you are paying personal income tax. But for a corporate body, companies and the like, they pay corporate tax. That's basically the divide. So if you're operating your media entity, and it's through a company, incorporated, you have the CR8 and the CR12 and all that, then we say you pay corporate tax. That is income minus expenditure. Any profits is then taxed at 30%. Okay? If you're an individual, for example, you have a business name, because if you use a business name, you are just an individual, a sole trader, then you are taxed, but your rate is not 30%. The rate is graduated from 10%, then you go to 20, then you go to 30. 10, 25, then 30. Then there's a 32.5 and 35%. So it's different, slightly different from the corporate, but the principle is the same. It will still be based on the profits that you have earned. If you don't want to be taxed on an annual basis and your sales in a year is less than 25 million, you can opt for what we call turnover tax, where you pay 1.5% of your full turnover in a month, and then the following month by 20th you pay that amount. And that becomes your final tax. As to what can be done to plow back part of that tax back into the industry, and I hope you participated in the finance bill, or you are going to participate. We have up to 25th of this month to give our comments on the finance bill. I want to leave it for the industry to advocate. I think that's the space where Ken comes in, and you people, where you can lobby the government, because it has to be in law. KRA, you know, we implement what is already in law. So if it can be brought in law, then now through the minister, they can see what to do towards the industry, to build up the industry. A few years ago, I think that must have been between 2018 all the way to 2022, there was a provision in law that a company that hires at least 10 interns would get a rebate of 150%. They would claim 150% of the expenditure on what they pay to the interns. It was basically to improve on those who leave the university, like our very good students, to get some industrial practical experience that can enable them then to be hired in proper jobs. But we realized that very few people were taking advantage of that incentive. Unfortunately, it was taken away somewhere in 2022, and we don't have it now. But we can make our proposals as an industry, as a people of Kenya, so that our voice is heard, and then the industry can be assisted through such rebates. But for now, we don't have that provision. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I said I'll not be the one who's standing between you and food. So we'll have to end it there. I know it's very premature, but the panelists will be hanging out around for a few minutes. So if you see them, please grab them and have a conversation. If you see the KRA team, also talk to them. They are shareholders in your business. They own 30% of your company. Because you pay them 30% every month, so they own your company. They own your company. So please talk to them so that they can set you straight. A round of applause to our panelists, and I hand it over back to Charlene.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Umefanya kazi yangu hapo for 2 seconds. So, karibu. Thank you, thank you. Except I believe so we'll go with ladies first. Kama kawaida, as the culture here is to reward our panelists and our speakers for taking the time to be with us today, for their insights and the amazing contribution that they are bringing on board. We thank you so much for taking the time. A special shout out to Big, KRA, Meta, and our data protection. Thank you so much. A photo please at the center there as we prepare for the next steps. Mnapangwa pale na photographers. Thank you very much. A round of applause as they take a picture. Sorry? All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, as they do that, I know Maurice keeps telling you lunch, 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 but I am the teacher today. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so we will be giving you a health break. We just have one short panel to go through, conversation to have. Then once we do that, we will be back on stage to give you the next steps, but I will be giving you a break. I know we've been seated for quite a while. In fact, just stand up, stretch a bit as we prepare for the next. Should I incentivize? Hey, ama gava imewashtua. Tax unajua, hey, Nixon, I think umetushtua kidogo. But if you can just stand up and stretch, take a deep breath, that will be kind. And if this mic can submit.
Every hustle got a spotlight. Every creator got a birthright. No more saying that he jobless youth. Digital work now speaking truth. Boldness.
All right, thank you very much. So I would like to bring on stage our next panelists. We've discussed quite a lot, including tax and safety and the policies that you have. You may be seated. So thank you very much. Again, a big shout out to all our event partners and partners. Bloggers Association of Kenya, Baraza Lab by Maurice, Canon, Dairyland, First Bird, Half Price, Books, just to mention a few. And all these brands are here today to interact with you. So while we're on break, feel free to go downstairs at the exhibition booths and interact with them. So I'd like to go into our next conversation, which is sustainable creativity. A holistic guide in protecting our mental health. I know in the creator economy, we're always talking about, our mental health. We've kind of seen the impact that, this has not only on just creators, but normal human beings as well. But so much so in the creator space, and especially because these are the people who are constantly online. These are the people that we connect with. These are the platforms that we see. So they kind of are vulnerable with us on the platforms. So I'd like to bring up on stage Catherine Kangata, GM Employee Benefits. Catherine, where are you? Thank you very much. A round of applause as she comes down on stage. Accompanying her on this panel and this discussion is Dr. Brian Karaoke, Manager Wellness Jubilee Group. Thank you very much. A round of applause as they come in, Takavali. And to moderate this session is Mr. Tony Mello, CEO and founder of Bizna. Karibuni sana. Let us talk about mental health and what that means for us as a creator economy. Karibuni.
afternoon. My name is Tony Mello. I'm the CEO at Business Kenya. Business Kenya is a business marketing and development support business. We are digital. You can find us at businesskenya.com. Today we are happy to have these two panelists. And what we want to talk about is the whole idea of content creator wellness. I think if there's a space in which syllabus imekimbizwa is in the space of content creation because there's so much pressure, there's so much demand. It's like every day when you wake up, the clock starts ticking. And by the time you're going to bed, you are almost spent, but then you have to think about the following day, and then you wake up and repeat the same. The process of doing that, I think a lot of people are getting burnt out. The other thing is, of course, the economics around it, because by the end of the day, one of the things that we tell people at business, the reason why we know what we do is to make money. Everything else follows after that. So again, there's also a lot of pressure in terms of being able to make content creation sustainable. Unfortunately, not only will say that there is money to be made, but when you get to the platform, the money becomes very hard to find. And when you're dealing with that, then your hands looking at your bill, and they tell you they want the money that you've not even made. So today we are going to address those two issues. And I want to start off with the first issue, which is how would you advise content creators what to do so that they can balance the pressure of productivity with their physical and mental wellness?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Something I like to say that I had earlier. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap once. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap once. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Brian Kariuki. I work for Jubilee Health Insurance under the Jubilee Group, and I have the singular responsibility of taking care of our clients' well-being, and hence I manage the wellness department. He's asked an interesting question. So there's an aspect of social pressure when you think about content creators. There's an aspect of burnout. There's an aspect of anxiety. There's an aspect of imposter syndrome. And the question is, how do we manage all these things? So the first thing that I'll say is prevention usually is better than treatment, right? And prevention starts by awareness. So I know most of us are either in the journey where they're beginning content creation or aspiring to be content creators, but I'm sure if I spoke to Mato, he'd have many stories to tell you about instances where he's felt as an imposter, instances where he's felt anxious to go on stage, or even burnt out because of a lot of work. So the first thing is prevention, and learning more about these things goes a long way. So like you're in this setting now, you want to know more about it, that's a good thing. The next thing you want to do is, once you have the awareness, then you're able to kind of like have a finger on the pulse. For example, you want to know how you will present if you're burnt out. And I'll give burnout as an example because I think it's one of the most dangerous ones in this particular industry. So there are scenarios where you have all of a sudden become lazy, all right? And it's quote unquote lazy. So it's been 2 weeks, you've not written a blog, correct? You have also postponed 4 or 5 appointments out of the 6 that you had in that week. And then all of a sudden, nothing seems fun anymore. Going to K1, perhaps, or going to Klabu for the girls who are here. Now you don't want to go. The third thing, you've withdrawn socially, right? So you'd go hang out with your friends, and now you prefer to be alone. So once you start picking up on these things, then you start to realize that there's a problem. So what then do you do? So we've talked about prevention, we've talked about picking up what the issues may be. The next thing is now, what do you do? So there are various levels of action. So the first is a social one, talking to someone, all right? That's the first step. You have your colleagues, your classmates, your friends, those are the first people. And often opening up to them seems to be easier than most people. The next level is to seek support from a counseling standpoint. So you'd go to a professional who you'd then have a conversation about your health and how you're feeling, and you talk about it. Usually for those of us who've been to therapy or counseling, the setting is almost like this, only now that you're looking at each other. And then the interesting thing is there's usually a box of tissues. They know what's going to happen. All right? So there's a box of tissues there. And then for those of us, again, who've gone to therapy, the first question is almost always, so tell me, what brought you here, Brian? Yeah? And usually before that, you are just being anxious about what to do. So that's the next level. And then finally, the fourth thing is, if at the psychology or counseling or therapy session, the practitioner thinks you need help beyond that, what happens is they'll refer you to a psychiatrist, right? And the psychiatrist now will prescribe medication, okay? And this often, usually for content creators, are antidepressants, because usually what happens after you're burnt out or you're anxious or you have imposter syndrome is you get depressed. But then sometimes it's also performance-enhancing medication, which a lot of the content creators end up depending on long-term. So as I conclude answering this question, I remember a time when I was just completing medical school. By the way, I'm a medical doctor by profession. I studied here and I taught here, stopped teaching here last year. Now, a few of the friends I made over time in medical school happened to go into content creation. Some became pilots. The content creation, and some of them started trading Forex. You talked about Forex. So these Forex guys had their markets open very early, and hence they needed to be awake. So the question or the request was very simple. They don't have a prescription, but they need concentration enhancing medication. Okay? So they need Ritalin, and so on and so forth. So they're like, Doc, now, I just need a prescription from you. Yeah? Or if you could actually even just get the meds, and then you bring me, that'll work very well. All right? So that was a lucrative opportunity that I declined. But basically my point is, content creators tend to be on performance-enhancing drugs, and usually that is what keeps them going. So you don't want to get to that point. And then finally, the thing I'll say but not talk about is all this usually ends up resulting in poor coping mechanisms and hence substance use and abuse. I'll stop there.
Good. Thank you for that, Daktari. I think that was very insightful. And I think, alluding to what the doctor has said, sometimes things can get very thick when it gets to content creation. And especially for people who are aspiring and who want to get into it, I think let's be cautious, because sometimes what you see is not what is really happening behind the scenes. There's a lot of make-believe that people do, and sometimes we swallow that wholesome na inatuletea shida. So the next question is around making the money. And the question is in two parts. The first thing is, what approaches would you recommend for content creators, especially the younger people or people who are starting out? And secondly, what instruments does the organization have as Jubilee to support them in that journey? Because it is becoming increasingly necessary and important for us to have the right tools and instruments so that we can be able to make the right steps and realize the goals and that we want to achieve.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Catherine Kangata. I work for Life. I'm a general manager there. And what I do every day is to talk to people about retirement. And when I look at you, all of you are young, almost the age of my daughter. I was even telling him, hey, Atuni young. Yeah. But again, also you once here in the universities, we did what you are doing. Then at some point in time, you start earning money. And that money, you need to start thinking about investments, because that money, you can't earn it forever. A time comes that you really need now. Okay. The time. Okay. A time comes that you need to. Can you hear me? Okay. A time comes that you really now need to start investing that money. And why do you need to invest that money? It's because we cannot earn money and consume that money that we've earned 100%. A day will come, you get children. A day will come, you want a nice house. A day will come, you need a car. A day will come, you need to go for a holiday. You can't live on loans. You can't live borrowing. So why it is important for you to save your money and to build a culture of saving is because you need to manage your money well. And that's where we come in to talk to you early. In fact, the conversations that we are having in our space now is to start talking to the regulators, talking to the universities, talking to people to start understanding that these conversations should start as early as now what we used to call secondary schools, and coming to colleges, coming to universities. Why? Because we start talking about savings and start building that culture in terms of discipline and commitment, then at the time that you need that money, honestly, that money will be available for you. I thank God that we got into an environment that has helped us to know some of the things we know today. And you are lucky that we are able now to tell you that it is important even as you start working, because what you're doing, content creation, pays the money. It gives you that money. But again, are you going to live on that money 100% in terms of consumption without thinking about savings? So in the industry, I don't want to just also to limit it to Jubilee. In the industry, we have many products that help somebody to save. And let's not even talk about retirement. We have many people in your industry who get lump sums. You get a lot of money, you paid maybe a paycheck of 3 million, 2 million. And honestly, when I got employed and got promoted, one manager told me, please find holes for this money. Otherwise, the money will find holes and it will take you in there. Basically, what that guy was telling me is, please plan for that money well. Invest it well so that the time that you'll need that money, it's available. But again, also remember, that money can lead you to what he's talking about. You can get into other things that you never had thought about, like alcoholism, partying, until now, you are kaput, you have nothing. So that 3 million shillings, you should ask yourself, out of this money, how much should I save? And that is where we come with products like money markets. I've had, my daughter was even asking me about money market. Thank God that you have all that information in the social media so you can get to know about the investment. Money market, why do we talk about even money market? It's because you may need some money, emergency fund. Maybe 2 years from now, you might find somebody in your family sick, and probably it's the abnormal diseases that we are hearing, terminal illnesses that are calling for a lot of money. Do you want to keep holding Harabis? Or probably you're in hospital, you need that money. All is a corona, you know? you need to continue living, and that's why we save that money, and you need to save that money somewhere where it is going to earn you interest. Please be very deliberate on asking the hard questions. How much will I earn as interest for the money that I'm giving you? There are many solutions that are there, but I'll tell you honestly, do not invest money where your money is not earning you very good return. There's something called inflation, and I'm sure you have heard on a lady saying that she's in economics. So if you are earning, let's say, 5%, and the inflation is 5%, are you earning anything? No. So you need also to look at inflation, and you also need to do your homework in the market to just appreciate how much is being earned by other funds. That comparison is very important. The other thing, we also have what we call retirement savings, like the pension funds. Please save for retirement. I am telling you, as it is right now, I'm feeling very young, but if I look at my ID, it reminds me I'm headed to another stage where now I shall start earning an income as a pension. So, ladies and gentlemen, very important for you to appreciate that life happens. You need to save for retirement. You need to save for that rainy day, and that is why that conversation, we have it today.
Asante sana. That brings us to the end of the session. But Jubilee is here. They have a stand or a space in the hall, so you can continue the conversation and ask any questions. On my part, I want to offer anybody who's interested in content creation, if you'd like to write, visit our website, businesskenya.com. We can give you an opportunity to write, and also probably on our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and the rest. You'll find our contacts there. Reach out to us, and if need be, we'll give you a chance. Thank you so much for your time.
A better round of applause for them, as usual.
Click, click, bang, smiling all the way to bang.
Thank you very much. A big shout out to Jubilee. Thank you for your insights.
Click is the milk, click bang. Views going up, no bang. Money moving fast. That click is the milk. Click all the wires. Click, click, bang. Hey.
Started with a dream and achieved phone light. Now we're running business every single night. Editing, posting, never sleeping right. Building up a future from a viral height. Some are teaching, some are preaching, some are healing, some are leading. Finance pages, motivation, content driving, education. From the dancers to the gamers, storytellers, risk takers. Every hustle got a spotlight. Every creator got a birthright. No more saying.
Thank you very much, all TFL types. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you very much. It has been an interesting session. Thank you very much for being attentive, for sitting with us since 10 a.m. as we began. So, you know, in the spirit of wellness, we are going to have ourselves a break for now. If you feel like it is lunch you want, it is fine. If you feel like it's a break to stretch your legs, have a drink, you know, their network. I'd advise mostly networking.
Mostly networking. Tukurudi hapa mambo ni mob.
And
I have some gifts to give away.
Yes.
So pay attention hata uko nje. Say hi to a neighbor, ask a question or two. I might ask you a question, and I have good rewards.
Shika ka drink kidogo, you can network as you're having a drink kama maji.
Create content,
yes.
tag.
Yes.
Our hashtag is hashtag content creator day 2026. Techie, please. Ama namna gani?
And then at exactly 2 p.m., I'd kindly ask for us to be back here seated, because we are going to be on a Zoom call with a Meta representative who's all the way in Johannesburg, South Africa. And your time inafaa kuwa exact your time, otherwise utahata. So please, at 2 p.m., let's be back here settled in readiness for that session. And then remember, tonight in the evening, and you're all invited, we shall have the Click Awards ceremony, where we shall be awarding content creators who have done excellently over the last year. And please, you are welcome. Feel free to join us. Itakuwa ni sherehe.
Itakuwa ni sherehe, ni pare. Thank you guys. See you here at 2 p.m. sharp.
Aye.
DJ.
Click, click, bang. Click, click, bang.
Click, click, bang. Smiling all the way to bang. Cashing in the bag. That click is the milk, click, bang. Everybody know the rank. Working hard, no cap. That click is the milk, click, bang. Views going up, no bang. Money moving fast. That click is the milk. Click all the wires.
Clock it.
Click, click, bang. Hey.
Started with a dream and a cheap phone light. Now we're running business every single night. Editing, posting, never sleeping right. Building up a future from a viral height. Some are teaching, some are preaching, some are healing, some are leading. Finance pages, motivation, content driving, education. From the dancers to the gamers, storytellers, risk takers. Every hustle got a spotlight. Every creator got a birthright. No more saying that he jobless youth. Digital work now speaking truth. Boldness made a whole new lane. Now the whole world know the name.
Post it,
push it,
film it,
cut it,
brand it, sell it.
everybody clock it.
Click, click, bang. Smiling all the way to bang. Cashing in the bag. That click is the milk, click, bang. Everybody know the rank. Working hard, no cap. That click is the milk, click, bang. Views going up, no blank. Money moving fast. That click is the milk, click, click, go world.
Clock it.
Click, click, build.
Yeah.
Algorithm bless the consistency. Turning influence into currency. Building brands with creativity. Creating jobs in the community. From comedy, technology. Culture mixed with psychology. Digital economy growing fast. Legacy built to forever last. Every effort must be seen now. Every talent get the crown now. Every voice got a platform. Young creators changing outcomes. Collab season, innovation. Building wealth across the nation. From the village to CBD. Everybody wanna create and eat.
Click, click,
Content never sleep.
click, click.
Dreams getting big. Post, post, make the timeline shake. Boss, boss, everybody elevate.
Click, bang.
Smiling all the way to bang.
Cashing in the bag.
That click is a milk, click, bang.
Generation moving way.
Hard work paying bank.
That click is a milk.
Click, bang.
Views going up, no blame.
Money moving fast.
That click is a milk.
Click, kill the wax.
Clock it.
Click, click, bang.
Creators worldwide. Clock it. Kenya to the globe. Clock it. Click, click, bang. Clock it.
Click, click, bang.
Check. Check. 1, 2.
Economy is valued at 5.1 billion according to reports. That's in 2025, so last year, and it's projected to reach 29.8 billion by 2032. So that's a 28% increase. The global creator economy, so if you look at globally, the creator economy is worth 191 billion, and that's last year, and it's heading toward 528 billion by 2030. So that's in the next 4 years. What are our advantages? So we have the youngest population. Africa's median age is 19, and we have the largest pool of digital first natives. We have a lot of mobile first platforms that democratize access. So creators no longer need studios, they just need their smartphones to create content. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes, Rolf, we still have you. We can still hear you. Don't worry about it. In case we miss you, this is Dadimato. We'll tell you.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. I'll just continue then. So as I was saying, our median age is 19. So we have the world's largest pool of digital native creators. And then mobile first platforms. So platforms such as Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, Threads, they're democratizing access. So if you're a creator, you don't need a studio. You just need a smartphone. And then an interesting tidbit I saw over here is that Kenya leads the continent in terms of digital readiness. So 310 billion almost, 310 billion US dollars in digital transactions were facilitated in Kenya alone in 2024. So we have the infrastructure, we have the groundwork to build a proper and a budding creator economy. Just some stats for your attention. 48%, that's the internet penetration, projected in Kenya in 2025. And that was powered by broadband and 5G rollout. Kenyan startups, in another report I saw, raised close to 700 million in 2024, one of the highest in Africa. We obviously know about M-Pesa, right, that pioneered mobile money. And now Kenya also has the opportunity to do that with the creator economy. So there's a lot of things in terms of the groundwork, that's sort of willing and ready for Kenya to be, the next digital trailblazer on the continent. But what we sort of need now is to move from content to commerce. It's one thing to make a piece of content, it's another thing to monetize it, right? And we need to build that creator monetization infrastructure. So what does it look like when platforms and governments work together to build creator infrastructure, right? So when regulators and, platforms come together, how does it work? And what are the benefits? I'll share.
All right, Rolf, I don't know if you can hear me. We are losing you a bit. I don't know if you can hear me. We are losing you a bit.
In 2 or 3 minutes. In August 2024, we launched an announcement. Initially, it was Martin, just let me...
Yeah, we're losing you a bit.
Okay.
We're losing you currently.
Me.
No, we can't hear you right now. Just check the internet connectivity there. Just a minute.
Just moving close. My connectivity should be...
Yeah, now we have you. Now you're back. If you can just go back, I think the sentence.
I think it
also.
should be fine now.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is. Thank you. Yeah, you can go on.
Okay, no, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So where I was is in 2024, we launched in-stream ads and Facebook ads on Reels for eligible Kenyan creators. Recently, we've moved to a model called FCM, where you don't just monetize your video content, but you can essentially monetize everything. So photos, text, and that's on Facebook. On Instagram, we have subscriptions. But that in particular was a direct result of our sustained partnership between our global partnerships team, our policy team, our products team, and the Kenyan government, right? So there was a lobby for creators to be monetized, platform, regulator, policy, government came together to make sure that happens for creators. And what we're interested in now, just from today up until, the end of time, is making our family of apps a one-stop shop for creators. So a place where you can create, build audiences, and earn, right? So it used to be that you could only do that on Facebook and Instagram, for example. But now, even if you look at a platform like WhatsApp, there's something called channels where creators can tap in, build the communities as well. So the idea is that if it sits on Meta and we own it, we want creators to be able to create, build audiences, and earn. But we obviously set a high bar for creativity, just to make sure that it resonates locally, but it also has some global appeal. Monetization alone, though, isn't enough. When I speak about scalable creator enterprises, I'm talking about the full stack. So I'll talk about what it means, what scalable really means for African creators. The first thing is discovery, right? You can't scale anything that isn't discovered. So algorithmic reach is important, right? And crossing borders without a marketing budget. What does this entail as a creator? It means making best-in-class content, that sticks to our community guidelines so people can discover you and we can recommend your content. So it's discovery first. Monetization, obviously, you can't scale zero. So if you make your first $1, we want to make sure you make 100 more, then 1,000 more, and potentially like 1 million more. So just like revenue sharing through our monetization models, brand partnerships, subscriptions, payments, we want to make sure, or at least what needs to happen is that, there's seamless payouts and that people are able to get their money in the ways that they generally do, whether it's mobile wallets, M-Pesa, I know creators have been talking about that quite a bit, can we withdraw money? It's not as simple as that, but I'm talking about in terms of infrastructure, those are some of the things, creators are asking for. Community, we want to make sure we're providing tools that turn followers into loyal customers and collaborators. And then enterprise, I think, is really important. So making sure that creators graduate from being an individual creator to a registered business with employees and IP. It's one thing to shoot, produce content, on your own, but that's not something you can do until the end of time. So we want creators to grow from creators to enterprises. And then, I think one of the key drivers for this will be smart regulation as an enabler. I think when I talk about, Kenya and Meta's partnership model, I think it shows what's possible. But maybe to distill it into a sentence or two, my core argument is that smart regulation is an accelerant, right? It's not a brake. When consumers trust platforms because their data is protected, because content is moderated, because the community standards, they tend to engage more, right? When creators have legal recognition as businesses, they can access capital. So when people aren't looking at creators just as independent contractors, but businesses in their own right, they can access capital. But when your intellectual property is protected as well, brands are willing to invest in partnerships. And when there's a harmony across all of those, like a creator in Nairobi can build an enterprise that serves Lagos, Johannesburg, and London. So that full stack that I'm talking about is really important. And I think that Kenya Meta partnership shows that model works. Let me leave you with something, because I didn't want to take too long. I'll leave you with a framework for how we scale this, because I think some of the work that we've done is replicable across the continent. I identified 4 pillars that I think are important for creators to turn into enterprises at scale. The first is infrastructure, so that comes from a platform, side. It's monetization tools, those are already available in Kenya. It's payment rails. The second is capability, so digital literacy, business skills, and creative tooling. We host creator sessions with creators, either in person or, platforms such as this, where creators, platforms, and regulators can be all in one room. I think those are really important. Policy, so regulation that recognizes digital creators, protects their rights, and enables cross-border commerce is really important. And then the last thing we need is a multi-stakeholder partnership, so an ecosystem. The idea that it isn't just the creator's responsibility to grow or, policy's responsibility or regulator. We need an ecosystem of people who are willing to scale all of this stuff. Some lessons that we've learned, not just in Kenya, but across the continent. And this is for everyone in the room, regulators, policy people, platform people. Treat creators as partners, not as beneficiaries, right? So you want to co-design programs that ensure relevance and adoption. Don't think on the creator's behalf. Start with eligibility and then scale with education. What that means is that not everyone monetizes on day one. So capacity building matters. Learning how to show up on our platforms, learning what it means to create a piece of content that resonates, not just in Nairobi, but everywhere in the world is important as well. And then measuring impact beyond revenue, right? So it's not just the idea that I made $1,000, but I could have made like $500, but I'm employing 2 or 3 people as freelance, videographers or whatever it may be. I think measuring impact beyond revenue is really important. And then for policy, it's iterating with a regulatory cycle. So as policy evolves, as platforms, we want to stay at the table as well. So those are the 4 things. I'll go through them again. Treating creators as partners, not just beneficiaries, starting with eligibility and scaling with education, measuring impact beyond revenue, and iterating, across the regulatory cycle. In terms of recommendations or the path forward to policymakers, I say I think it's important to explicitly include digital content creators, in any sort of legislation and consult with them. As platforms, making sure we invest in, creators and capacity building to creators, making sure you think of yourself not just as a creator, but as a business. So protecting your IP, diversifying your revenue, and to investors, making sure they invest in the creator economy, because it is going to grow as the years go by. And then to everyone in the room, to all of us, building together. The regulated digital economy is not a constraint, it's a foundation for trust and scale. I'll leave you with a quote, something I thought about, and I'll leave you with this thought. The future of Africa's digital economy will be built by creators who think like enterprises, but it'll also be built by enterprises that create like artists. That's just the thought I want to leave everyone with. I'm not even sure everyone can still hear me. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you heard most of what I said.
Right on. We had everything that you said, except at the point where we said we could not hear you, and you repeated from that point. So it is well. Thank you very much, Rolf. And I hope you can take a couple of questions. I know some questions can be hard for you to answer from a policy standpoint, or questions that you do not have authorization to directly answer on. But I believe we have some questions that can come from members of the audience. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand. If you have any question for Rolf and for Meta. Anybody? All right. I think
I'll take one or two. Sure. I still have like 2 minutes, so I'll take one or two questions.
Hi, Rolf. How are you? This is Charlene. Good to see you. So maybe let me ask a question on behalf of the audience.
Good to see you, even though I can't actually see you.
No worries. So there was a question that came up in our morning session with regards to eligibility to monetize on Meta in the platform. So maybe you can give us a step-by-step or what those criteria. Tell us your name and what you do.
So my name is Faris Kariuki, a student here at the University of Nairobi. So normally I take economics, psychology, and political science. And much further, I see my classmates around.
Okay. Perfect. Your name? What you do?
Okay. Hello. My name is Lucy. I'm a financial advisor from Britam. Yeah, we're here to engage on content creation. We also try to thrive in that space as well.
Right. Amazing. I like brands that are bold because you see that's a shameless plug. Now you know Britam is in the room, right? Have any of you interacted with Britam? You have? The rest, because that was like one person only. All right, so they're here, they're on ground. All right, so question to you. Rolf has talked about monetization and some eligibility criteria. What is that? One, any criteria for you to be able to be monetized on Meta? One.
So regarding the eligibility for you to be able to be monetized on Meta, so what I have heard is that you need just to complex yourself in that I've had the opportunities of which Meta they offer. So much further, what I can say further, it comes in you. It much comes in you. The way you respond to yourself, then try to succumb yourself and go for it. So me, I think it's just bad, self-driven. So that is what of which I've gotten from the point of which he said, just to put it on a summary. Yeah.
Tumpe ama tusimpe? Tumpe for participation. Maybe Britam can help him with 1 or 2 pointers. There are some specific criteria that was mentioned. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, I was out there trying to get to talk to 1, 2 people, but I came at the tail end, and what he talked about, for you to be monetized, you have at least to get to post authentic content, also to check on the language, the kind of audience you're meeting. I think that up and on nimepata.
All right, a hand of applause for them as they receive their gifts for participation. So that is true. Remember, even throughout the day, we'll be talking about use what we have. Start where you are and what you have, right? Which is what this gentleman was telling us, right? Then after that, start thinking scalability. What tools are there? What platforms are there for me to be able to scale my content? Asante sana. All right, great. Thank you so much. And again, nitarudi hapa tu na nitauliza maswali. Sawa? All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're in full swing. I'd like us to prepare for our next keynote speaker. We will welcome onto the stage Gakenia Gathura, who is the Growth Manager M-Pesa Safaricom PLC. She is going to be here to talk to us about streamlining our payments, aggregation, and financial operations. She's also here as a representative of our sponsor, Safaricom, that they do ever so gratefully to us. So please put your hands together as we welcome Gakenia on stage. A better one, and thank you.
Smiling all the way to bank, cashing in the bag, that click is the milk, click bang. Everybody know the rank, walking on no cap, that click is the milk, click bang.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Are you guys enjoying the session? I hear many people got lost at lunch, but I'm still excited to be here. So as mentioned, my name is Gakenia Gathura. I handle growth for the last 4 years for M-Pesa app, and most recently for the infamous My One app. So I hope you do not disqualify me as a speaker today. But I think what I can also bring is learnings that we've had from our development of My One app. So it's exciting for me to speak here because when I joined and I started the role, we had a really big task. And that was, we had a big downloads number on M-Pesa app, but but in terms of our customers who are actually utilizing the platform, it wasn't really matching the downloads number. We're about 6 million, we're about 6 million downloads, but about 1 million active customers. And as you may know, downloads is really a vanity number, right? If you have developed a product, if you developed an app specifically, and people are not actually utilizing your platform, you really have not given out your service. You really have not succeeded. So when we were looking at ways in which to grow this particular platform, we did everything. We went the traditional route. We went on radio. We went on TV. On digital. This is Meta, TikTok. But one of the things that really changed, that really changed and helped us actually achieve our 30-day active is working with content creators, and some are in this room. It was quite a fundamental change because we understood that it's not just about, it's one thing to put up an ad that people see, but it's another thing to have someone break down a product and tell you how it actually fits in their lives. Because this is where M-Pesa app is meant to be a lifestyle app. So we probably were even speaking very financially as Safaricom. But for a creator, they would break it down and tell our customers, this is how M-Pesa app actually works for me in my daily life. So it's really, I think I have a lot of gratitude in terms of what creators actually do for our brand. So coming to our conversation, really, about streamlining payment aggregation and financial operations for scaling creator enterprises. I think we've all seen a creator. They've gone viral today. They have so many brand deals. They're selling out on their events. They have all these consultations. They're busy. But when it comes to the books, they really don't have anything to show. It's probably happened to you. It's probably happened to your creator friend. But I'm sure we've all seen it happen. So what could have gone wrong there? You have no consolidated visibility of what is happening for your business, because as a creator, one of the key things that I actually want to mention, you're not just a person here, you are a business. So you probably continued running as an individual, but you're forgetting that you're actually an enterprise, you're actually a business. You have late settlements coming in because someone just told me, well, yeah, it's okay, I'll pay you later. So that's money that comes in probably 3-4 months later. The deal that you did was earlier. When the money comes in, it's not even fitting you and you don't know where it's going. You have you have international clients who are paying you. And then depending on the country, they're paying you from different platforms. So of course you have different streams and you have different platforms where you're receiving payments from different people. And then you have operational burnout because you're just human. You've become, your business is scaling, things are going well. What happens? You have a lot to do. Because you have a lot, in terms of the operations that you're doing, you have a lot to do. So the fact that you're becoming an enterprise means that you have more responsibilities. You have the responsibility of audience acquisition. You are your sales, you are the marketing. You have the responsibility of being the customer service. You have to listen to your customers. You might be the same person who on this side, when your customer says, I want to talk to the manager, you take a little breath and you pick on this side and say, I'm the manager. But this is you, a content creator, but you are a business and you have to handle it. You have to handle your retention. And one of the things that we also learned, in addition to working with creators, was that it does not matter how good of a campaign you do. If you do not know where your customers are going, the customers you are losing, where you're losing them to, in which months, like if you're not actually tracking your retention rate, you really probably, the money that you're actually spending to acquire these customers is probably actually being wasted. So that's one of the things that we've really learned, and it would really be important for you guys to ensure that you are tracking your retention rate. Then you're running your analytics. So the retention, you're running to know, these are my good months, these are my bad months. Why? Because you don't want that in your bad months, you're going to bed hungry. You want to ensure that in your good months, you're actually making up for your bad months. And the only way that you'll be able to do that is by tracking your analytics, which is also very, very important. In fact, in the beginning of my career, one of the things that I was not good at was analytics. I liked just doing, but not going back to the table to see what worked, what didn't work, what should I do differently. And the change in terms of now managing those analytics is what made all the difference. Then, of course, you're running your operations. Your HR, you're running your accounting, you're running literally everything that needs to be done because you are an enterprise. And then you're also running your partnerships. So in terms of what has gone wrong, it's not because you're not an organized person. It's not a creator problem. It's basically because your operation is scaling. And when your operation is scaling, you now have money streaming in. You have money streaming in from brand deals. You have money streaming in because there are people who do a lot of get to know me. You're probably doing a financial literacy class. Maybe you're a makeup artist. You have your classes, you're selling tickets. Your ticket sales are coming in. You have your affiliate income that's coming in, probably with different brands. You have your digital products, and I'm sure a number of you are actually selling digital products. You have tips that are coming in. The easiest one to lose because they're coming in from different sources. And you have your consultations that are happening and they're going well for you, but that's still income that's streaming in. So with that in place, you're creating numerous streams of income because your business is scaling. So how do you ensure that you're not that creator who is busy, has a lot going on for them, but you have nothing to show in the books? And that's where the streamlining comes in place. And streamlining comes in the form of putting together structures both for your payments and for your operations. And I'll mention just 3 key items that you really need to put in perspective when you're putting together these structures. One would be getting the right platform. You want to get a platform that is reliable. You want to get a platform that is secure. This is your money, this is your customer's money. You don't want to have a scenario where you are actually you're either losing your money or you're losing your customer's money. You want a system that is reliable. I'm sure you have reached out onto, say, a website for someone, and sometimes you get, that 00 something error, and you get really irritated, right? Because you wanted to find a service, but you can't actually get to the end of their service. So this person has increased so many steps for you to be able to find their service. One of the things that we did at Safaricom in the last financial year is something, it went by the name FinTech 2.0. FinTech 2.0 in simple words was, we upgraded our M-Pesa systems from 4,500 TPS, transactions per second, to 6,000 transactions per second. So I want you to think about that for a second. These are transactions per second. That means everyone in here and more transacting in 1 second, right? So it sounds like a very little addition, 4,000 to 6,000, 4,500 to 6,000, but the investment it took was quite large because we just wanted to ensure that we are reliable, because reliability is what brings about trust. So when you're thinking about that platform, remember, I as a brand have to be I have to have a platform that makes customers trust me, not the place where customers go to find me and they're not able to even find my service. You have to also ensure that you even have a system that can be able to automate your services. You don't have that much time to be doing everything for yourself, and that's where automation comes in. So what is our platform that is reliable, that's secure, and can also help you with automation? You want integrated systems and platforms. You don't want your customers to find you on one platform here to make a payment, one platform here for messaging, another platform here to get the service. You don't want a scenario where you're telling customers, I will send me a screenshot of the payment that you did. Those days are over. And I'll give a vulnerable example, because in terms of how you do not want to lose your customers. On M-Pesa app, we had our customers coming in to invest in Zidi. I'm sure a number of you, and I hope a number of you are investing in Zidi. We had customers who were coming to set up their recurring payments with M-Pesa Ratiba. We have customers who are using Global Pay on M-Pesa app. So basically, lifestyle services, right? On this side, you have my Safaricom. What are customers coming to do? They're coming to buy data. They're coming to look for bonga deals. They're basically doing most of the data and the airtime and the SMS functionalities. This is one business, one customer. So remember, I was trying to grow M-Pesa app, right? But there was another app on this side. So imagine what happens when you're able to streamline all this and have your customer on one platform. So while it may have had its little issues or its big issues, one of the things that the actual background behind putting these two platforms together was ensuring that our customers don't have to juggle between different platforms to find our services. You give them one nice digital platform where they can be able to find all your services. Because you don't want customers to have to be juggling between two different apps. Your phones don't even have that much space to be able to have all these different apps. When you think about TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, would you prioritize a financial app or would you prioritize your content app? You probably would prioritize your content app. So don't make those examples, because don't make those, let's call it a mistake. Streamline your platforms now, streamline your payments now. You have your international clients who are paying you. Make sure they have that one place that they can be able to make that payment, so that if someone who's from Asia can pay you the same way, in the same platform the person from the US, the same platform that someone from Africa is paying you. Why? Because you need a seamless place where you can be able to see all your money. And with this seamless platform where you can see all your money, that helps you with also now your investments. Because if you don't know where your money is coming from, you don't even know how to plan. You won't know how to plan you won't know how to plan and ensure that your money is making money for you. And one of the platforms that we actually also have that can be able to enable you on your payments is Daraja, where you can be able to find APIs for payment, you can be able to reconcile, so you can be able to take advantage of such platforms that are even available for you and available to you for free. Then you have to ensure you have AI capabilities. If you can afford it, pay for it. If you can afford it. Reason I'd say if you can afford it, pay for it is because, remember, we're talking about a platform, but some of these platforms are also not that affordable. AI can be that bridge that you have that can help you run all these different operations that you're doing without having to pay for an expensive platform yet. you can be able to, and of course you have to do your research. And I'm sure as a content creator, there must be that AI tool that actually works for creators. Because there are definitely AI tools that work best in the marketing industry. There are AI tools that work best for people who are in the creative industry. Identify that AI tool that works best as a content creator, and then use it to the best of its ability. Let it get to know you, let it work for you. It's not laziness to allow AI to work for you. You are saving your time, and we all know that time is money. So I think pretty much in conclusion, the message that I'm trying to pass is that virality is not what will grow you as a creator. Becoming famous is not what will grow you as a creator. It's streamlining all the things that are happening in your operations. So you need to ensure that you're running it as an enterprise, not as an individual. You have to step out of your being an individual into being a business. So you have to look at it as the owner of a business, and you have to put systems in place that bring together all your operations, streamline your payments, and streamline all your operations for you to ensure that everything that you're making, every single coin, every single cent that you are making is actually going into your pocket and hopefully making you more money. The best money is the money that works for you. So just ensure that you're very careful at this point to ensure that you are streamlining everything and all your operations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kenya. Now, I'm sure people have a lot of questions to Safaricom, but I'm sure you're not equipped to handle all questions Safaricom related. But does anybody have any questions to this point as far as what she has presented on is concerned? By the way, anaogopa maswali, kwa hivyo msipouliza atafurahi. Ako tu sawa. All right? No questions? All right, cool. Lucky you. None of you nimekusaidia. Useme sijai kufanyia kitu poa. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Of course, being a presenter, ukumtu atoki mkono tupu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Please stick around. I'm sure there's some people who would love to network with you afterwards, if it will be possible. If not, thank you very much for your time. And thank you for that insightful conversation. All right. Okay, now at this point, I hope we all know, automation and AI are clearly rewriting the creative playbook. I know I am part of those who are beneficiaries of those processes. Again, remember, like we said in the morning, AI is a tool like any other. You can use it to help you, or you can let it destroy you. So now, let us start off with our first panel for this afternoon. I would like to invite on stage, please, to join us in the seats, Nyandia Shago, CEO Minty Lime, makofi tafadhali, and Gregory Wanjama, CEO and co-founder This Is Digital, to dissect AI and automation. Mapro wa AI hawa.
Hakuna hata panelist wamesalimia Mato hivyo leo. Wow.
Nyandia naye tunajuana kwa mingi. All right. Okay. All right, and I believe, Greg, the floor is yours. You can ask as many questions to Nyandia. I'm sure if you ask one, we shall finish an hour. All right? Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see all of you. Now, we were supposed to be more than we are here on stage. So if you looked at the program, this was supposed to be a panel discussion moderated by myself and Nyandia and Winnie. But Winnie is unwell, she couldn't make it. She tried to get someone to attend in her stead. That couldn't work either. So we're going to change the format a little bit, okay? So what we're going to do instead is we're going to have a conversation. We're going to talk about AI and automations and everything else, but I want this to be as interactive as possible, okay? So please take advantage of the fact that for us, AI is not theoretical. It's how we make our money. It's how we support ourselves, okay? So let me allow Nyandia to introduce herself properly, and then I will introduce myself, and then we get started.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Nyandia.
Hi, everybody. Mko salama? We have some IT guys in the crowd, people who have kidogo background that is technical, but I think anybody in campus has tech background, sindio? So this should be a very engaging session, yeah? Because this is the first time where we are allowing you guys to be the hosts. So nyinyi ndo mtakuwa mnatuuliza maswali, alafu us we have the conversation. Okay. So my name is Nyandia. My name is Nyandia Gashago. I'm the co-founder of the brand Minty Lime and Minty Academy. We are an AI creative marketing agency. We run a lot of the brands that you interact with on a day-to-day, both in Kenya, in Africa, US, and UK as well. It's an absolute pleasure to be here again.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Greg Wanjama. I am co-founder and CEO of This Is Digital. We are an AI literacy and automation company. We teach everyone, from students to doctors to lawyers, all kinds of professionals, how to use AI in their context, okay? And then on top of that, we also do automations for corporates. Okay, so the discussion today centers around AI, but before we go very deep into AI, I don't want us to assume, Nyandia and I, we don't want to make any assumptions. So my first question, and this is just by show of hands, how many of you use AI in any shape or form? Okay, fantastic. Second question, how many of you make money because you're using AI in any shape or form? Okay, so the numbers of raised hands, second question, was much less. So now that is when Nyandia and I come in, okay? Yeah. And I want us to start that discussion at that point. Yeah,
One
go ahead.
question. Yeah. How many of you use AI beyond ChatGPT? Oh, still a bit higher.
Yes.
Somebody shout and tell me which is the tool that you use beyond GPT, maybe even more than GPT. DeepSeek, okay.
DeepSeek. Kimi.
Oh, good. Kimi, that's a good one.
Fantastic.
Yes?
Midjourney, yes.
Midjourney, I love it.
Gemini.
Okay. Sora. Sora
Sora.
imefungwa.
Ilifungwa hii iliisha.
Ilifungwa.
Wewe amesema Sora ametudanganya.
Akuja class. Amekaka.
Ameoza kidogo kwa shelf. Okay. Any other tool? Grok.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
Sawa sawa.
Okay. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So Nyandia, tell us a little bit about Minty Lime, specifically to do with automations.
Okay.
Have you built any automations? Have they made any sense? Talk to us about what that means. How are you automating at Minty Lime?
Okay, so to put it into perspective, Minty Lime, we are running, say, over 10 really big brands, and we run it at a capacity of, say, 20 people, which is essentially almost impossible to run an agency with that capacity for massive, massive international clients.
Yes, agencies need big teams.
Yes,
And
so
you
you
know,
need, yeah.
in my head, when I hear the word agency,
Yeah.
it's 50 plus.
Yeah, as it should be. Yeah, because you can imagine per client you need like a social media manager, community manager, a digital marketer, a strategist, a media buyer, an account manager, right?
Yes.
So at any given point, any account should have maybe 7, 8 people who are dedicated to that account.
Yes.
But so what we've done is that we have agents as part of the teams within the agency.
Okay, and when you say agency, are we talking about human beings?
No.
What are agents?
We're
Please
talking about
define
the
that.
automations that we have automated specific arms of the brand. So what we do is that we look at the entire customer journey, say from awareness, then we decide which has the most repetitive parts, which has the parts that are very technical that can be automated, zeros and ones.
Okay.
And then we automate that and decide when we are going to have a human handover.
Indeed.
So for us, our automations are like the Claude skills, the Kimi skills. I've heard somebody talk of Kimi because Kimi has skills as well.
Okay.
Is the Claude skills or the Claude projects, for example. So whenever, say, I log in the morning when I wake up, for example, I don't need to go check my emails. My Gemini has an automation, an agent that reads out my most important emails. And it even recommends the way that I should respond because it's learned over time how I respond to emails, what my lead qualification process looks like, and things like that. The other part is because if you think about it, most agencies run on tools. 90% is tools, right? From the beginning, when you're checking for where your customers are, when you're doing your customer analysis, when you're doing your sentiment analysis with tools like Brand24, when you're doing Meta ads, Google ads, all of those are just tools.
Yes.
So what we build are agents to connect each. So you can give one instruction and it executes a multitude of tasks across the various tools. So for us, that's where you can feel the most capacity.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So I know the headline of this conference is Creatives, International Creatives Week. So my assumption is that we have creatives in the room here.
Yeah.
They are probably most likely operating as one-person businesses.
Yeah.
Or very informal, ni mtu mmoja.
Yeah.
Okay? So how would you just think about, like let's go back in time.
Yeah.
This is Nyandia. Before Minty Lime and the team of 20, it is you.
Yeah.
When you were starting out,
Yeah.
if you had AI back then, what would you be doing to reproduce your results today? So essentially what I'm trying to do here, guys, is I'm trying to simplify so that you don't always imagine that you need big teams, big resources, big budgets.
Yeah.
If you have AI, there's so much that you can do. And I want you to hear directly from the horse's mouth.
I don't know if you took offense to that.
Okay, you're not a horse.
Wait, please repeat the part that you want.
So,
specifics.
what we're doing is we are sending Nandia back in
Okay,
time
what I would do
when you're starting out.
The capacity
You're alone.
of AI.
Yes.
Yeah, that is there right now. I don't know how many of you have played around with Claude. Any of you have played around with Claude?
Anthropic?
I know it's a little expensive, but they do have a little units for you to test with, right?
Yes, yeah.
You guys have played around with Claude? So on my GitHub, how many of you know about GitHub? So GitHub is a place where you can store like pieces of code, right?
Yes.
That you can then turn into anything essentially. It's mostly used by software engineers.
Yes.
So I have a GitHub that I'll share a link with Martin, and that GitHub of mine has marketing teams in terms of skills. So what I've done is we've created these lines of code that create a marketing team for you. So if I could go back in the day and I could train my computer, my small Dell computer back in campus that I was using, how to think, talk, respond like me, that is what I would do. I would have built it into a skill, and then I would have deployed this skill over my Kimi, over my GPT, over my Gemini, because Gemini has gems. And that would have enabled me to run the company as much as possible through that. Those skills that you will find on my repository on GitHub, they actually have videos as well, right? Because one of the most expensive things to produce when you're running a company is either product photography or videos or ads and things like that. So it has a few skills on how you can connect your Claude to, say, something like Higgsfield, and how you can get it to create user-generated content for you. So if you're somebody who is in selling mtumba, what do you call it? Vintage. Call it vintage. If you're somebody who is selling vintage items or shoes or hoodies or bags, anything, right, that is product-based, you can essentially just add your product, take one of my skills, put that stroke on your Claude or your Kimi or whatever it is that you're activating from, and it will allow you to then call into Higgsfield from your Claude and create for you various user-generated content ads. And they are so wonderful because they are very specific to black skin, African skin, Kenyan skin textures, look, the way we look, our foreheads, everything. So I've found like that has been one of the most mind-blowing things. Right now, because we are seasoned, we don't tend to do a lot of the AI videos as much because it's still not yet where we want it to be. But as a person starting up, I would push a lot of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Now, let me talk about maybe my use case
Yes,
of AI.
please, tell us.
So my background is not in creative. My background is in software engineering.
Yeah.
I have been a software engineer for about 23 years now.
Wonderful.
And there's a way we've been writing code from when I was an intern, then a junior dev, then a senior dev, and now I'm leading a team. Okay.
Yeah.
But there are still some fundamental things that don't go away. So even as much as we are deploying AI to do a lot of the initial code generation, bado ni mimi ninaangalia, okay? I'm still the one who's coming in to say, this may look like it works on paper, but from my experience, I know once it hits our server, there's something, okay, that we need to account for and so on. But now, I want us to talk to the creatives in the room, okay? So we have, most of you have already said you use ChatGPT. Let's actually start there, okay?
Yes.
So first of all, how many of you have ever gone into the settings of your privacy on your ChatGPT account? By show of hands. Okay? All right? Was there anything you found in there that you felt you needed to switch off? Not on, switch off. Okay? So let's actually do this practically together. So all of you who are on ChatGPT, pull out your phones, open the app, okay? Let's do this pamoja. Sawa. So click on your icon, the one that's at the bottom left of the app once you open it. Instead of chatting, you should see your initials at the bottom there. Click on your initials, then click into settings, okay? And then once you're in settings, go into data controls. And then the very first setting within data controls, what does it say? Improve the model for everybody. By default, it's been on, okay? So you remember that when you were signing up, that page for terms and use, conditions that you never read, that you just said, yes, accept, we're in. So in there, they essentially actually have a clause where they say, all your chats, unless you opt out, ni zao, that they can use to train future models, okay? And so that is something we have found is problematic, especially in the corporate space, where people are talking about serious strategy. We are using GPT to help with marketing, with so much. So think about your settings, your privacy settings, because the reality is last year, and this is a true statistic, Kenya was ranked the heaviest user of ChatGPT globally, not just Africa, globally. You sound surprised. Ni too. But now, when we dig deeper and look at how are Kenyans using ChatGPT in that period, the reality is that most of them were using it for therapy.
Yes.
You're using it like a close friend, you are venting to it, unaiambia all your secrets. And yet that setting was on, okay? So the rule here is any tool you're using, please audit your privacy settings before you go too deep.
Yes.
Sawa sawa? Okay. That was a commercial break. Now let's get back to Nyandia. So we have reversed time. You have those tools you've set up.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about automation. Give us one clear example of something you have automated at Mintiliam. I know you've said, very broadly, but give us one example of a project that you've automated that went well, and then I'll ask you my follow-up question.
Okay, so we'll start with something extremely basic. It's not even a deep automation, but it's in the same bit of the people who use their GPTs. I don't know how many of you on your GPT create projects, or do you just go in and ask a question afresh?
ChatGPT projects? It's a setting even on the free accounts.
Yes,
okay?
it is.
I see Daddy Mato at least
Okay.
is being safe.
So,
Okay.
do you find yourself repeating to ChatGPT often? Where inaenda inatupa mbao kidogo. We call it hallucinating.
Inakusahau.
Inakusahau, inasahau your name, what you do. You're a student. This was for, I don't know what people learn in campus. This was for computer studies, not for literature. Do you often run into that? A big part of that is because you've not customized how you want your GPT, your Kimi, your Claude, anything that you're using to work. A big way to do that is by creating projects. You see in your GPT, bado kwa simu, if you're on your phone or your laptop or your tablet, you can see something called projects. You create, and then you create a project, say, for your subject, right? So if you're in computer science, you can create a project for one of your subjects, because I know computer science then will have modules.
Yes.
You can create for one of your modules within it. And then, ukiwa hapo, you go click the 3 buttons, you go to edit instructions. This is one easy way to sort of create what people tend to call an automation, if you think about it, right? So, if you go to edit instructions, if you do not know how to give your GPT an instruction, so an instruction means, A, don't give me the emojis, stop using those long dashes, you know those M dashes that tell everybody that what you're using is GPT. You tell it to stop regurgitating and telling you how amazing and smart you are, because it has that tendency to make you feel like you're better, right? You want it to challenge you. That is where you put in the instruction to tell it to do that. And if you don't know specifically what to tell it, go to, you see the Geminis and all these other tools that are free. Gemini is good at it. Go to Gemini and tell it what your class is about. Tell Gemini you want LLM instructions custom to my computer science module. I'm a student at University of Nairobi, and this is the specific module. It will give you very proper instructions. You come, you put them in your instruction base, and once you put them there and you start using that project, your GPT will super perform. It will now not keep performing the way it performed. Because before it gives you any response, it will go back to the instructions. Inakumbuka, you don't like to be gassed up, hutaki emojis, hutaki M dashes, hutaki all those things that are easy to tell that it's nini. Sometimes in your GPT, you can even tell it to stop using words like furthermore. You know those weird words that everybody is like, this is AI, this is AI. You can tell it to do that. And that is one simple form of automation. The same instruction that you've put in your GPT, you can go, do you see something called GPTs? Pale juu, whenever you go to your chat GPT.
It's a paid feature.
Yes, you can, it's often a paid feature,
Yeah.
yes.
Custom
oh my God,
GPTs.
I've used paid GPTs for so long,
Yes.
I've even forgotten, yeah. But it's a custom, GPTs are automations that you can create. Unaona vile sometimes you're trying to find a side hustle, ya create ka bot, right? Ya create ka website, ya create 1, 2, 3 things. Hapo kwa GPTs, you can go look, for example, website bot for university or for an academy, something like that. You will find thousands of developers who have created them in advance. Now wamejaza hiyo line of code or instructions hapo. You can take it, customize it, and create your own bot. I find that extremely, extremely cool. So for Minty, what then have we done outside of what's the obvious stuff? So for us, a good example is we have an in-house scheduling tool, content tool. So I don't know how many of you are content creators. How many of you create content?
In the room?
It doesn't have to be like you take it
So
super
TikTok,
seriously.
Instagram.
But at least
Alright,
you're on
there are a
Instagram.
few.
Sindio?
Yes. Yeah.
You know the way how you post daily, I presume, or every 2 days or every 3 days. Sindio? Lakini wewe mwenyewe ndo unaingia kwa simu yako, unaenda Facebook, unaandika kanini, unatafuta tu hashtags, unaweka, which can be very tasking.
Yes.
So the best way to go about it ni kuweka kitu tunaita scheduling. Most social media tools do not give you 360 access into the data that you need, for example, to tell you how your account is performing, how your side hustle outside of school is performing. What you need are third-party apps, and some of them are free. So you can check into a tool like Metricool. I'm trying to remember. Buffer. Buffer is a good one, actually. Buffer gives you like 3 free accounts. Buffer, unaona venye you wake up and you're stressed to do what you're gonna post. It will give you, yani unaweza schedule posts zako for the next 1 year. Can you imagine? Yes. And then you don't need to stress for that month. Wewe unaingia tu GPT, unaambia GPT kwa project yako ya my side hustle. Inajua what you do na iko na custom instructions. Unaiambia create for me a content calendar. Inakupea content calendar, inakucreatea hashtags, copy. Unachukua hiyo copy, unai-humanize kidogo in your own tone, in your own language and with your own skill. Unaingia pale Buffer. Buffer allows you to schedule for over a year. You can schedule your content. Weke kesho nataka hii iende hii time. Kesho kutwa nataka hii iende hii time. So we've created an in-house one for Minty Lime. And the beauty about it is that it's dual way. It's on our side and it's on the client side. Yes. So the client also accesses specific features of it to allow aone, anaweza edit post, anaweza sema hii iende, anaweza sema hii inaweza kuwa ad, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But now, I'm also aware that we are speaking to students.
Yes.
And it sounds like we're automating a lot of entry-level tasks in most biasharas. So where does that leave a student, like someone in this room?
What's up?
Where does that leave them in terms of job opportunities in the future? What should they prepare for?
Creation.
Yes.
Building.
Okay.
Yes.
Creation, building.
Yeah.
I think I'll add one more thing, and it is actually the critical thinking.
Yes.
Okay? You need to be the one who is driving the tool, not the other way around.
Yes.
Okay?
Actually, yes.
Talk to me about an automation that went badly.
Oh my God, yes. Ads are very critical for multiple reasons. We once created an automation specific to Meta, and these were easy to run on a tool like Manus. I don't know how many of you know about Manus.
Manus AI?
Manus AI.
MANUS. Okay.
By the way, just so you know, the Chinese tools
are superior
to the American ones. You see the way like Anthropic is very expensive.
Yes.
Kimi does what Claude does to a multitude at a fraction of the cost. Of course, you can see the Americanism with the Claude, which is quite really nice. But if you do not want to pay the Claude money, go to something like Kimi. It is wonderful. Or Manus for a fraction of the cost. So we automated an agent to run ads.
Okay.
And we gave it free will. We
so
sort
it could
of
spend the money.
We didn't think it would go that far.
Okay.
Yes, so it was essentially just to go edit, ikiona haiperform, ikiona haina, whatever we had defined as a conversion. If ikiona it's not doing what it's supposed to do, we're not getting many forms or many calls or many things, it would edit.
Okay.
Hey, it went and took. You see the way Google or Meta will say, just increase budget.
Yes.
Kidogo.
They're always suggesting.
Yeah, they always
the answer
suggest.
is more money.
Yes, always. Always. To them, the answer is more money.
Yes.
And it went haywire.
Oh, was this your
It
account
went-
or a
No,
client's
a client
account?
one. But of course, as
my.
agency, you have to account for that.
Okay,
So it
okay.
went to the hundreds of thousands in a week.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, the client was shocked. They were like, you guys have mastered ads. Bro, it was the spend.
Okay.
Yeah, it went and went ham, and that's when it occurred to us. You cannot automate every task.
Everything, yeah.
The strategy has to remain human.
Yes.
The media buying, the most you can do is automate the reporting part.
Okay.
But lazima you mbaki na hiyo knowledge. I don't know if you've ever encountered media buyers. There are these data analysts, these very strict guys who are mathematics.
So for the audience in the room, who are media buyers?
So, you see how you guys think may know social media is one task. Like if your friend is hiring you to run social media for their duka in Roysambu or in town, they tell you utafanya hii na hii, utarun media, utapiga photos. Essentially, that is not how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Social media is one assignment. Mtu wa social media, if your work is to wake up and do kidogo strategy, create a post and post, it's not the same guy who should do graphics. It's not the same guy who should, run ads. Media buying is the essence of running ads. So media buying is a niche within digital marketing, and they are one of the highly paid guys when it comes to the digital economy.
Indeed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if we are automating all the way back to a bot that can run ads and, even launch the ad and spend money, then should we be automating everything?
No, not at all. We should
So
not be
we can automate some things, but there is a reasoning for why we should not automate some things.
100%.
Okay.
It can be way more expensive than what the cost you are trying to cover by automating. Because most of the time you're automating, especially if you're in a startup, you're automating to save on cost.
Yes.
Right? Sometimes, actually 50% of the time, if you don't know the tool, like you said, you need to master the tools, it can end up costing you more. It's the same sort of situation that's happening on Google. They are dropping workers. Amazon are dropping workers. Microsoft are dropping workers. But then 33% of them end up being rehired because they are realizing
you do need humans.
You do need humans.
Yes.
Yes.
You will need humans. Okay. Yeah. So the thing I want to make clear, guys, is that yes, although AI is fantastic and it can do a lot of things for you, you still want to be the one in the seat. Okay. You want to be the one on the driver's seat. Always apply AI like it's a tool. Yeah. I think we've heard about it, we've talked about it a few times, but the thing we want to emphasize is that it should not be the master, you should be the master. It is simply a tool, okay? Just the way a spanner is a tool, your phone is a tool, your laptop is a tool, same. AI is simply a tool. Yes. It is very bright, it is very capable, it has a lot of training, but you need to be the one driving it, okay?
I have a question, Greg, for you. What is your most favorite AI tool that also relates to students and young people who are entering this gig economy and digital economy?
Okay, all right. I know we're out of time and Mato over here is giving me dagger eyes. So
he is? I thought he was winking.
No, he's only dagger eyes. Okay, so my favorite tool, because I'm a software engineer, Nile Upendi, Anthropic Claude, okay?
Claude.
It's expensive, but it works for me, okay, for my context. But because I'm also applying it for client work, see, it's not just a toy, good to have. So I automate a lot of the initial work that most engineers do, the system analysis, the documentation. So for the guys who are in here, maybe you're doing comp science, you probably understand what I'm saying. Yeah. And it also helps me like look for bugs in the code, fix them, but I'm still the one conceptualizing the whole process and what is this, so if I click this button, what happens? Yeah. I'm done making that decision, it's not the AI, okay? So that's why it's my favorite. And why it's also another big reason is that I can orchestrate it from my phone anywhere I am. So right now my laptop is on, cool. And I was sitting here in the previous session, I was like, oh, imemaliza. I gave it the next task to start working. So I'm essentially still in the office, and yet I'm here with you guys. Yeah. So I really like that part.
Okay. Yeah. How do you think it applies to?
So how it applies to you guys is that even for guys in university, there are things that you are doing all the time, the hard way. You are doing research by going on Google, searching one at a time, then reviewing results. You can have AI do the research for you, okay? And then compile a concise report that you review. You don't submit that report to your lecturer. We also, because I also lectured at Strathmore, we have tools to check whether you've used AI, okay? So you want to be the one to look at what AI has given you and then write it down now with your own words in your own understanding so that it passes that check that I will check when you submit it to me, okay? As content creators, a lot of these tools are supposed to take care of what we call the mundane, the repetitive, the tiring tasks, so that you can focus on the creative and the brilliance and the things that wake you up, get you out of bed. Those are the things that you should be focused on. Hizi vitu zingine, wachia AI ifanye, okay? All right?
Okay, the final one, as we are closing.
Tumekujiwa.
The final one. Hey, Subaru iko hapa. The final one. Okay. In regards still to what we are conversing about, outside of school, outside the classroom, what do you think will be the most valuable task, the most valuable skill that will make them the most money in the next 12, 24 months?
For me, by far, it's critical
It's the last
thinking.
one.
Yeah. Critical thinking for me is the most valuable lesson. Because as a software engineer, I'm building software not just for other techies. I'm building for small businesses, for large businesses, even for government. And in each of those meetings, I am meeting experts. So I'm meeting Nyandia, who is an expert in marketing and PR. I'm meeting Daddy Mato, expert social media, and all, engaging audiences. That's not my area of focus and area of expertise. But because I can apply critical thinking, I can hear what he's saying and translate it into a system, that is where I make value. And value is what people pay for. It's what companies and corporates pay for. They don't pay for products, they pay for value. So if you keep that in mind, critical thinking is where you build value for any scenario, for any application. Okay?
Yeah.
Sawa sawa.
Closing words, closing remarks.
Closing remarks. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. It is rare to see people interested, especially at your age, interested in tech and willing to invest their time like you guys have. So you are already miles ahead. Even just that one change you made on your ChatGPT. Msharuka watu wengi sana. Wengi sana. So, yes, well done to you guys.
Yeah, I think for me, the closing remarks, one of the favorite tools that I think you guys should try is called Notebook LM.
Yes, and it's
take
free.
Take your homework, take your homework, take your books. Unaona hizo books ziko thousands of pages. Feed into Notebook LM. Notebook LM will create for you quizzes. It will create for you infographics. It will create for you videos za kukufunza, and it will create for you a podcast from your class notes.
Exactly. It becomes your personal lecturer for your subject.
And you can interact with the lecturer. Sijui kama mnajua interactive podcast. Unaingia ndani, unaiuliza swali, then the two people continue conversing. So just try that. It will be one of your most favorite tools. So thank you so much,
Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nyandia and Greg. We had a ritual going on, but I am not seeing my person. But anyway, we will appreciate you the techie style way. In a few, I'll bring you back on stage. Thank you so much. Guys, that felt like a podcast, right? Like very nice, conversational. Maybe they should start a podcast, right? Thank you very much. For those of you who are joining us, karibuni sana. This is international. Wow. Well, you can take the girl out of the village, but the village in the girl. All right, as they take their photo up, I'd like to appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Karibuni sana to International Content Creator Day KE 2026. Our hashtag is Creator Day 2026. I hope you're interacting with us on your social media platforms. A big shout out to all our partners and sponsors, the University of Nairobi, Safaricom, Britam, NCBA, all the good people up in here. And for our goodie bags, Dairyland. So you stick around, I might have some more goodies for you. All right. Now, kicking into the next conversation that we are going to have. Then Vicky arrives after the show. All right, Vicky. So Greg, please, Nyandia said 1 minute. Nyandia, sorry. But just like the other one. So this is a small token of appreciation from us and on behalf of Techie. Thank you for taking the time for your insights. We really appreciate it. So pick a photo there, smile for the camera. Today is content creation day, so we have to take advantage of every moment as it comes. Thank you. A round of applause for them again. Asante sana. Amazing. Now, I'd like to drive the conversation into funding the creative economy. And basically, we want to look at how creators can access capital, credit, and investment, right? So sometimes you may not always be the one who has the capital or you're looking for funding and things like that. So I would like to welcome on stage our next panelist. I will welcome Kenneth Morioki, who is the credit officer at Heva Fund. Kenneth, karibu to the stage. Where are you, Kenneth? There he is. A clap as he comes down. He will be joined by Michael Owino, who is a Senior Product Manager, Commercial and SME Banking at NCBA. A round of applause as he comes down. And Maureen Kivuti, Officer, Pension Club International. Karibuni to the stage. And to chair this conversation is none other than our own Daddy Mato. Karibu to the stage. Maureen, there she is. A round of applause as they come on stage, tafadhali. Thank you so much. Take your time, Maureen, no rush. Thank you.
No delay, new generation finding way. Digital future here to stay. We grow, we win. Tonight we celebrate the champions. We win. Tonight new our dreams are millions. Hands up high for the winners. Tonight creators shining brighter than the city lights. We win, we grow, we win. Digital economy growing fast, building opportunities that will.
Ai, karibu sana. Pole pole tu. Pole pole tu, haina mambo. Karibu sana. All right. I think and I believe we set the tone in the morning when we said, and even when we prayed, we said, tunataka pesa mfukoni. And I like that part of this conversation includes not just how you make money from what you do, but how you can get money to help you make money with what you do. And of course, I'm glad to be moderating this panel on how creators can access capital, credit, and investment to scale. So I'd like probably, I will ask the first question. You'll start, of course, by reintroducing yourself, and then you can jump to it. I think I'm going to start with Kenneth Morioki. You're from Hiva Fund. How does Hiva Fund finance creative enterprise, and what is the typical loan size, interest rate, and repayment period? Tumeenda direct. Tunataka kujua. Immediately. Hakuna dilly-dallying.
Ndio hivyo sasa. Yeah, thank you, Martin. My name is Kenneth Morioki, credit officer at Hiva Fund. Hiva Fund is a financial institution that caters only to creatives. You can say, ideally creatives. So we cater to creatives by providing funding either through loans or grants. Typically, currently through our Sanara, we're calling it the Sanara program. That is, this Sanara means it's a combination of two words, Sana and Biashara. So Sanara program supports creatives through grants, particularly grants to young women, that is creatives, young women under 35, you can qualify for a grant. Loans are open to all creatives. You don't have to have gone through any kind of program, through kind of a training. By the time you're coming for a loan, we are assuming you know what you want, you are ready for the next step. So the maximum ticket sizes for a loan is 20 million. The repayment period for that is between, the maximum is 36 months, that is 3 years, and interest rate is 9% per annum.
Wewe wacha. Mbona tunajua hizi vitu sahi? Mulikuwa wapi? Mbona hamsemi hizi vitu mapema? Hata nimekach. Kwanza vile, wacha tu ninyamaze, wacha nisiseme mingi sana. All right, to you, Michael. Unasikia kuna mtu hapo anatupatia interest ya msanii at 9%. But please tell us, what products does NCBA offer specifically for creators, and how do they differ from traditional SME lending?
Thank you. My name is Michael Owino, a senior manager at NCBA, taking care of commercial and SMEs. And it's a pleasure that we are having this conversation this afternoon. Through our partnership with HEVA, we've been able to develop financial solutions that are tailor-made towards sorting out the creatives. And basically, we are looking at products that match the tenor of the gigs that we undertake as creatives, but more importantly, matching the cash flows as they come in. So we don't offer the traditional loans that we know about. So NCBA, through its innovative hub and through our partnership, we're able to actually tailor-made products specifically for the creatives. So on our shelf today, we're able to offer funding for purposes of financing events. And that is why perhaps some of you have been able to see some advert on social media talking about event financing. But other than that, we also realize that within the creative space, we have guys who are talented in the music production space. So for those customers, we're able to give them credit against the invoices that they hold through what we call invoice discounting. At times, you'll also get creatives who want to undertake a certain job, and they don't have the liquidity, they don't have the money for them to be able to do that job. And as such, we're able to finance them against either the contract or the LPO. So they'll give us the LPO, then we'll be able to advance credit against that LPO. But more importantly is for any creative, we don't look at creative as a passion-driven work, but rather we look at creative as a business in itself. So as such, any business will require some working capital need, either for you to be able to pay either rent or pay utilities or pay salaries, or do some basic market distribution. So we're able to avail a working capital financing for you to be able to meet that particular need. But more importantly, and I think this is the first in the market, we've come up with what we are calling a startup incubator financing, where we are looking at guys who have just come from college and they want to start and they want to venture into the creative space, but they don't have the capital and they don't have any history. And as such, we're able to avail to them a startup incubator financing that will help them to be able to start up based on a business plan that they have that can be able to demonstrate that this is a bankable solution, and more importantly, there is opportunity for them to be able to grow and scale whatever gig that they are taking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just for clarity, you said that you're working in collaboration with Heverfund. Is it in particular to that loan that he was referring to, or there are other products?
Thank you. So in terms of collaboration with the Hever, cuts across. So all the products that I've mentioned, cutting across from event financing, invoice discounting, LPO financing, contract financing, and startup incubator, we've been able to do all that in collaboration with Hever. So we've basically co-developed, because we realized that Hever have a strength. They've been in this space for more than 13 years. As bankers, we don't understand creative in detail, and that is why we said perhaps there is merit in us partnering with someone who has been in this space. So Hever might not have the financial muscle that NCBA has. Yeah, so through this collaboration, through this partnership, that is how we've been able to come up with these tailor-made specific solutions for the creatives.
Nyandia, I know your panel was okay. Maureen, I know you're going to have an awesome panel, but this might be the most important panel of the year. For pigeni makofi tafadhali. Especially when it comes to credit facilities for individuals in the creative space. I believe, I have no idea why I'm just hearing this now, yet I have been looking for such. But tuseme ndio nimeanza. Lakini sasa Maureen, unataka kuniambia nafaa kuanza kuprepare tayari kumaliza safari yangu na ndio nimeanza. So why should a creator in their 20s or 30s care about pensions, and what products do you offer for self-employed creatives?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maureen Kivuti. I must say, unanifurahisha, sijaikuona in live. So
Nakuaga hivyo,
big up yourself,
hivyo.
my brother. It's really nice to be here. I'm very much pleased and humbled to be here. I am here today to represent the Pensions Club International. My organization is called the Great CPF Group. Why the Great CPF Group? Because we're the biggest pension administrator in Eastern Central Africa. So, once upon a time, I never thought about pension. I mean, I'm young, but I just realized that every single day you get old. Every single minute. I mean, how you were yesterday is not the same way that you are today. And when you talk about pension to creatives or even young people, inakuwa challenge. mtu anakaa hivi anashangaa huyu mtu ananiambia nini. But at our organization, aside from talking about pension, a club. I'm sure most of us have been into a club, a normal club, whether in your church, when you're in Ndanga Dunda, hapo. And a club is a place, an environment, or a space that gives you an opportunity to explore. So at the Pensions Club International or at the CPF Group, we have things, we have a subsidiary known as the CPFM, where we give you an opportunity for you to grow that little money that you have. So as little as 5,000, as little as 2,000, as little as 1,000, we just give an opportunity to creatives and young people to learn about certain things. I was just telling the guys who visited our booth, I'm a millennial, and during our time, we never used to be so big on social media. We never used to have the TikToks, the Snapchats, but we only had Facebook and Viber, and those things that we used to try. We used to have things like Sakata. People used to dance, sweat, but we could not show ourselves to the world because tech haikukuwa imefika hiyo time. So what we do at the Pensions Club International is we give you a space, an opportunity where you tap into how you can make that funding, all right? And also, once you make that funding, how are you going to deal with it? And minus that, there's something we call lifestyle planning, all right? We've seen certain stories in our country where somebody was very great, they did very well, they got millions of money, they were the face of everything, and then come now, they have to call, they have to look for people to support them. You have to go and take them from the streets and call upon Kenyans to probably take them to a rehab and something of the sort. You know why that happens? Because you did not do early lifestyle planning. And that early lifestyle planning is what is called pension. So when you hear the word pension, don't take it as you're NSSF unachukua nikiwa mzee. It starts now. For the creatives who are self-employed or you're employed, saving or planning your lifestyle begins the moment that you start your job. And that is why you always see, I'm not racist, but you always see wazungu and white people just come to Africa to enjoy themselves. You know why? They planned early. You always see scammers wakikimbilia masponsore juu wako na do. Hiyo do ni ya nini? Ni hiyo pension yenye walianza kutoka ile siku yenye waliingia kwa kile wanafanya. So even as creatives, you have to do something that is called lifestyle planning. And in our organization, we teach you how. We help you to tap into, and the club, leave alone the club Izos Adunda, it's only 18 and above. For us, we start from an early age. So we talk to the children in school, we tell them about planning, and we make it fun. We don't make it, sorry, you saw me coming down like an old person. But I didn't come down like that because I'm old. It's just kidogo challenging, but it starts from pale shuleni. We start with the small kids. Of course, we don't tell them about money, but that 100 shilling, you ask them, oh, hi, I'll give you 100 shillings. How are you going to spend it? Did you save? Did you finish all of it, or you kept some 10 shillings? We move from there. We go to these guys who have a dole. Then they just call home. Nataka mwalimu apeane simu, hello, pocket money imeisha. But we need to give them literacy on how to handle finances. We move from there, we come to the campus people. Campus people wanajuanga tu ni sherehe, unataka watu wajoe ndio mzito, but what are you doing? Because the time will elapse. What are you doing after that? And that's why I was telling people, back in the day when we were in school, we used to see people who used to come and do set books. And you're like, wow, when I live here, when I'm 21, I'll buy a car, I'll have a house, I'll be married, I'll be like that person. But we want to get out that delusional part and bring it to reality. So basically, the Pensions Club International is just a platform for you to plug into what suits you best as a creative, as an individual, as a community, and basically that is what we do. Thank you.
All right, cool. So, of course, one of the challenges that creatives go through is quote-unquote lifestyle pressure, you know, that makes one not plan, you know, not have the lifestyle planning at the very end. And of course, you have personality issues to contend with. So, pale Heva Fund, wacha turudi hapo. Hapo ndio nataka kufinye sana. So mimi nikikuja tu hivi, niseme I am a creator, ninaweza pewa loan, si ndio? Ama how does a creator, you know, show, what do they need to show to qualify for a loan, and how do you assess them?
So it usually depends on the creative. There are various creatives, and maybe they're in fashion, maybe they're in film and TV, maybe they do comedy, maybe they do music. So it really depends on what the creative does. So ideally what you must show is you are making money, that you are earning revenues from your art. So first you need to separate your art. Sometimes you see it is very difficult for creatives to separate the art and the business side. So if you can show that you're clearly making revenues from your creative enterprise, we can have a serious conversation.
So you just need to show that you're making revenues.
Serious revenue.
That is it. Na nitapewa loan at 9%. Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much. Define serious. Define serious. How can you seriously demonstrate that you're serious in your work? And your, well, revenues you can show bank statements, no problem. But how can you show you're serious with your work?
You are separating your individual incomes. That is, the money you are getting from your art is not mixing in the same pot as your personal finances.
But I am the art. See, in most cases, anyway, but I do understand what you mean, yeah.
In order to qualify, really qualify for a facility, we should not be, ideally you should have a separate account for your art and a separate account for your personal finances, so that these accounts are well defined, that I'm having these contracts for this kind of creative enterprise that I'm in. This is where the money comes in through. These are my expenditures. Once we see clearly that this has been done in an organized manner, we usually have conversations. That is between creatives, sometimes have teams, between the creative team and or the individual. Yes.
Okay, all right. Back to you, Michael. I think I remember the first time I ever took a bank facility loan, nasiongee kuhusu now the Mshwari's, you know, the mobile app loans, was when I was seeing a car that I needed to use for my content creation business back in 2020. And I was so scared by the idea of getting a loan from the bank, because kitu nasikiaga na kuchukua loan ni kuchotwa. Hiyo tu ndio nasikiaga, gari ilichotwa, you know, wamekuja wamechukua viti or something like that. Of course there are reasons why that happens. But I remember I consistently made my payments. I was supposed to finish within 4 years. I finished within 2.5 years, because kichwa ngumu yangu, I think interest rate iliongezeka na 1%, nikasema mnaongezea aje, nikalipa yote mara moja. Then I went through liquidity problems, which is another thing. If you have something that you have consistently been working with, ujidushe kichwa ngumu tuseme wacha nilipe yote. Then I went through liquidity issues, and then of course my business suffered. But then this leading to the question, what is the biggest misconception that not just creators, but people might have about walking into a bank to ask for a loan, other than kuchotwa?
Okay, thank you for that. And I like the start off, because that is a very good example that you've given us. Today, commercial banks do not operate the way we used to operate 10 years ago, because the environment has changed. The market has also changed. So everything has basically shifted. So today, in my understanding, the biggest misconception is people tend to misconceive the fact that you cannot get a loan without having security. So I think that's, for me, is the biggest misconception, that you must have security for you to be able to get any credit facility from the bank. However, the reality is normally banks do not lend to security. So security is just to give us some comfort that in the unlikely event that things don't work out as expected and you are totally unable to pay the facility, then security becomes a fallback. The way facilities have been structured nowadays, and especially in context to the creative financing, we are able to finance based on the cash flows. So we basically do what we call cash flow lending. So we're able to establish how are you able to generate your money. Ken spoke about creative being a business enterprise. So as long as you're able to demonstrate that you are creative, whether it's content creation, whether it's music, whether it's filming, whether it's fashion design, as long as you're able to demonstrate that you are making money, we'll be able to structure the facility to match how the receivables are coming in, or rather how the cash flows are trickling in. So that is the first misconception. The other common misconception is banks do not understand creative or creative financing. Yeah, and basically we are here to be able to demystify that creative in itself is a business. So the same way you lend to any other business enterprise, that's the same way we'll be able to treat the creatives. I hope that basically provides clarity on the misconceptions that today we have.
Oh yes, and I can't really say that I would blame the financial institutions for not, or rather for choosing to say that they do not understand creatives in some cases, because even in the creative spaces there has been a very complicated relationship between creatives and finances. So that is very understandable. And taking us back now to the relationship between creatives and finances. Maureen, I am a creator. I have irregular income. I do not know when I'm going to get money. Money comes, I plan for it for the next 6 months because I don't know when I'm going to earn next. So how are you advising me with this money towards pension or investment? And still, I need to secure my continuity on a day-to-day.
So what we basically do is we are believers of you start small and grow big. So why I'm here today, and the reason as to why we exist, is because this platform that we create for you, vile unasema, oh, I don't know when next I'm going to get money. It is my job. My job, when you're part and parcel of the club, it is my job to give you a platform. It is my job, for instance, there was Kalasha. We were part and parcel of Kalasha. Not because we are pension people, we can tap into that. Why did we tap into that? Because, like I've told you, we are in Eastern Central Africa. So it is for me to, first of all, teach you how you can have a consistent income. And teaching you is by giving you an opportunity or tapping into the right people. For example, you are a creative. I've watched so many of your shows. And then now, tuseme hiyo part ya mambo za production nini inaenda ikikuwa chini. It is up to me to also see akina Kansime wanafanya nini Uganda and give you that platform. Because there's a particular kind of way or content that you create here yenye inafika mahali nika ceiling watu wanasema hiyo tumezoea. So what we do, we just adjust the style of how you're doing things and ensure that hiyo yenye unaogopa yenye haiko consistent tunakucreatea mahali yenye unaweza kuwa una tap into it. And for you to be able to put your, when people hear pension, they think it's a large amount of money. Do you know, like for students, if you save maybe 50 shillings a day, or even like our bare minimum is always 500, okay? So if you save 500 for your pension, we have a scheme called Taifa. You can...
That's 500 a month?
Yeah, 500 a month.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 500 a month. This money accrues interest at the end of the year. That's why we normally have AGMs and we call matters interest. And then there are also ways in which this money that you're keeping, you don't have to wait until you're old to 60. So we have different schemes. For example, these politicians, the governors, the MCAs, they only have a one-term, 5 years.
Mukokadi?
Shughuli mwecheche.
Mukokadi?
I hope
confirm
so. Perfect. So we're gonna a period, they serve in the office for only 5 years, okay? We don't have to wait for them to get old. We give them something called gratuity. So gratuity is money that you come and pick when your contract ends and you get it. So we have a scheme, TIFA. You don't have to wait until you're old. So you can say, oh, I'm a creative. By this time, I want to buy my camera. I want to have ABCD for my people. So I'll put it until this particular time. We have a financial asset manager as well in our organization. So you decide, okay, this money that I'm putting, it is accruing this, it is going to go here, and it's a whole cycle. So it is indeed possible for you to have your pension and still continue with the creative and have some small money to do ABCD things that you do. It's all a matter of planning.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. And I like that. Going back to you, Kenneth, you are being very audacious to give me money as an artist, as a creative. You're being very audacious. You're being very trusting. Beyond giving me this money as a creative, again, I say because there are many personalities in the content creation space, or rather in the creative space, there are many personalities to contend with. But beyond this money, are you giving me any other non-financial support like membership or business training alongside the funding? Ama ni kukuja, napewa check, mina chomoka?
Hapana, huwezi chomoka tu hivyo. We usually offer something called post-investment support, especially for these big ticket sizes, amounts that people have qualified for. We usually come in, have discussions, understand your day-to-day as a creative enterprise. What do you do on a day-to-day basis? Do you have an accounting person? Do you have a legal person? Or do you outsource these items? Are you looking to scale up? What are your scaling plans? So we are very much involved in the businesses that we lend to, the creative businesses that we lend to. You might find that someone is in the film industry, they are looking, we have given them a facility, but they need some time between production, the making, the production, the editing, until the release. So we tailor-make your contract, that facility, so that the repayments coincide with when your revenues start to come in. Yeah, so post-investment support is usually very key and parcel of the investment that we do to you. Yeah.
Okay, probably a last question to you.
Yeah.
If I walk into Hiva Fund today, what's the one thing I must bring to make sure I live with a check? And if I do not qualify, for that check, what is one of the reasons why I will have been rejected, and how can I fix it before applying?
Just what I mentioned earlier, in order to get your foot through the door and we have had a discussion about your creative enterprise. A creative has separated their art and the business side of it. We know sometimes we have dealt with creatives, you are focused so much on the art, sometimes you forget it is a business, that you're making money from the art. So you have separated the art and the business so that we are having a discussion about the business. I am not looking at a statement, especially an M-Pesa statement. The M-Pesa guys were here. You have separated your personal M-Pesa. Maybe you have opened up a till or a Pochi or have a second line, so that we are not looking at maybe betting apps. You have other expenses. We are looking purely on the creative enterprises. So money is coming in with clear incomes and clear expenditures so that we are not having long discussions. You're explaining where your money comes from, where you're spending it, and also if we are seeing that most creatives are having that issue, if you have not worked out with a check or a promise of a check, we have thoroughly advised you on what to do next. Yes.
Okay, all right, interesting. To you, Michael, it's something interesting that Kenneth is mentioning, yet I remember, I can only use examples that of course have been relevant to me and worked. I remember when I was applying for my loan, I was asked for my M-Pesa statement, and it was used to approve my loan for the facility. But now in this case, we are saying that now as a business, you should be able to separate that. And I say that knowing that very well. While I was seated here this morning, there is a piece of content I created, I think 2 months ago. Nimetumiwa tu text. Nitume pesa wapi? Naandika namba ya mpesa hapo hivyo. Haya, ndio imeingia. You know, and you see, that is the nature of how this space works sometimes. So I was saying then that if I come and I say, instead of walking in with my title deed, I walk in with my Instagram of 230,000 followers and say, ndio hii 230,000 followers, ndio hii M-Pesa statement, lakini sina business registration. Does that mean now I won't be able to get my loan?
Okay, thank you. I think first is just to appreciate the fact that for you as a content creator, basically you are doing that so that you can be able to earn a living out of it. Yeah. So that's the starting point. That one, you are making money out of whatever activity that you are undertaking. So if you happen to have, you've created a content, you have 20,000, 40,000 likes, that does not necessarily materialize into you getting credit. Because for a financial institution, at NCBA, it will be important and keen to know how much money have you made out of those 40,000 likes. And then secondly, where does that money go to? Yeah, whether it's M-Pesa, whether it's a bank account. Today, banks are flexible enough to be able to accept M-Pesa as documents that are supporting of any revenue, any money that you make. But more importantly, other than just having likes, our responsibility as a lender is also to ensure that we're able to journey with you all along. And how do we journey with you? Is by helping you also formalize your business, which we highly recommend you either register as a sole proprietor or as a business under business name or as a limited company. So that is important not only to the bank, but also to help you to be able to secure contracts and jobs with maybe other parties. Yeah. So we look at being able to help you establish your business so that it's formalized, and also to be able to ensure that you have the necessary documentation. So we'll work with you that journey to ensure that if there are licenses that are required, you have the licenses. And then the starting point for you to have an interaction with the bank will be you open a dedicated account, yeah? And that is why Ken has spoke about being able to separate what is personal finances and what is business finances. So we'll be able to open a bank account with you so that we can be able to see the transactions coming through. Then that will give you an automatic ticket for you to be able to secure a credit facility with NCBA.
Okay, probably then a last question to you is what future plans do you as NCBA have for the creator economy?
Very interesting question. You realize that NCBA is currently among the only banks that are relating to what creatives do. Yeah? And other than just providing credit, our mandate does not stop with the only advancing credit to the creators, but to help the creators nurture and grow their businesses. So we offer financial literacy under all angles in terms of having several seminars, workshops, and participating in the showcases that creatives have so that you can be able to enlighten the creatives around, one, the discipline on being able to maintain proper financial records. Secondly, being able to invest. Thirdly, being able to save. Fourth, being able to secure your future by getting an insurance, because realize that if anything goes haywire, a fallback will always be an insurance. But more importantly is today we've been able to collaborate and form a financial ecosystem through Elevate. Elevate basically is a program where the creatives and the young guys are able to enroll into that program so that they can be able to get their gig more professionalized, for lack of a better word, so that it's seen to be a profession as opposed to just, a side gig or something like that. And then other than that, we also create marketing opportunities for the creators as they scale up their businesses. So banking is about meeting the gap between the ones who have surplus credit and those who don't have. So basically the financial intermediary role, that is the role that we play. And we'll be happy to be able to see the creatives move to the next level, because I believe, and NCBA, we believe that creative is the next big thing. Thank you.
All right, okay. Final question to you, Maureen. I'm a 25-year-old creator and I'm earning between 50,000 to 100,000 per month. Where should I start investing?
Okay, that's a very amazing question. So, at the Pensions Club International, first of all, we have different cadres, chapters, depending, so like I told you, we start from the smallest, going all the way up. So when you come, first things first, we teach you, we normally have monthly forums. Every month we have monthly forums. So in every monthly forum, we bring speakers, depending with our audience. Like for this month, and the reason as to why I was here is because it's going to be a youth one. So we bring speakers who are able to enlighten you on matters finance. And within, just like I told you, we have a subsidiary known as SIPFAM. So SIPFAM buys bonds. SIPFAM does hizo mambo za gold, vitu kama hizo. Si forex, pan, mambo ya forex. Wachana na hiyo.
Trading,
yes.
see forex.
Yes, and why, and why we are very attractive is because, you see, when you're dealing with older persons, remember, these are people ambao wamemaliza time yao kufanya kile wanafanya. So the investment planning or training that we give to them is where you don't need to spend a lot, but you gain, you gain out of it. So it also applies to the creatives. Let me tell you guys, ukwe msanii, na uko na pesa, ama una pesa, no one cares. They like you during that time. It's like kama msimu, okay? So when you're that 20 years old, my work is to put you in a platform that you'll be properly advised in secured investments. You see, many people, you remember Kwel? Nakumbuka mambo ya Kwel? Watu walienda wakanini Kwel? You see, these pyramid schemes have become so many. And we're in the world of information. Wengine walienda wakakota $1 million, and you are told money is going to come in and whatnot. So I'm able to enlighten you with secure and firm investment plans that will assist you as a 20-year-old, as a 10-year-old, as a 30-year-old, as a 60-year-old. And sorry, just for you to be able to access this, for me, we don't give loans, but for you to be part and parcel of this, to personalize, like for the students, you pay 500 shillings for a whole year. And for us who are adults, we pay 2,000, and we renew with 1,000 for a year. Okay, and I'm able to tell you, we have partners also. Kina QuickMart, Nani, when you have the card, you get discounts. This discounts is save as you spend. So in the long run, you find that that money that you're having, you already know, I'm going to put it here, or I'm going to put it here, or I'm not going to put it here. Because why? Of the level of exposure. So our club is for exposing and educating and enlightening, basically, on where you need to go. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Leo nimepigiwa pitches zingine tamu. Nimeingia box. All right. One quick question, please. Okay. Hey. Hawa watu wawili iko shida. Nimeambiwa no questions. Pole. Okay. Quickly. Wame insist. Pole.
Pole Martin. One sorry. Okay. Hi, my name is Greg. This question is, I have two questions. Okay. So my first question is to Kenneth. So kuna kitu you said that I don't think people caught. We glossed over it very quickly. You talked about giving loans and grants. Please distinguish those two because they don't mean the same thing. And if I am applying for a loan, how do you decide whether, if I come to you, I'm applying for X, whether it's a loan or a grant, how do you decide this is worth investing as a loan or giving me a grant? So that's for you. Maureen, thank you so much. What you do is very, very important. I'm a big proponent for people preparing for the future. Please talk about the sandwich generation where ulikuwa msanii, you're doing very well, you made your good money, and then ukaisha fashion. People are no longer buying from you, you're no longer popular. But at that point in time, you have a young family you're raising, and in our African context, you're also supporting your elderly parents who did not have the pension plan and what that looks like. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Even before, just
A microsecond. Okay, I'll start a very quick fire. Okay, so I want to kind of just, in reference to the title we have there, how creators can access capital, credit, and investment to scale. I want to bring this point to like 2 levels. One, for the people here, right? A lot of what we've talked about involves having an established enterprise. What do startups do? What do people who don't have a history of separating finances? They don't have finances, right? We're talking about how do you get started if you want to start a creative enterprise. Where do you come in that pipeline? This is for you too. You're doing wonderful work. Thank you so much. But for these 2 people here, how do you help these guys get started? I'm saying this because I started a company, and to start that company, my finances were separate. They were all empty. But when I went and said, this is what I have, and here's my 20 years of previous business, I got answers of no across the board. Second thing, and this is more on policy, who designs these products? Because when it comes to creative, the asset is not my revenue. The asset is the thing I create. So when he said he has 230,000 followers, and you say, that's not what I'm looking for revenue. But for him to monetize that, he needs money. So is the asset, if you go to someone who says, I have land and I want to build a farm, and you say, yeah, but where's your farm? It kind of defeats the point of, I need the money to build the farm. You're asking me for the chicken, and I'm asking you for an egg. So it's the question of who designs the policies. How can we get involved in helping design policies that actually support creatives that want to start and build something and scale it? Quick fire.
All right, please. Yeah, maybe I can start with hopefully answering Greg. I can answer you as well. Alone ni deni, na deni lazima ilipwe. I think that is a major difference. Yes, a grant is money that you are given to start. It is not repaid, but you have to report how you have spent that grant. So through our Sanara program, those who qualify for the grant have been taken through the business training, how to separate their finances, how to acquire licenses, things of that nature. We have various, depending on the art form that you are having as a creative, we have various classes, various programs throughout the country. We have partnered with Baraza Media Lab, we have partnered with Arts Go Down Center, we have partnered with Sandbox. So we are using all these collaborations to have trainings, and then once you complete the Sanara program, unfortunately the grant is for the young women, boy child, poleni. But we will improve on that. Yes. On the policies, especially I can speak on one product, the event financing product. We actually had a discussion with the musicians, the event organizers in the country before we put out that program. We sat down with people who put down the DJs, event organizers, club promoters, what have you. We discussed how much the revenue they are having, how much money they need to for the loan, because now they are looking for financing to set up an event. So for that product in particular, we came to a consensus. You must have had 3 successful prior events. You have ticketing, especially on platforms such as MOOC or the other one is called, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the other, Ticket Sasa, but especially now where MOOC is the most popular. So we even had the discussion with MOOC. So MOOC is also in the conversation. MOOC has all your data with your consent provided to us. You show you have 3 successful events, and then we finance 70% of those ticket sales. So this was actually part of the conversation when we were designing that product. hopefully I'm answered all the questions.
Okay, do you have anything to add, Michael?
Maybe just a quick addition to that is whenever I come up with products, I think I want to make reference to the ones that NCB has developed over the last couple of months. We did it in collaboration with Eva, as I had earlier indicated, because they understand the industry better. So even in terms of policy formulation, whichever policy today that apply to the products that we have in NCBA, they basically mirror what Eva have. But more importantly for the startups, we always believe in starting small. So for our startup financing, startup incubator financing, we are lending up to a maximum of 100K for a start at 9%, which Ken has spoken to. So today, if you go to any NCBA and you want startup incubator financing, you'll be given up to 100,000, payable over a period of 6 months at an interest of 9%. The reason why we are doing that is so that you can be able to grow. As your business grows, then you're able to scale you, move you from the startup incubator financing to the other products that cut across. Otherwise, I think, thank you for that input, and we keep on evolving. So banks do not remain in the same position. Through the various inputs that we get with stakeholders, including the input from this forum, we're able to look at how do we fine-tune and make it better. Thank you.
All right, a big round of applause to our panelists for today. You had something more to add? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he asked me something about the sandwich generation.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. Even in love, it starts with you. When you love yourself, then you're able to teach this other person how they can love you. True or false? So, yes, you're here, you have a family, you want to send black tax, unaogopa laana ama watu wako wa village wa kuvisit. Guys, can I tell you something? Even when you're gone, they will still be in existence. So what we do in our space is we teach you two things. Like I told you, how you can invest and grow your money, or other ways that you can also support your people. But all I'll say is you cherish your today. There's something I'm trying to itakuja, but it starts with you. And you cannot please everybody. When you think about it, I'll be very brief. When you think about it, when you have money, when you look nice, you have people around you. Who doesn't want a man with a nice car? Who doesn't want, you ulisikia ile mambo ya daktari wetu? You heard what the wife said? Everyone wants that, right? But when you're gone, these people will still exist. But you only have you, and you can only live within you. Ukichizi, watasema, unaona, alifanya, alikuwa. So, hizo mambo mingi zisiwape stress. Inaanza na wewe. Ukitosheka, ndio unaweza kushare. Thank you so much, and it's very nice to be here.
All right, thank you very much. All right. So, shika uendeleage nikiwapatia gifts zao.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for our panelists. Asanteni sana. And clearly, as you can see, and a challenge to NCBA, Kenneth and Maureen, I think you guys need to put together another forum like this, where money matters are brought up, yeah? We didn't know we could take up a loan of 20M and repay 9% for 36 months. So there's a lot of information out there, and we need to share it. Thank you so much. As they take their photo, I would like to recognize our partners, sponsors, and collaborators for today. Jubilee Group, Kenya E-Commerce Alliance, thank you so much. Another round of applause as they step down. Minty Lime, NGO Hub, Pension Club International, FAT Productions that are doing our screen and running our program today. Zaomu, thank you very much. Guys, nataka kuambia watu kwaheri.
Mi niko hapa tu, nimepanic kidogo nikijua, yani kumbe this whole time ningeingia kwa bank na my 230,000 followers na nipate loan.
Na upate loan ya 20M.
Mbona nilisafa?
Believe it or not. All right, thank you. So I'd like to introduce the next conversation. And today, as you've noted, if you've been here with us throughout the day, we've started with what does it mean to be a content creator? What are some of the systems and tools that you can use to build that? Scalability. We've talked about the financing and starting, right? Now we want to look more into partnerships and how do this brand partnership activate. And here I would like to welcome onto the stage our panelists. I will start with, please allow me men before
for a very specific reason. I'd like to welcome on stage Bethel Wafula, Senior Digital Manager Officer, Safaricom PLC. A round of applause as he comes onto stage. I'd like to also acknowledge Safaricom as our partner. You should be clapping harder than that. Ooh, yeah. Thank you very much. And to join him, I will invite Terence Creative. Terence, karibu sana. Terence is creative digital creator, coach, and social media entrepreneur. And last and definitely not least, and the shine to this panel, is Maureen Were, who is the head of Influence Sub-Saharan Africa at Ogilvy, and who will also be moderating the session for us. Karibu sana. Thank you, guys. Another round of applause. Thank you.
Mic check. I have to check. Thank you guys for coming. This is incredible. I think hiyo session ya kwanza hawako address Magombaru. Mimi nilianza juzi, so nitakutafuta mahali. We talk about funding, but I'm really pleased to be here. I've worked with all of you, so today we want to talk about partnerships. Partnerships that last for creators, because we've talked about how they can create revenue and kwa heva wapewe pesa. But if you only have a contract for a short time, it's very hard to plan your future with that, right? And we have worked with very many creators who have that same struggle. So Terence, tuanze na wewe.
Yes.
Msanii maradufu.
Thank you so much. Happy Creators Day to all creators here. Sisi wote ni creators. Wapi mkono ya creators? Thank you very much. Niliona mpaka tuko na shosho huko TikTok. So tuko wengi. 0 to 100 years. Ulikuwa taka tuongelee wapi haswa?
Tunaanzia na first of all, tell us about yourself. We assume we know Terence.
Oh yeah.
We want to understand where you came from, your first gig. How long was it for? Ilikuwa pesa ngapi? Ulifanya nini na hiyo pesa? Alafu sasa leo.
Oh, thank you very much. I started way back in around, seriously, like 9-8 years ago. I started with a very funny character. Ilikuwa inaitwa Kamami. So I used to wear a dera, ilikuwa dera ya bibi yangu, na shower cape. Then that's what I started with, najiongelesha hapo. And I didn't realize, actually, maboy wanapenda udaku sana kuliko mademu. So kaniambia, why don't you do more of this? But by then, sikuwa najua that thing can earn me money. The first gig I got was a salon. It was from a friend. Akanilipa 20K. So from there, I started being consistent with that character. But I realized because I have a background of a creative director, I used to audition people back in Churchill and vetting their content and everything. Nika realize with the time, hii kama mimi inaweza kuja iwachoshe. They may need an alternative. So immediately I introduced a character called Caretaker. And after Caretaker, ndio nikaanza kuunda my first red card. My first red card was actually kwa kichwa. Juu mtu alikuwa anauliza, unafanya poa lakini ningependa utaje product yangu hapa hivi. So tulikuwa red card yangu ya kwanza ilikuwa ni tuelewane. So unajua bei ya Wakenya ya weka mtu tuwezi kosana. Yeah, tuwezi kosana. So nilikuwa naulizwa, so ukiniwekea hiyo product, how much are you charging? Namuuliza, wewe uko na ngapi? Which is a very wrong thing to do, because anaweza kupea anything yenye anataka. So nika introduce Caretaker. I had another Kamba character of Mbithi, then nilikuwa na Mswahili anaitwa Abdalla. So as this character grew, I realized, kumbe hii kitu inaweza kuwa biz. So now how do I commercialize this one? And how do I package myself so that watu wasifurahie peke yake. Mumeenda nyumbani mmefurahia, mimi nimeenda nyumbani nimekasirika, because there is one thing that happens in the Kenyan industry. Jina inakuanga kubwa kuliko mfuko. So you trend first, then when you meet people outside wanafikiria ni ule jamaa wa TV, ni jamaa wa YouTube, unafikiria tuko na do. Kumbe ni jina imegrow, si mfuko. So that's how I started now commercializing. Nikaunda ka rate card ka kwanza, kale unaundanga na uoga. I didn't know about KPIs, deliverables and all that. Those ones I learned later.
Bethel atatuambia.
Hizo nikalan baadaye. Yes.
Okay, and then after that, what was your first long brand deal? And what made it different from the one-off gigs you were getting?
I think wacha nikumbuke ilikuwa gani. But I think yenye nilikuwa nimepata hiyo ya salon, huyo kwanza huyo wa salon ndiye alifanya nianze kutengeneza rate card. Because aniambia ile video imefanya poa, tunaweza fanya ingine. Nikajua if you are doing another video, then that means we are good. But from there now I started negotiating my rate card to at least minimally of 3 months. If we can engage in 3 months, then from there I started engaging people. If we can work with 6 months, wengine 1 year. Then I think my longest client when nilifanya naye by then, after some year, was Naivas. Yes. Oh yeah, that's my wife. Thanks, babe. Yeah, I came with my wife. She's a girl. So I think we worked with Naivas for 5-6 years, right? Yes. Then other clients wakaanza kukuja, kina Safaricom, kina Equity, na wengine. So unajua kuna wale high end na kuna hawa wa hapa katikati wenye singe ignore. Wale niko na kaduka kangu River Road, unaweza niwekea. And funny enough, hawa wajuangi rate card. By the way, wanaweza hata kulipa more kuliko these other people, because pia wajui mambo ya rate card. But I used to mix all clients. Wale wa hapa katikati na kina nyinyi, kina Safaricom, akina email. Huyu jamaa unaweza kuwa naye hapa umuongelesha kwa mimi, no, let's talk on email. Na ko hapa. Nashindo situmalizania hapa. So akina email tukaanza kuunda rate card yao. Rate card ilikuwa ina differ kulingana na client wa hapa katikati na wale wa juu zaidi. But what I encourage from how I used to create my rate card, the more the engagement, the cheaper it is. As in, ukini engage 6 months, 1 year, tunaweza kukatia kitu. But hawa wa one off, tunakutandika tu proper.
Kapesa kakubwa. But talk about Naivas. You've said you worked for 5 years.
Yes.
Now, from a lens of, it's not consistent revenue only.
Yes.
But how did that develop you as a creator in your journey of creation? What changed?
What changed is how I panga my finances. Because mi siwakigi na, hata kama umeni engage 1 year, sikagi tu nikule pesa leo juu najua kesho tena next month utanilipa. So what really told those long engagement did to me is how do I diversify myself in that hata kama nafanya hizi advert zao, hizi skits, I need to always keep the client, the audience glued, because our fans are the clients. Those are the people that we convert. How do we do different things in that ukianza kufanya kitu asijue ni client unaweka. So ilinifunza ku diversify, I can do different characters. Na also ikanifunza to invest in me as an artist. In that pesa nimepata, I have a policy of keeping 30% of everything that I receive before spending it. Hata kama kuna chomeka, naweka 30% alafu sasa hii 70 tuipangie. So it taught me to invest in myself as an influencer, as a creator, and also to diversify characters and create content differently. Ndio watu unajua kuna watu tu wakifungua mdomo unajua huyu anauza. Huyu ni product. So siku hizi unajificha ndio, then you place the product. Because sasa ukiingia sasa ni mtu wa soko wanaruka. Yes.
Bethel, now to you, as a brand, do you prefer short-term engagements with creators, Do you prefer long term? How short is short? How long is long?
Thanks for the question. My name is Bethel Wafula. I'm happy to be part of this panel. So I'd say both of them are important to us. It's just that we use them in different ways. For seasonal or launch campaigns, we would go with short-term influencers because here we're looking at short bursts of awareness. We want as many people to know about the new product and the launch as opposed to having them long-term. But I think for us, long-term influencers are more strategic because influencers get to understand our products, our ways of working, the tone of communication as a brand, and the quality of content improves the longer we stay with the influencer.
That's interesting. So let me talk about Terence and working with Safaricom. I hope you recall. Judge, by the way. So when you worked with Terence, what were the things as a brand you were observing in his creation, in his negotiation, and then the output he gave for whatever duration it was? What were those things you were looking for to make the relationship stronger?
First of all, I appreciate the work you do. You're a big emblem to...
Thank you very much.
to the rest of the influencers that are coming up. I love his style of execution, the characters that he spoke to. I remember a campaign we did actually last year, Shangwe, where we were going around the country and speaking to different kinds of communities. And his characters actually fit in the different regions that we were going. I remember at the coast you were Mzee Abdallah. Yes. And in Central, he put in the business caretaker role. And this actually made a connection with the audience there. So his creativity over and above the characters blended with the messaging that the brand was putting out. And that understanding now was easier for the different places or regions that we toured. Yeah. The second question was?
What do you look for when you now, out of the lens of Terence, when you're looking for other partnerships with creators? What are you looking for, given you've worked with one for long?
Yeah, so I think that the traditional narrative is usually numbers. But as a brand, we came to realize that over and above numbers, you could have 100,000 followers or even 1 million, but the engagement is very low. So we look at engagement and also the how your followers trust and believe in your word. So consistency with how you put out your content creates that trust with your followers, and hence it's easier to communicate even if it's to a small community of followers than someone who has 1 million and cannot even reach, convert 10% of that. Yeah.
So from my world of agency, sasa mimi wale kuna mtu aliongea hapa juu ya agencies ati ni kubwa. It was you. With our big agencies. We often look for creators and our rationales go towards who they are. Even if they have numbers, you'll notice sometimes we gravitate towards the person and what they create. And one of the things we look at is also the communities they get to develop for brands. Within those communities, you discover more creators. Now, when Terence comes to you with a proposal, and he comes with other creators like Bonke, labda amemdevelop amefika hapo, I'm just using random names, but Daddy Matu, mwenye anasaidiwa sahi sana na Terence kugrow, you know. How do you approach that as a brand? How do you tap into those communities for long-term strategic partnerships? Because shida ni, we test creators, what I've observed, brands will test, get a feel of it. In 3 months, they want other people like them, right? Na unajua kuna factory ya watu. Unajua tu, si unajuanga. But tell me how that translates on your side so that the selection happens in that way.
Okay. So I'd say at Safaricom, we are currently looking at keeping influencers long term. We're looking for advocates more than influencers. And advocates, definitely you're like an ambassador to the brand. You are, in your space, a representation of Safaricom, yeah? So big or small, we want to keep you long term. We want you to understand our products and speak from a lived experience as opposed to looking like you're selling. Because most influencers pick up so many brands and in short periods of time. And yes, I know the economy is tough, but you also need to balance out how you select who you want to work with and for how long. Because that trust is built over time, and being the person who picks everything also is a disadvantage to you. So currently we have a group of influencers that we've been working with for over 6 months, and they've learned our way, I mean, Safaricom's tone and engagement style, yeah? And to be honest, starting over, selecting new influencers is usually quite a hassle because you have to brief again, you have to do the brand safety checks and all that. And to avoid all that hassle, we'd rather keep them for longer and engage them as ambassadors as opposed to influencers. Yeah.
Terence, I have a question. Beyond posting, beyond social media posts, post video, kuweka carousel, kufanya live, kuweka stories, what other value can creators give brands to unlock those long-term partnerships? What else is on the table?
Let me speak for myself. I think there are brands that we have worked with, kama Safaricom, kama Naivas, there's Lea Premium. There are brands that see you beyond your posting. Now wanasema, why don't we try this person on ground? Because wengine kama sisi tuko na talent ya QMC, tunaweza enda show ground, nitangwaje? Hii kitu ya Martin, hii kitu mnazunguka na lori kama campaign. Road show, hiyo.
Mimi nimefikiri na merry-go-round.
Oh, si merry-go-round, hiyo ni chama. So we have, when you get a good client, mwenye anataka kuexhaust na kupeanga chance ya unauliza, ni kama ile kitu ya CV. Apart from hii kitu umetuandikia kwa CV, ni nini ingine unafanyanga? So like Safaricom, they ask, kuna kitu ingine unaweza tufanyia? And I remember when we were engaged last year, we were able to do on ground na off ground. In that, unakuta tumedandia hizo ma road show, we were able to interact na watu kwa ground, and it's very different. So personally, apart from now posting on my socials, I also go on ground. If it's a product kama ni unga, nawaambiaga jaribu pia unipeleke kwa supermarket nikutane na consumer, nisikie live. Kuliko tu every time ni DM, ifanyeni hivi na hii product ama service. Sometimes unaenda kwa ground and you realize actually you are talented. You can be a salesperson even on ground. So I prefer in my rate card, I give all those as extra added advantage, whereby apart from now posting, if you have something on ground, let me be there. So kipatia client vitu kama hizo pia ataku consider, sababu namfanyia both online na offline. Yes.
Sasa hapo umeleta kitu kizungumkuti, kama hauna extra talent, sasa talent, if you don't have it, if
you can't be
what
paid.
Else?
You can't be paid for what you have not offered. So we tutamalizana naye hapo. Siwe ni agents, unajua venye mnamalizananga na sisi. Siwe unajua venye mnatuambianga. We will call you na hata una namba yetu. I think we can work together in the future.
Mimi sina maoni.
So it's upon you, most of the time it's upon you as a creator, ujaribu kuona ni nini extra unaweza patia client. Apart from zile umemwekea kwa rate card, amekupatia deliverables, KPI zake, see what else can you do. Also you be creative about it. Because I believe the more you interact with the product, the more the fans are able to associate you with that product or service, and the more even the client are able to remember you. Watakumbuka, ujamaa utupeleka ground na hajai to charge na amefanya kazi poa. Kwa hivyo zingine ni wewe pia ujitume. Most of the time watu wa makoro wanasemanga kujipendekeza kwa client. Inawa kingi saa zingine hiyo kujipendekeza. So for the good of the product and the service and the campaign. Yes. So you just go an extra mile.
So sasa sisi kama watu wa agency kwenye atu kupigiangi simu hata hatuna namba yako. Sasa nisi uongea na Bethel, right? And when I speak to Bethel or the team speaks to Bethel, we talk about long-term partnerships to wapigania, give them this, let them stay for longer. But the client will always come back and tell us, are they at the level of professionalism? Sasa leo nataka Bethel atuambie. Hii level ni gani? When they say we want a level of professionalism, value add, kujituma, kwa brand, how does that look like? Because kwetu ni kwenda on ground hapa, unatuona. Kwangu ni kutoshika simu yake. Je, wewe?
Yeah, I think as brands we also have targets. Like with everything we do, at the end of the day, you'll be asked, okay, now what value did you get from this engagement with influencer X? So we also have to caution ourselves with some guardrails. So, for example, if we give out a brief, it needs to be delivered on time. Yeah, because most campaigns are very time sensitive. So if we've briefed, let's say today, by Monday, nothing has moved, we start asking questions like, so we look out for timelines around delivery, timelines around reporting, and also posting. The other thing we look out for would be adherence to the brief. Once you're briefed, you need to understand it before you start executing. Most times we'd get content that was not approved, and then it's already out there, and then some comments, negative comments start coming up, and we have to defend that piece of content as a brand. So it becomes a PR nightmare whenever you go off the brief. Yeah, and then lastly is also just discipline as an individual, how you carry out yourself, because Safaricom is a family brand. And an association to Safaricom means you also need to carry out yourself in a respectable manner. So sometimes when we push back to the agency, it's just because we also need to answer to the business. Yeah.
I like that because for once we're hearing from the brand defining what professionalism looks like for them, correct? And as creators, when we do content creation, we get excited, we get carried away. We forget timelines, or we unaenda na celebrate nilipata deal na Safaricom ukaenda dunda alafu video ni ya Monday or una recover Monday. So I also get when you say you have targets, we start seeing the brand totally as a business and the creator as a business. So if you're here and you want to work with brands, think about that. Professionalism for the brand custodians is a key element. If they don't have that, the relationship cannot last. And I think Terence may demonstrate here for long.
Yes, and also the discipline as an influencer, as a creator. There's a particular discipline that is required.
And even with that, I've noticed that for you, you went a step further and stepped into the space of association, coming up with the Digital Creator Association of Kenya. Tell us about that, because we are seated here, we feel unrepresented, we don't know where to go when we need support in development. Tell us about that.
Oh, very nice. We have the Digital Creator Association of Kenya, that where creators can go whenever they have any problem, any query. The reason why we have that association, why it came up, is so that we are able to answer a lot of questions that creators can't answer for themselves, ama vitu zingine uelewi. Most of the time, si ufanya bland kama creators. Unatumia contract na, for example, among the things that we are trying to help creators with, unatumia contract na agency, unaipita hivi, unaenda mpaka male pa you shall be paid Kenya shilling. Alafu influencer name witness, una sign hapo na bado wewe ndio witness. Hauna time ya kuinterpret hii contract inasema nini, hauna time ya kuinterpret hawa watu wanataka nini, haujui ni nini imekufunga and all that. So tunatry kusaidia creators who understand vitu kama hizo. We are also partnering with people like Kijiji Digital Connect, where we are able to talk with creators, upcoming and existing, especially those who are coming up. Wewe ni creator, you don't understand your niche. You wake up every morning, unaunda content, hakuna mtu anaitaka. Unaunda content ya Nduthi, hakuna mtu anaitaka. Unaunda content kesho ya Machapo, hakuna mtu anaitaka. So tunatry kukutrain, ujue niche yako. What are you? Wewe ni, ukisema wewe ni creator, content yako inakaaje? Na who do you want to attract? Kama wewe ni mtu wa tech, kama Mato, hiyo ni niche yako. Kama ni watu wa stand up, watu wa comedy kama sisi, that's our niche. We are trying to help upcoming creators.
A creator's guide to financial wellness and asset management. And joining us on stage representing Masimwelu is Kennedy Njenga, IFA Coordinator, Asset Management, Jubilee Group. Makofi kwake tafadhali. We have Martin Shege, Financial Advisor, Britam Insurance, and Anthony Muthiora, Senior Manager, Alternative Channels and Emerging Partnerships, Jubilee Group. Tuko hapa sisi wote tafadhali. Right, thank you very much. And of course, moderating this panel is none other than Charlene. Tafadhali.
One idea turning into enterprise. Young creators now we monetize. From education to motivation, digital driving innovation, health and finance, arts and media, building stronger communities, yeah, Kenya. Every post got a deep.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. Karibuni, gentlemen. Nice stage. As you have seen, because of power, we are going to keep it short and brief, but precise to what we want this gentleman to deliver for you, as we are trying to be conscious of us being on backup power, okay? So the whole day we've really been debunking the whole creator ecosystem. Most of the conversations have been around how do I make money. I think now we've gotten to a point, or assuming we've gotten to a point in the journey where we have made the money, right? So for clarity of what the objective or the purpose of this discussion is to help us bridge between I have now made the money or making the money, but now I want to invest it and grow in that aspect, right? And maybe I will start with Kennedy, who is representing Mercy from Jubilee Group. Maybe if you can tell us in your own words, what is the difference between earning wealth and building wealth? Because again, we're talking about financial well-being, right? So what, in your own words, would you feel is the difference between earning it and...
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this platform. Earning wealth is the aspect of generating an income. Building wealth is the aspect of the income that you have already generated working for you now, without you now in a space where you are working to now generate that income. So I can, in simple words, I can say earning wealth is the work you put in place, the day-to-day work that you go, either it is you're working for someone, either if it is the content that you're creating, the business that you're running, that is the earning of wealth. Now the earnings that you have generated, investing in them to a portfolio or somewhere which can be able now to earn for you without necessarily putting hard work on that, that is now building wealth.
Wealth is passive, an additional, other than what you do. So having said that, why do so many high earning creators live paycheck to paycheck? What is it that they're doing wrong, or what do you see as a challenge?
One thing I can say about creators is, number one is, when you start generating that income, either on a timely basis or on a monthly basis, first thing that you need to sit down and think about is having a budget. That is the minimal start point that you need to have. Having a budget, then as you're budgeting, make sure that there is a place for the income that you've earned, the expense that you incur, plus now the surplus that you're getting, you at least save it. Either the vehicle that you might use, a policy, an investment portfolio, you can always do that. But now, the problem that comes in, one, we can say that, as I had heard Terence saying, you are having 1 million followers. The society expects you to be in a certain level of life. So that is number one problem that normally happens with our current creatives. That we can say that pressure of justifying your situation, that pressure of making sure that you are seeing is the problem. So if you start off with a budget, make sure that you allocate a few investments, make sure that you allocate surplus funds that you get in a portfolio which can be able to generate you at least an income. Why? Because you find that there are some creators who burst, I can say they burst in a moment. Maybe they have, it is their moment at that particular time. They get a gig, they're paid 1 million, 2 million for that gig. But now, this is not, we can say for their situation, it is not a sustainable income. They reach to a place where you've gotten someone else who now outshines you. So the investment that you had put initially is the one that you will be eating at that particular time when now your numbers are
saving for a rainy day. All right. So to build onto that, Martin, as content creators, we are not on not like a salary structure where every month on the 20th, you're going to get your monies, right? Some months are good, some months are bad, right? So how then, as a financial advisor, would you advise a content creator to work around a budget when they don't have a specified budget or their income varies? You're 100%.
Okay, maybe when you're talking about long-term planning and you're not receiving money on a month-by-month basis, there are avenues where you can put money on a quarterly basis, semi-annual and annually. That way you're able to plan yourself if during those seasons, during your bad seasons, at least you have 3 months where you can do another top-up in a particular financial plan where you're thinking long-term even in the years, but you're doing it on a quarterly basis. You can do it on a semi-annual basis. There's no pressure, and you can also do mdogo mdogo in terms of the guaranteed savings that you're doing over a long period of time. So you don't have to overly commit to it, but at the same time, you're guaranteeing your future ultimately. Even if you're not making an income on a month-by-month basis, that should not limit you from investing or saving long-term. There are avenues where you can be doing it on a quarterly basis, semi-annual, or even on an annual basis. There are avenues that even allow for one-time investments where you get a lot of money at once, maybe from your gigs or whatever the creators are doing and the money that they're generating and the income that they're getting. So you can explore avenues where you're putting your money on a one-time basis. You leave it there for a period of time, even if it's a set number of years, and it grows and it doesn't have the pressure for you to do it on a month-by-month. Yeah, that's how I can answer that question.
I like that you mentioned that, and during the course of the day, we've also been looking at different avenues, conversation around multiple streams of income, right? So you can have what you're talking about as one framework, but you also have something else that you do financially that pays your bill, or that this certain project is consistent enough to be paying my rent every month. Now I just need to look for the surplus and then invest, as Kennedy said, on that surplus and build a healthy financial portfolio. So Anthony, to you, what partnership or what initiatives has benefit?
So Anthony Modera is my name. So we have different types of products as Jubilee Insurance that would benefit you as a creator. Sometimes we normally say, if Terence, if I can use you, if Terence is unwell, he's admitted into hospital, his business has gone to hospital with him. True. And I think this is a reality for many of us. So we do have specific products that would sort of like income replace if certain insurable events happen to you. So we have things like a hospital cash. So if you're admitted into hospital, every night you're into hospital, you can pay you 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 for every day you're admitted into hospital. And the premium for that is inexpensive because you'll pay like 5K a year for a 5K cover, which will cover you for 30 days in a calendar year. So if you're admitted, and so we have different products that can drill down into you as a creative, you who stands on your own as like your own business. So we have different products like that. We also have flexible solutions. I know a long time ago people used to say, if you take an insurance plan and you don't pay for a certain number of months, you lose out your money. But we have plans where you, in essence, will gain, and we don't have those punitive surrender values. So we have, across even the money markets that we have, so we have products that are specific to creatives in that sense.
Right. So most of the people in this room are probably starting off in their content creation journey, right? So most of them probably, or some, well, let me assume a number or two, may not have a bank account. They have no formal financial history. Where do they start? Yet they need the capital. And I think that question can cut across that. Everyone can explain what unique thing that they are doing to fill that gap.
So maybe I can just kick it off. Where do they start? Terence, I think, also said something very unique for a creator. He said, if I get 1 million shillings, I don't budget on 1 million. I budget on 700K. And I think that's very prudent because even as my other panelists have said, rainy days will come. That contract that you got in January may not replicate next year, January, like it may not replicate. So you need to keep some money aside. So one way that you can begin to establish that financial footprint is by also using other channels of savings. You have, even if you don't have a money market account, a bank account, you can open money market accounts. You can take life insurance plans where you can just bump that 30% or a portion of that 30%, because then it gives you a track record that you are growing your money, even if not in a formal way. And mobile money wallets have also stepped in to help in that direction. I think that would be my take, yeah.
Just to add, we have unit-linked investments that offer liquidity, and we understand that when creators are starting off, cash flow is key, or they say cash is king in these streets of Nairobi anyway. So liquidity is very important, and we have unit-linked investments which are designed in a manner where you can lock your money for the first 2 years and you have it liquid to entirety up to the end of the period that you're saving, or you can leave it open where it's liquid and accessible. So it's just having that futuristic mindset and also understanding that you're investing long-term. Like in Britain, we know where unit-linked investments are doing 13% per annum, and they're in liquid investments, and the starting amount is not quite high. It's affordable, like from 1,000 shillings where you're doing regular savings, and we're not telling you to lock your money or to prevent you from accessing that money that you're putting there if cash is king. So basically, that's what we're trying to advocate for, where you're putting money on a regular basis and you're not committing it. Even if you're committing it long term, you have liquidity throughout the period. Over and above that, when you're talking about insurance, it's very important to protect yourself and also protect your investment in terms of the tools that you're using for content creation. And that's why insurances like home insurance, they come in and they factor in even the gadgets that you're using for insurance, you had talked about protection. That's what I'm getting at. So protecting yourself in a way that if you are to suffer a loss, you get a payout that will help you replace whatever that you've lost. So that's essentially or ideally the basis of insurance in general. Protecting yourself while also trying to grow your income or the little monies that you're getting here and there to grow while also protecting yourself through insurance. I think that's very important even as you're generating income in this data economy. Yeah.
Ready? Your take?
Thank you. For me, I think I'll talk of the saving culture that we need to enact also to our creators, because when you get an income today, you might not get that same income, or you might get even a higher income on a later date. But what I may encourage all content creators to have is just that small steps. Start off with that investment. Our current investments available, you find yourself, you can start even with as low as 1,000, as low as 100 shillings, and you can grow that portfolio to a place where you can either request for financial support from a financial institution because you have that track record of that savings that you have been doing for that particular time. So mine is big on the financial space currently is very wide. It is not like 10 years ago. We have investments such as money market, we have investments such as fixed income funds, we have equity funds which you can start off. We have special funds available which you can be able to even start off as you continue with as you channel your investments towards different investments vehicles that are available. So encourage big on saving. If you save a lot, then it means that you get to hold also the future in a proper way. Yes.
Amazing, thank you. So as a parting shot, as I said, we're going to keep it short and sweet, and we'll start that end so I finish on this end. What would you say is a service or a resource from financial institutions that creators are not tapping into in your own respective institutions? So there's something that is created, or maybe any other person, it doesn't necessarily have to be a content creator, but what is that one thing we are not tapping into when it comes to the services and products that financial institutions offer?
Thank you very much. Currently, I'll say that the resource that most, actually the public is not tapping into currently is the interest that most investment portfolios are giving. How will I explain that is that currently you find that there is high interest rates that are offered in the market. Most money market funds are above 7%, above 8%, 10%. Most equity funds are going up to 40, 50%. When you look towards 10 years ago or 5 years ago, most fixed deposits were offering only 3%, 4%, or 5%. The investment space currently is wide. You can enter into a market, have an investment product, get a better interest. Within a few years, that is within 1 year, 2 years, you can even double your investment. So I can say that the public is not taking advantage of the current opportunities which are available. Why? Because when you look at the statistics, the amount of or the percentage of savers in our country, that is Kenya, is below 10%. So it means that most money are lying just in the current account, being affected by inflation, but not earning you any further return. Yes.
Thank you. Kennedy. Martin, your parting shots.
My parting shot would be, we offer policy loans. I think that's one thing most people are not aware of in terms of if you are to put your money aside for a long period of time in a guaranteed fund, you're, other than getting the return or the interest that has been mentioned, you're also able to qualify for a policy loan. I think it's a benefit most people overlook over and above getting an interest or saying that you're just saving or putting money aside. So that's one thing I've noticed that most people don't take advantage of. In short, what I'm saying is you can borrow against what you've already put aside. So that's an advantage I think most people, not only creators, can leverage on in terms of getting liquidity from their savings or getting an interest. Yeah, I think that's my parting shot for now.
Wrap it up, Anthony.
I think all of them have said one simple thing, the power of compounding interest. So let me just do a math here. Assume you're maybe average 25 years of age today, right? And if you take a leap and say for every month until I'm 25, so every month until I'm 55, I'll just put in 400 shillings a month. If I ask you how much you've eaten for lunch this month, for sure it's more than that 400 bob. So if you just put it, like say in a pension plan, in those 30 years, you'll have put in 254K. Okay? So I'm doing my math, so my phone is open, don't think I'm genius like that. 254K. But do you know how much that 254K will be equivalent at the end of those 30 years? Any guess? Yes, any amount, I don't know.
Sorry, repeat your question.
So you've put in 400 bob a month for 30 years. So you've put in 254 Gs. That's your principal amount. So would you guess how much that would be equivalent? So you're coming to Jubilee after 30 years and saying, I put in 400 bob. After 30 years, I own my money. How much money do you think Jubilee will give you? To be precise, it's 5.5 million. Can I say that again? Yeah. You've put in 400 bob a month for the next, say, 30 years. So if you do the math, you'll have done about 254, 260K. But when you come to Jubilee after those 30 years, because of compounding interest, your money will be equivalent to about 5.5 million. That 5.5 million, as I close, I'll say one thing. Today you're young. Even the athletes who run when they're 18, 17, 16, they'll reach an age where they can't run as fast as they used to. Is that true? And I think you guys also know some of the athletes out there. You will grow old, and somebody younger than you will have twice the energy that you used to, and they'll replace you. So put that money aside, because then it will come to help you at that future. Terence said he puts 30%. Me, I'm telling you, put 400 bob aside, and you will see the difference. Because that power of compounding interest can do magical numbers. That would be my parting shot.
Okay. So start small, start where you are, consistency over time. You will grow and you'll reap the benefits of it, yeah? So if you're not already, and there are very many tools that you can do. I mean, Chums even reminds you, kama leo unaenda Dunda inakuuliza, umepata discount, umesave kwanza before you go out, right? So such tools that are there and available to you for free to do all this. So a round of applause and thank you very much to my panelists. It has been a very, very compact day with a lot of conversations going on. Obviously, we would want to have more time and more spaces like this for us to continue these conversations. But, you know, the challenge is that we need to have this more often. Yes? Yes or no? Yes, thank you very much. And especially where money matters come. Right, so as per our tradition, we would like to say thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you. And the next time we call you guys, please come. Please give us the insights. Tell us what we are not doing and how we can continue growing. Yeah, asante sana photo as we go into the next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the panel, please. A big round of applause. And yes, we have just switched gears right here, right in front of you. We have switched gears. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. And of course, we are now going to go straight into the Click Awards. If you're a nominee right here tonight, can I please see your hand? If you're a nominee, if you're a nominee, inua tu mkono, wacha uoga, inua mkono vizuri tukuone, labda unashinda kitu leo sahi. All right, we have some nominees here. We have a round of applause for all the nominees that are in the building tonight. Wale wengine sijui wanangojea nini yao ikifika alafu wakose shauri yao. But in case you have not joined us from morning, now we need to fully transition and finish whatever we have been doing since morning and then begin the evening session, which is the Click Awards. So at this point, to help us do that transition, I would like to invite the CEO to Techie Limited, none other than Mr. Martin Muli himself. Tafadhali, please come join us on stage. Makofi tafadhali kwake. Mr. Martin Muli, CEO, Techie Limited, and of course the man behind the organizing and planning of the International Content Creator Day 2024, 2025, and now 2026. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, everyone who is in the room, and thank you for being part of this conversation. And as Mato said, we are getting into that exciting session where we recognize and award the champions of the creator industry in Kenya. This is a great opportunity to celebrate the best of the best and the greatest of the great in the industry. I know today we've come through an entire day with powerful and brilliant ideas. You know, I've seen people asking questions. I've listened to powerful panels here, keynotes and fireside chat, and it's been transformative. And I'm sure most of you have gone through a transformative experience and you've learned something new. This to us is the reason why we put together the International Creator Day. But after putting the International Creator Day for since 2024, we realized that there was need to recognize the brains, the creatives, and even the organizations that are building the infrastructure and the rails that enable content creators to function. And that's why we have the Click Awards to appreciate and celebrate these bigwigs. So tonight you're guided by the theme, building scalable creator enterprises in a regulated digital economy. We do not just hand out trophies. We honor the champions and the architects of Kenya's attention economy. And to every nominee in the room, and anyone who is watching online, just take a deep breath. Feel this moment that we're just getting into. Whether you're a comedian, an activist, or a beauty creator, a storyteller, or a silent force behind the camera, you have done something extraordinary. You have been nominated for the Click Awards, and I know we have several nominees inside here, and they are fans and supporters, and I want you to feel special. You know, in a country of 20 million active social media users, we have more than 20 million active social media users. You are set apart. You are nominated for the Click Awards 2026. That means there's something you're doing that many people are not doing. This is not luck. It's a proof that you're impactful. So there's been so many questions about the Click Awards and how we approach it. And I can say we've done different awards. And one of the things that we've realized is that awards take different processes, different concepts and approaches. And for the Click Award, the process was very simple. We opened up the nomination process. We invited content creators and brands to submit their entries. But also the most interesting part of it was that as a content creator and as a brand, your fans and your online community had a chance to nominate you. After the nomination, and I'm taking you through this process because those creators and brands that did not nominate themselves, some of them were calling me and asking, we did not nominate ourselves. How come we're in that list? It's because your fans nominated you. And then after that, we went through a shortlisting process where a panel of judges sat down and nominated the top 7 per category. And after shortlisting the top 7, we took this back to the public for a vote. That means any nominee who becomes a winner has not just the panel's validation, but as the validation of the online community. And that's how transparent our process is. And we do not just take care of the process as click awards or it's techie. We have what we call an external assurance partner. And the role of the assurance partner is to make sure that each and every vote that has been voted to any of the nominees goes to the right nominee. And we normally have a tallying center. That tallying center is taken care of by the assurance partner, just to make sure that there's transparency in the process. Our assurance partner is called Real Informatics. I know the representative is here and will be telling us shortly about the process. Now, for all those that have been nominated, I want to say congratulations, and those that are going to win, I also want to encourage you because if you look at the process, once you've been nominated, we don't just stop there, or you've been shortlisted. We do a weighted approach. We do a 50-50. They're given to the judges 50% of the score, and the voting gets 50%. Now, we always say that someone was asking me, then what when I'm nominated? As you've said, you're set apart. Now, if you're a content creator, this is your opportunity. I had someone talk about a
prepare for the conversation. However, I will try be a filler and a good filler at that. I've had conversations on, how, influencers, creators can be able to build an enterprise out of what they do. And having worked with creators for a while, I think the things that come to mind, and I see a lot of creators, one, making money, say, from platforms like YouTube, now TikTok, and there's the other format where Terence was talking about where, you're working with brands to be able to make money. That's just one way to think about it, yeah? At Safaricom, we say we are the #1 supporter of the creative economy. And we believe that we are, in Kenya at least. We've created Base. I don't know if you guys know Base. Base is a platform for local content, and you can be able to monetize. That's just one of them. We have S-Hook, where we do empowerment. We have platforms like M-Pesa at 18, where, we call in creators. All our events have creators, DJs, because they're part of the creator economy, really. So if we ask ourselves, how do we then create a platform or build this thing that creators are doing into something more sustainable, that can sustain, that can be a business, basically. I think it's to take a step back. I had Daddy Mato talk about his 230K followers, sorry for missing the K. They're just followers. It's not money. They're just followers. So you have to have value addition. You have to think about how do we partner with this brand so that it can be a more structured business for you. Because I don't need followers. Outside of influence, I also do paid media. So when you talk about 230K, I can get those without having to work with you. But why do I work with you? It's the association. It's, learning your audience and then figuring out what is it that, Daddy Mato can really land for me as a brand to his audience in a way that no one else could. Because we look at you guys as creators. So if you've worked in advertising, what do we call them? The guys who do the graphic design, etc. Yeah, those ones. So here you're combining both jobs. Yeah, you're able to speak, which is the media job, and you're able to still, craft the storyline. Yeah. So if we're to really step change what we're doing and really step change in a way that makes it sustainable for the creator, I think we have to do things a bit differently. Because brands know that there's value in working with the creators, but I don't think creators have been taught, or there's a school where people are taught how to work with brands. And we find a lot of things happening in between, and so you find that a brand says, oh, I don't want to associate myself with you, even though there's some little budget that I can be able to work with you on. So I think it's the structure, the learning, how to create content. You know how to storytell for your audiences, not necessarily for the brand. We tried the past 6 months to work with what we call brand advocates. Yeah, and these people are meant to, understand our brand and therefore speak on behalf of our brand and do it over a period of time. What we learned very quickly was, yes, they know how to create content for their audiences, not necessarily for the brand. So I think there's some work that needs to be done, and I can see people from the industry, I can see NCBA, Maureen is here. I think there's a lot of work when it comes to teaching, when it comes to making the young creators understand what brands are looking for. Because, 1 million followers is good, but 1 million followers without understanding how to position it is nothing. It doesn't work for me. Yes, I'll get the views, but you've not landed the message that I needed you to land. So I think I'll leave it at that. I don't know what Flavia wanted to talk about. Maybe she can share as a blog. and we can all read there. But yeah, I was just stepping in for her. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Unless I am wrong, I believe Amelia is the brand marketing communication and integrated media lead at Safaricom PLC. Right, makofi kwake tafadhali. Makofi kwake. All right, now I'd like to invite my co-host. No, not yet, not yet. We have one person. As Martin had mentioned, of course, the voting was especially managed, and there was an assurance partner that ensured that everything was done. Sio watu waliamka, watu wanasemaga award ceremony hatujuagi ni nani amevote wapi. This had an assurance partner, and I would like to invite Mr. Richard Omune, CEO of Real Informatics Limited, to take us through the assurance report. Mr. Richard, karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Hello, good evening. Sorry for the long day, but I trust that this is what crowns the day. All right? My name is Sydney, on behalf of Richard, our CEO, and I'm representing Real Informatics. Just by show of hands, how many of you have ever had Real Informatics Limited? Oh, then that brand is not yet published, but for the purpose of this function, it has been a process that Real Informatics has been offering quality assurance. So for majority of the brands that are already here, you understand that any product that you develop or come up with must meet certain threshold. And also the services that you offer should as well meet a specific threshold and percentage. Real Informatics has the specialty in doing that, and apart from just doing the quality assurance around the services, the digital products that you do, it is also has positioned itself within the field of creative economy, and what it does mostly is to ensure that whatever the impact that is being provided or offered by the creative industry still affects the community beyond just what they thought of, be it a digital solution, be it a digital service, be it an art, be it whatever the products or services they are offering. So it's important to understand that. Over and above, it's also concerned with cybersecurity audits. That's why they are never seen, mostly they are scared of cameras, so don't mind. And also, you can never find them easily on the road. So that's why you might not have heard of it. So how was the process? You understand that this process was done through voting. And so voting was done through a digital platforms, right? How many of us did the voting? Okay, let me begin from this. The nominees, were you voted for? Did you vote for yourself? Okay, how many of us then voted? Okay, there are possibilities that we have bots that voted. That's part of the assurance that we were doing to make sure that no bot is voting, right? That there is no web crawler that is moving around making votes for a specific candidate, right? So specifically that was just to ensure that the vote that comes in has been verified. In this case, do we represent sort of IEBC? So we just wanted to ensure that when these awards are coming out and the nominees or the winners of the winners, indeed they deserve it and it's worth saying it. So on the platform was to ensure that the process, the votes have come in, that there is no tampering of the voting process, and that there is no any illegality that was manifested through this. So the part of the voting formed 50% of the total number of assurance. The other 50% came from judges, and perhaps you might just want to know how judges went about to know this. First of all was to ensure that the product you are offering in terms of impact, in terms of community, how is it impacting that? How is it aligned, especially to those your stakeholders? If you are moving a product for Safaricom, is the Safaricom getting value from whatever you're doing? If you're doing sales for NCBA, if you're doing whatever it is for KCB, are they getting value for their money that you're putting? So, or you're just having, again, as they said, the alignment of your content to their expected goals. So that's what determined by the judges, total forming 100%. So these categories, the award were within 7 categories, if just confirming the report. Yeah, and also we had a voting period that began on 7th of April. And perhaps next time you keep following Lekit just to stay tuned to make sure that you can vote in your next influenza next time. And then it closed on 10th May. So the report of the same has been created, the total number of votes that were cast for each and every nominee in summary and in detail, and that report has been digitally handed over to the Lekki category, to the Lekki company, I mean. So up to that, I would just want to say that the voting or the presentation of this report and the quality assurance that happened qualifies everything to be legit, assured, with reasonable assurance, of course. Yeah, I think that was my simple work. Otherwise, thank you very much. And I congratulate those who may be announced as winners. For the nominees, again, I say you are the winners of the winners. You are still winning, but it's very important that we keep on aligning the content, the product, the services, and the investment to impact the total community at large. Thank you, and good evening.
All right, makofi kwake tafadhali. And that is officially the final speech of the night. Makofi tafadhali. That is the final speech. No more speeches. We are going to go straight into the awards. But before we do that, I'd just like to give a few guidelines. Now, for our nominees, right, for our nominees and presenters, you are going to come up on stage using these stairs. These are the only stairs, so no stairs on that side. Please, you'll come up using these stairs, and then the presenters are going to position themselves right here to be able to read. Then once you, as the nominee turned winner, is announced as the winner. So what we are going to do, Click Awards chose to do it differently. Instead of acknowledging just the winner, we are going to have a silver, bronze, and gold. So only the individual who will be the winner, who has the gold, is the one who's going to come up on stage. But the silver and the bronze winners shall be acknowledged, and you shall receive your certificates right outside. I shall announce whether it's going to be up there or down here, but you shall receive your certificates. But for the winners, the gold winners, you shall receive your certificate and your trophy here. So once you're announced as the winner and the presenter has already called your name, you are going to move. The presenter will move to the center, and then the winner is going to come up, receive the award, take a photo, and then come and give a 30-second speech. 30 seconds maximum. Sawa Terence, 30 seconds. Sawa sawa. Sikupei mwa Kenya. 30 seconds only, and then we are going to walk down, and then we are going to announce the next category. Sawa sawa. Tumesikizana? Aya, we go to the awards. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Sawa. Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to invite my co-host back on stage. Tukimbize hii, tukimbize kabisa kabisa. So, Nikupeleke pole pole, when you baby girl. Uko na 2 heels. When you baby girl. All right. So, for the first category of the Click Awards 2026, we have the Travel and Lifestyle Excellence Awards, which recognize travel influencers who've built comprehensive tourism experiences from boutique tour operations and hospitality ventures to destination marketing agencies and experience curation companies. These entrepreneurs are creating jobs, preserving cultural heritage, preserving cultural heritage and developing Kenya's tourism infrastructure while maintaining authentic storytelling at the core. And to present this award, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. John Orindi, the Corporate Affairs Director, University of Nairobi. I hope Mr. John Orindi is back. Is Mr. Orindi back?
He is not back, but
Okay.
Martin will take his place.
Martin will take this on his behalf. And the nominees are Sigi Johnson, Punchline, Makofi, Eli Mwenda, Market Media Agency, Lucia Musau, African Elite Group, and then in Makofi, Murungi Munyi, The Lip Tribe, Saram Tali, Virtuous Explorers, Sharon Mundia, This Is Essential, Wabosha Maxine Safiri, and the winner is...
Drum rolls, please. The best I can do.
Drum rolls. And the bronze winner is Murungi Mwinyi, the Lip Tribe. And the silver winner is Sarah Mutali, Virtuous Explorer. And the gold winner is Lucia Musau, African Elite Group.
Congratulations to Lucia Musau, African Elite Group. Is she here or is there anybody to receive this award on her behalf? All right.
Lucia or any representative.
I believe, Charlene, you can receive the award on her behalf.
We shall keep it on her behalf.
We shall keep it.
Vicky can.
Vicky can receive on her behalf.
Yes, congratulations to Lucia Musau, wherever you are, the elite group. Thank you, Vicky.
All right, thank you very much. All right, and Mr. Muli, you're going to still stay on stage so that you can give the next award. All right.
All right, our next category is the Banking Excellence Award. This award celebrates financial institutions creating innovative solutions for creator entrepreneurs, honoring banks, fintechs, and financial service providers developing tailored products for the creative economy, including creator-specific loans, revenue-based financing, royalty, advanced programs, and financial literacy, tools designed specifically for irregular income patterns of creative professionals. And I believe you've all heard that today. And the nominees in these categories are Absa Bank Kenya,
Makofi,
Cooperative Bank of Kenya.
Just give them a round of applause. Appreciate them.
I&M Bank Limited, KCB Group, NCBA Bank, and Stanbic Bank Kenya. A round of applause for the nominees as we get the winners.
The bronze winner is Cooperative Bank of Kenya. The silver winner is KCB Group. And the gold winner is NCBA Bank of Kenya.
A big round of applause to NCBA. Please, Michael, come up on stage and receive the trophy on behalf of NCBA.
Congratulations to NCBA. A round of applause for them, tafadhali. Amazing, amazing.
We create and we
Thank you so much. You have 1 minute to say thank you.
Good evening. Once more, my name is Michael Owino from NCBA, Senior Product Manager. just want to appreciate this recognition, and we continue working together to be able to make creators' lives better. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Quickly on to the next category for Beauty Creator Excellence. This honors creators who have successfully transitioned from digital influence to beauty enterprise ownership. This award recognizes founders who have launched proprietary skincare, cosmetics, or hairline or hair care lines, established beauty academies or salons, or built beauty tech platforms, scaling their personal brand into structured, scalable businesses that employ teams, manufacture products, and shape Kenya's growing beauty economy. And to present the next award, I would like to invite Miss Maureen Were to present these awards. All right, and Beauty Creator Excellence Award, the nominees are Joanna Kinothia, Joanna K Cosmetics, Lucy Wamboi for Inner Beauty, Maureen Bandari, Bandari Beauty, Nancy Mwai, New Level, Natasha Guo, Natasha Abdi Collections, and Susan Kaitani, Boss Palace, and Zakaria Mora, Geometric Barbershop. Makofi kwao tafadhali.
Karibu sana Maureen, as you tell us who the winner is.
So, for bronze, Lucy Wamboi for Inner Beauty. Silver goes to Maureen Bandari, Bandari Beauty. And the president, the winner, the lady of the moment, the gold winner goes to Joanna K Cosmetics.
Joanna K Cosmetics, Joanna Kinothia, congratulations. I think Sheila, you can come and receive the award on their behalf as well. Thank you very much. Next year watakuwa wamejaa hapa. This was the first edition. So thank you very much.
Maureen, please remain on stage.
Maureen,
for
please
our
remain.
Next category. Are we ready? We are not. All right. Our next category is the telecommunications excellence that recognizes telecommunications providers delivering affordable connectivity, reliable digital solutions, and services that empower creators across Kenya to produce, share, and monetize content. All right. And the nominees in this category are Airtel Kenya, GTL Fiber, Liquid Intelligent Telecommunications, Mawingu Network, Safaricom PLC, Telcom Kenya, and Zuku. Maureen, kama kawaida, tell us.
All right. So the bronze winner is Mawingu Network. Give it up.
We celebrate the champion.
You guys have to clap better. Imagine unashinda na watu hawa clap. Silver goes to Airtel Kenya Limited. And our gold winner. 1, 2, 3, go. Safaricom PLC. Now Bethel was here earlier and requested Maureen to accept this award on their behalf as the agency. So Martin, please. Thank you very much. And Safaricom was a proud sponsor of us today. We thank you very much. Maureen will ensure that this reward gets to them. Asante sana, Safaricom, and congratulations.
All right. The next category is the Technology Creator Excellence, honoring digital innovators who have identified gaps in the creator ecosystem and built technology companies to solve them, develop tools, create productivity apps, build analytic platforms, or establish tech tech-enabled services. These are engineers and problem solvers empowering Kenya's digital creative revolution. And to present this, I'd like to invite back Mr. Martin Muli, the Chief Executive Officer at Techie. And the nominees are Bright Gameli, Africa Hackathon, Elvis Warutumo, Elvis Online, Janet Mashuka, ACT Digital Academy, ATC Digital, Bogwan J here, Grupo Potent, Moses Kemibaro, Dotsavi, Nyandia Gashago Binti Time, and Tony Ndugu from Kitabu.
And the bronze winner is Tony Ndungo.
Tonight we celebrate the champion.
The silver winner is Janet Mashuka, ITC Digital. And the winner is Nyandia Gashago.
Big congratulations to Nyandia Gashago, CEO and founder Minty Lime. Tafadhali tumia stairs. Tafadhali tumia stairs. Tafadhali.
Congratulations, Nyandia and Minty Lime.
We create and we
I think okay. So you don't have to look regular to win. And I think that's very important for everybody to know. That today's CEOs have nose rings, they have tattoos, they look unconventional, and we're still winning. So thank you.
Congratulations to Nyandia and Minty Lime. All right, on to our next category, Entertainment Creator Award, which recognizes entertainers who have evolved from solo performers to entertainment business founders, establishing production companies, managing talent rosters, producing live events, developing original programming, or creating entertainment franchises. From comedians to musicians, these creators are building Kenya's entertainment industry infrastructure. And in this category, and the nominees are Awinja Nyamwalo, Disco Matanga. A better round of applause. Blessed Njugush, TNT series, Crazy Kena, Happy Country, Mamito Eunice, Mamito and Girlfriends, Terrence Creative, Wash Wash series, Tom Daktari, Wamusie Show, YY Comedian, What It Takes series, and Martin Muli will tell us who the winners are in this category.
Entertainment Creator Excellence Award. Bronze winner, Crazy Kena. Silver winner, Mamito Eunice. Gold winner, Blessed Jugosh, TNT.
We create and we.
Congratulations to Blessed Jugosh for the TNT series. I think I can receive this award on his behalf.
Yes, please. Thank you, Martin.
All right, thank you very much. On to the next category. The next category is the Fashion Creator Excellence Award. This award honors digital fashion pioneers who have evolved from trendsetters to business founders, launching cloth lines, building sustainable brands, creating manufacturing partnerships, and establishing retail networks. Innovators transforming social media style into scalable fashion enterprises with production facilities, e-commerce operations, and tangible economic goals. To award this, I would like to invite Mr. Nixon from KRA to award this for us. And the nominees are Angela Karaoke, Angie's Closet, Bolo Bespoke, Bespoke City, Sebi Nyasego, Plush Chic, Masi Chalo, Yalo Leather, Nelly Mwangi Gikon Fashion, and Saboni Brands, and Yvonne Odhiambo, Afro Street Collections.
The Fashion Creator Excellence, the bronze winner, Bolo Bespoke.
Tonight we celebrate the champion.
Silver winner, Yvonne Odhiambo.
Fight for the winners tonight. Creator shining brighter than the city lights.
Can we clap louder? The gold winner, Masi Chalo.
We create Masi Chalo or Masi Kialo from Yalo Leather, depending on how you'd want to say it. Somebody can come and receive on their behalf. Congratulations to them.
We create and we win.
All right. On to the next category, the Mobile Device Brand Excellence Award. This honors mobile device manufacturers who have developed creator-focused features, affordable production-ready smartphones, and support ecosystems that democratize high-quality content creation across Kenya's socio-economic spectrum. And the nominees are Huawei, Infinix, iPhone, Oppo, Samsung, Tecno, Xiaomi. All right, and the winner,
The Mobile Device Brand Excellence Award. Which phone do you have? Which gadget do you use? The bronze winner, Infinix. Silver winner, Samsung. And the gold winner, Tecno Mobile.
Itabidi umekubali matokeo. Watu wa Tecno oye! Watu wa Tecno oye! All right.
Have our representative accept that award on behalf of Tecno and Tecno. Congratulations. Mkona mafans bana. Thank you so much, Mr. Nixon. Asante sana. On to our next category, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Mike Strano to award the Family Creator Excellence Award, which celebrates creators who use digital spaces to share inspiring, relatable, and impactful family-centered content. And the nominees are Amber Ray and Rapudo family, Ziza family, the Bahatis family, the Mangis family, the Obinas family, the Wajiza's family, and Wahoo and Nameless family. Mr. Strano, please tell us who
Yeah,
are
Jesus
winner.
unafaa kusema family.
Family.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Techie and team. It's our first year sponsoring this award ceremony as Fab Productions. Fab Productions has been in existence for 25 years, producing events from Kenya across Africa, especially award ceremonies. So very proud to be part of this event. Thank you.
Amazing.
Bronze winner, Amber Ray and the Rapundo family. Silver winner, my good friends, Wahoo and Nameless. And the gold winner, The Mangus family.
We create and we
The Mangis family. Wako hapa. All right.
It's okay. Yes, Shebi, you can come and receive this award on their behalf. Asante sana.
A big round of applause to Millie Chebi as she comes to receive on their behalf. Well, unasema ulivote. Ulivote. Ulikuwa kadi. Hivyo ndivyo utalia 2027. Hivyo tu ndivyo utalia 2027 na haukuvote.
Congratulations.
We create and we.
All right, Mike, please remain on stage, please. Mike, please remain on stage. Thank you very much. All right, the next category is the Payment Excellence Award, which recognizes payment platforms that have developed creator-friendly solutions, including cross-border payment efficiency, micro-transaction capabilities, subscription management tools, and transparent fee structures that maximize creator earnings. And the nominees are Airtel Money, Flutterwave, MasterCard, M-Pesa, PayPal, TwivaPay, Visa.
The bronze winner is Airtel Money.
We grow, we win. Tonight we celebrate the champion.
The silver winner is MasterCard.
Friends up high for the winners tonight. Creator shining brighter than the city lights.
Can anyone guess the winner? M-Pesa.
Maureen, please come and receive on behalf of Safaricom.
Congratulations from the audience. Thank you very much. And thank you for being part of our journey. Thank you so much, Mr. Strano. Alright, for our next category, I would like to invite Mr. John Orindi on stage to award the following categories. And a big shout out to him as our host at the Nairobi University. We always feel at home. Our next category, if we can have some silence in the room, please. Thank you very much. All right, our next category is the Digital Media Excellence Award. This category celebrates creators who have transformed their content operations into full-fledged media production houses, developing original IP, managing production teams, securing distribution deals, and building multi-platform content ecosystems. From one-person channel to studios, to writers, to editors, and producers, these are Kenya's next generation media moguls. And the nominees in this category are Abel Mutua, Mkuru, Eddie Mutita, SPM Baz, Felix Omodi, Dr. Kingori, Lingogi of Lingogi Network, Oduo Jagero Solid Dialogues with Jagero, Oga Obina of Obina TV Studios, Richard Njao cleaning the airwaves. Mr. Orindi, over to you for the winners.
And the winners in this category, I start with bronze or I start with the main one?
Bronze, tafadhali.
Bronze, eh? Bronze, we have Abel Mutua.
Tonight we celebrate the champion.
For silver, we have Oga Obina.
Breaking news, turning influence into business from the village to the city life, content creators.
And now the gold winner is Eddie Bututa.
We create
Congratulations to Eddie Butita, SPM Buzz.
Any representative in the room?
Any representative here to receive on their behalf?
We will receive on their behalf. Karibu to the stage and congratulations to Eddie Butita.
All right, Bwana Oringi, we request to still remain on stage to present the next category, which is the Creator Marketplace Excellence Award. Digital marketplaces that have created efficient, transparent, and fair systems connecting creators with brands, clients, and collaborators while ensuring proper compensation, clear contracts, and sustainable working relationships. And the nominees are Affluence, Collabster, Indahash, Twiva, Wowzy, Zaomo, Kenya.
From education to motivation, digital driving.
From bronze, the bronze winner is Zoe.
Tonight we celebrate the champion. Tonight our dreams are.
Can you get the silver? The silver? And the silver winner is Wozzy.
Young entrepreneurs breaking limits, turning influence into business from the village to the city life, content creators.
And now the gold winner. Gold winner is Twiva.
We create
All right. Congratulations.
This is for all the creators in the house. This award is yours. Twiva could not be there if it wasn't for you. And we thank the organizers of this event for such a colorful function. Thank you.
creators changing lives every day.
All right, the next category.
Camera Brand Excellence Award. I'd like one of our winners to come and award this category. NCBA, closest to me. All right, camera brand. Wawulo.
Sawa, waseke, camera.
Honors camera and equipment manufacturers who have made professional imaging technology accessible to Kenyan creators through affordable pricing, local support networks, training programs, and products suited to Africa's unique production environment. And the nominees are Canon, DJI, Fujifilm, GoPro, Nikon, Panasonic, and Sony. And the winners are?
For the Camera Brand Excellence Award, the bronze winner is GoPro.
Congratulations to GoPro. Tonight we celebrate the champion.
The silver winner is Panasonic.
For the winners tonight, creators shining brighter than the city lights.
The gold winner is Canon.
Congratulations to Canon.
There you go. If you have not interacted with them or didn't have a chance to, I believe they're still around, and if not, you can reach them
We create and we make it move.
Circle, please remain on stage.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Himanshu Contractor. I'm the channel account manager for Kenya, and I manage the camera business. So from my side, I would like to thank everyone for this recognition. As a brand, we heavily focus on the creators, and something that I would like to mention, as a brand, in terms of all the brands you saw, for cameras, Canon is the only one that has a local office with local staff. We heavily invest in R&D, that's research and development. We conduct a lot of master classes that are free of charge. You don't have to pay for them. Yeah. Once you buy your product, we teach you how to use the product. We have Canon Academies, again, free of charge for the whole year. We also have a whole virtual film school where you get certified. Yeah, so it's a proper course. It takes even up to 2 years. I know some people who started 2 years ago. So you can sign up for that. Again, that is free of charge. Yeah. And then the last one, when your product has an issue, all our products are covered under warranty. Canon is the only brand that has a dark room in Kenya to repair your products. Even if, however high-end the product is, it's a cinema product, it's a normal camera, it's the zoom lenses, our prime lenses, the big lenses, we can repair all of them here. So in short, for the creators, we are here for you. We will support you fully in your entire journey. When you shift from a mobile phone to a camera, to a video camera, to a cinema camera. Even yesterday, all those who follow tech and everything, we launched a new product. Yeah, we launched the R6V, a specific product for creators. Go have a look at it. It can shoot 7K. Yeah, it has open gate. You need vertical and horizontal videos, it has it. Yeah, so we are here for you. We invest heavily on R&D to have good products for you where you increase your following, get cinematic videos. The last product I'll mention about is the cinema product, which is the C50 for high-end content creation. It can simultaneously record vertical and horizontal at the same time. So we have such a product. Your post-processing time goes lower. You can deliver faster and make more money. Yeah? So thank you all for the support and for this award. And we are here to support you as creators. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the support, Canon. All right, the next award is the Food Creator Excellence that recognizes food influencers who've built sustainable food businesses, launching restaurant brands, developing food product lines, creating cooking schools, establishing catering operations, or building food delivery platforms. These entrepreneurs are combining culinary artistry with business acumen to feed Kenya's growing appetite for innovative food experiences. And the nominees are Ali Said Mandri, Chef Ali's L'artiste, Chandni Solanki, Pika Chakula, Chef Raphael, Kitchen Circle, Dennis Ombachi, the Roaring Chef, Holy Dave, HD's Kitchen, Kaluhi Adagala, Kaluhi's Kitchen, and Stephen Musioka, Siok's Barbecue Experience.
For the Food Creator Excellence Award, the bronze winner is Stephen Musioka, Siok's Barbecue Experience.
Tonight we celebrate the champion. Tonight our dreams are made.
The silver winner is Dennis Ombachi, the Roaring Chef. And the gold winner is Chadni Solanki, Pika Chakula.
We create and we. Congratulations to Pika Chakula. I believe Sheila will receive on her behalf. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We create and we
Vicky has her accepting message from Pika Chakula.
Hi everyone. On behalf of Chadney and Jai, they say thank you for the love, and they see your DMs to all the married couples who say their recipes have saved their marriage. They got you. Thank you.
Congratulations to Pika Chakula. We appreciate it. For the next category, I'd like to welcome Terence on stage to award this category, Streaming and Distribution Platform Award. It recognizes streaming services that have effectively amplified Kenyan content, developed fair revenue models, provided meaningful audience insights, and created pathways for local creators to reach international audiences while maintaining creative control. Terence, tuambie mambo ni gani?
And the nominees are Baze, Mdundo, Netflix, Skiza Tunes, Spotify, and View Sasa, and Yakwetu.
Streaming and Distribution Platform Award. Bronze winner, Yakwetu. And the silver winner for the Streaming and Distribution Platform Award goes to Skiza Tune. Ladies and gentlemen, the Streaming and Distribution Platform Award, the gold winner is none other than Netflix.
We create and we
nilikuwa nikitaka kusema for those of us who have been on Netflix, can we give and receive this award on behalf of Netflix? Sindio? Si watupe. Wao watupe. Only the people who have been on Netflix, give us this award. Yes, give us this award. Yes, we are receiving this on behalf of Netflix. All right, Terence, please remain to give the next award as well. The next award is Health and Wellness Creator Excellence, which honors creators who have leveraged their wellness influence to establish health-focused enterprises, launching fitness programs, developing wellness apps, creating supplement lines, opening wellness centers, or building corporate wellness partnerships. These entrepreneurs are making healthcare more accessible while building sustainable businesses around preventative health and holistic well-being. And the nominees are Amerix with Amerix Wellness, Angela Muthoni with AngelaMuthoni.com, Dr. Claire Kinuthia with CTRH Podcast, Dr. Joseph Jage with Third Park Hospital, Moses Kihuga with The Healthwise, Dr. Rain Gala, Ask Dr. Rain, Ngumba Peter, Microafia Healthcare.
And the winner for the Health and Wellness Creator Excellent Award, the bronze winner is none other than Ask Dr. Rain Gala, Rain Mwendwa. And the silver winner for the Health and Wellness Creator Excellent Award goes to Amerix Wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, the Health and Wellness Creator Excellence Award, the gold winner goes to none other than Dr. Joseph Njagi, Third Park Hospital.
We create and we
Kuja na wagonjwa.
Na amekuja amevaa kama daktari bwana.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Joseph Njagi na wagonjwa wake.
We create and we
imbisha moyo wangu mifulizo ya baraka inamsha shangwe kuu. Unifunze nikupende, nikuandame kote, moyo wangu ukajae furaha na tumaini.
Thank you so much for this Techie Award. As a doctor, I'm used to people waiting anxiously for results, but tonight the results are in, and I'm officially positive for gratitude. This award belongs to my patients, colleagues, mentors, friends, and everyone who has supported the journey. I promise to keep working hard, stay humble, keep this award in a very stable condition. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, Dr. Njagi. Swali nilikuwa nauliza ni umetoka theater saa hii ama? Yes, you are saving a life. We thank you very much. All right, on to our next category. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Michael Owino. Is he still around, Michael? Oh. But if you are there, allow me to exchange you because you were just on stage a few minutes ago. Maureen, karibu. Representing the ladies tonight because we are not in plenty today on the stage. And hopefully next year we can be of more service to our content creators. All right. Our Device Accessibility and Support Excellence Award honors companies and programs that have broken down barriers to entry through device affordability initiatives, repair and maintenance support, trade-in programs, and technology access schemes, ensuring no creative talent is left behind due to equipment limitations. And the nominees are Badili Kenya, Dama Mobile Spares, iStore Kenya, Jumia Kenya, Kilimall, M-Kopa, Phone Place Kenya. Maureen, tuambie.
For the Device Accessibility and Support Excellence Awards, the bronze winner is Kilimall. Our silver winner is Phone Place Kenya. Our gold award goes to drum rolls. You know them. Jumia Kenya.
We create and we
Hata una speech.
Naweza tuambia asante in 1 minute.
Hata una speech.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations to Jumia. All right, Business Creator Excellence recognizes creators, artists, and entrepreneurs who have leveraged their experience to build sustainable, scalable businesses within the industry. And the nominees are Chris Kira with Kate Chris, Ivy Wanjiro with Just Money Podcast, Joan Nyambura with For Real KE, King Kaka with Kaka Empire, Maureen Kabu with Adequate Safaris, Nora Mwendo with Nila Baby Shop, Teresia Wanjiko with Chico He Styles.
Martin, to award this category is Sydney Javan in the room.
Maureen umeshuka? Unajua unapeana bilibili alafu ndio nilikuwa show kwa stage.
Mimi nilikuwa namgoja mshindi akuje, kumbe hatujasema ni nani. So for bronze, we have Teresia Wanjiko from Shiko, his High Style.
Tonight we celebrate the champion.
Our silver winner for this category is Nora Mwendo from Naila Baby Shop.
We had to shine in brighter than the city lights.
You did not vote. That's how I know you did not vote. Our gold winner for this category is, drum rolls, Ivy Wanjiro Just Money Podcast.
Congratulations to Ivy Wanjiro. Ivy Just Money.
Welcome to
We create and we
Hello, good evening everyone. Good evening. My name is Anissa and I'm here representing Ivy. So I'm gonna speak a bit about Ivy and who she is. I know people are a bit disappointed Nila didn't win this category. So I'll tell you why Ivy is very deserving of this award. Ivy, also known for her brand, Just Ivy Africa, is not just a thinkfluencer, she's also a founder, and she's a founder of Mover Society, which is a financial literacy academy that's helped movers invest over $1.5 million. And they've put that in investing, and Ivy's been able to track that. Aside from that, she has a new baby currently known as Belong Africa. Belong Africa is an investment platform that's supposed to be democratizing investing. So yeah, so anybody who's interested in investing, wants to learn about investing, check out Mover Society. And if you're interested in starting your investment journey, join the waitlist for Belong. And yeah, the rest is history, I guess. Thank you so much, everyone, and congratulations, Ivy.
Thank you, thank you. Please pass our regards to Ivy and congratulations to her. I'd like to welcome Millie Chebi on stage to award our next category. And as she comes, this is the Insurance Excellence Award. It recognizes outstanding innovation, trust, and impact in insurance services and customer solutions. And the nominees are AAR Insurance, Britam, CIC Insurance, GA Insurance, ICEA Lion Group, Jubilee Insurance, Sanlam Alliance. Over to you, Millie. Please tell us who our winners are.
Good evening. And the bronze winner is CIC Insurance. And silver winner is Britam. The gold winner is Jubilee Insurance.
Oh yeah! We create and we
I believe we have representatives from Jubilee. I believe we must have representatives from Jubilee here.
They have been in the room. And if they're not, you can put it on their behalf.
Wako kwa stand, eh? Wako hapo kwa meza. Okay, please somebody come and receive on their behalf.
All right, one of the techie members, thank you.
We create and we make it
Alright, may we kindly remain on stage so we can also award the next category. The next category is the Development Partner Excellence Award, which honors organizations driving meaningful impact through innovation, collaboration, and community development initiatives. And the nominees are British Council of Kenya, Embassy of France in Kenya, GIZ Kenya, Hero Fund, MasterCard Foundation, US Embassy in Kenya, and Youth Enterprise Development Fund.
And the winners are...
Again, the bronze winner, GIZ Kenya. Silver winner, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And finally, gold winner, U.S. Embassy in Kenya.
Wow. U.S. in Kenya, are you in the room?
Kwani ulinyimwa visa? Congratulations to the U.S. Embassy in Kenya. A round of applause, please.
As they come. And this week has been the highlights of the UN embassies. Congratulations.
We create and we make it move.
Thank you very much for this award. I don't take responsibility for this, but I guess the office. And also to the creators in this room, fully deserved. I believe this is an ecosystem that keeps growing. At the embassy, in the public diplomacy section, we've tried our best to make sure that the creative industry grows and continues to grow and makes money for each and every one of you. So as content creators, keep growing, keep making content, and keep building. So congratulations to you all and all the winners tonight.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to confirm if we have Mr. Leonard Gushu. Mr. Leonard Gushu. All right, please, you shall present the next award.
And our next category. And the last one for this evening, Social Impact Creator Excellence Award. It honors digital activists, community leaders who have built purpose-driven enterprises from their advocacy work, establishing NGOs, launching social enterprises, developing community programs, or creating products that solve pressing social challenges. Innovators who measure success, not just in profits, but in lives transformed. Communities strengthened and systemic change achieved. These are the creators building businesses that do good while doing well, combining entrepreneurial rigor and social mission. And the nominees are Anita Soina of Soina Foundation, Crystal Asige of Crystal Asige Foundation, Eric Omondi, Sisi Kwa Sisi, Jacob Aliet Unplugged, Janet Mbogwa of Inua Dada Foundation, Ndomo Nyoro Affecto Foundation, Valerie Keter, Film Set Africa, and the winners are.
So I'm doing this on behalf of Leonard Gushu. My name is Wahome. So the bronze winner is Janet Mbugwa Inua Dada Foundation. The silver winner is Ndomo Nyoro Affecto Foundation. And for the gold winner is Eric Omondi Sisi Kwa Sisi.
We create and
Thank you very much. I want to say a very big thank you to anyone and everyone who has ever sent anything. Sindio? Hiyo wanbobote tuma ndio inasaidia ina changing life ya mtu. Mbarikiwe sana, tutaendelea kufanya hii kazi. God bless you, God bless you. Tafadhali usinipige picha na simu haina credit huyu. Watu wa Infinix, watu wa iPhone chukueni video. Samsung chukua picha. Tecno tulia wewe. Wewe. Usinipige picha na Tecno wewe. Mko fiti sindio? God bless you, God bless you. And once again, if you've ever sent anything, God bless you, God bless you. Asante sana. Hii ina belong to team sisi kwa sisi, si ndio?
Yes.
God bless you, sir.
All right, please remain on stage, Eric. I would like to request all the winners kindly to please come back on stage so we can take a group photo with everybody. All the winners, please come up back on stage. All the winners tafadhali. Umeketi hapo umeshikilia trophy. Let's just have one group photo unless you are a representative. So please, let's come and have one group photo as we wrap up. From morning, for those of us who are with us from 9 a.m. till now, which is 6:45. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for sitting with us, being hungry with us, and trying to look for this money with us. I'd like to request also the individuals who have presented these awards to please come and join us on stage. You are part of our partners and supporters. The panelists as well, all the speakers who spoke today, the panelists, please join us on stage as well so we can take this group photo with the winners. Kuna mengine mengi tunataka kuongeza?
Yeah, tu congratulations. Na Eric amesahau kukuambia mtume invoice. Today we have learnt about content creation and monetizing it. So wakupiga picha wa video to my invoice.
All right. Oh, you are here. All right. That is the winner, Masichello of Yellow Leather. All right.
We create and we.
All right. Is there any other? I think, oh, that's it. Let's go. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to you for being the winners of the first ever Click Awards 2026. It's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get better. All right.
And congratulations to our bronze and silver winners. Please remember to pick your certificates at the desk station outside.
All right, please remember the certificates are outside at the desks. Do not forget to pick them kindly.
We create and we.
All right, and I believe without much further ado, I'd like to thank all of you for being with us. I'd like to thank our partners and supporters, all our sponsors, Safaricom, Jubilee Insurance, Minty Lime, Zaumu. Nieke your list up hivi. Nieke your list up hivi, the partners and sponsors, so I can quickly run through them. Jubilee Insurance, Britam as well.
And our host, University of Nairobi.
And our host, University of Nairobi. A big round of applause
you guys
to you.
Amazing
and of
audience.
course, Techie Limited. We have Alchemy. Najaribu kuzikumbuka bila kuhitaji kufungua script.
And we
have Canon. We have NCBA Bank. Of course, there we go. Safaricom, NCBA, Dairyland, Baraza Media Lab, Half Price, the new books, Real Informatics, Pension Club, Canon, Zaumu, Jubilee Insurance, Kenya E-Commerce Alliance, Blogger Association of Kenya, FAT Productions. A big round of applause for FAT Productions, please. Alchemy Brands, Minty Lime, Zaumu, African Technology Forum, ASEC, Bizna, and NGOs Hub. Thank you very much. It's been a great day. We've been your hosts, Daddy Mato and
Charlene Morera. Thank you guys for being with us throughout the day, and thank you so much. See you next year.
See you next year.
See you next year.
Labda tutakuwa astaki kuchoma. Najua tutakuwa bigger and better. All right. Thank you very much. You can please exit the room. Ama stima zipotee tena.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
The future belongs to the ones who do. Click Awards tunaona sasa brands wanapiga simu, flights booked wanaenda Kigali, Mombasa, Kisumu, watemokti nikuka movement. Now the whole thing did from the blueprint. Hakuna kuna mwenye alifungua gate, kasema bro,